In this video, we'll be exploring the full story of Jon Snow's life and his perspective throughout A Game of Thrones. Since we'll be focusing solely on Jon's chapters, some major events involving other characters will be left out. To provide context, we'll include brief summaries of key events happening elsewhere at the start of each chapter. On the right side of the screen, we'll use vertical footage to highlight scenes from the show, while images will be used to illustrate details from the books. With that said, let's begin. The life of Jon Snow. Jon Snow was born in 283 AC, just as Robert's rebellion was coming to an end. He was named by Lord Eddard Stark, and some say he was named after Lord Jon Arryn, Ned's foster father and mentor. The identity of Jon's mother remained a closely guarded secret. Eddard never spoke of her, and even Jon himself grew up not knowing who she was. When Ned returned home from the war, he brought Jon with him to Winterfell, a newborn baby cradled in his arms, and insisted on raising him as part of the Stark household. Jon and his wet nurse were settled into the castle before Catelyn Tully, Eddard's new bride, and their infant son Robb arrived from Riverrun. A move that left a bitter impression on Catelyn from the start. Eddard was deeply protective of Jon and refused any suggestion that the boy be sent away. Jon was raised alongside Ned's true-born children, tutored by Maester Luwin in subjects like mathematics and astronomy, and trained in combat under Sir Roderick Castle, Winterfell's Master-at-Arms. From the time he could walk, Jon was learning swordplay, often sparring with Robb Stark, who became his closest companion, part friend, part rival. Later, Theon Greyjoy joined them in training after he was taken as a ward by Eddard following the failed Greyjoy rebellion. Jon even learned how to swim in the icy waters of Winterfell's moat and was considered a strong swimmer. Among all his siblings, Jon was particularly close to Robb and Arya. He and Arya looked so much alike that for a time she wondered if she might be a bastard too, but Jon assured her that wasn't the case. As children, Jon and Robb were known for getting into mischief. Once they built a snow mountain above a gate with plans to drop it on someone walking by. Their scheme was discovered by a ranger from the Night's Watch, Mance Rayder, who promised not to tell, and the prank succeeded when they doused poor fat Tom with snow, leading to a playful chase across the yard. Jon admired historical figures from a young age, especially King Daeron I Targaryen, the young dragon, who conquered Dorne at just 14. Jon and Robb often pretended to be legendary knights and heroes during their playfights, taking on roles like Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight or Sir Ryam Redwyne. In one of their games, Jon proudly declared himself Lord of Winterfell, only for Robb to remind him that bastards couldn't inherit titles, a memory that stuck with Jon and stung deeply. In another prank, Jon once covered himself in flour and hid in the crypts, pretending to be a ghost. When Robb brought Sansa, Arya, and little Bran down, Jon leapt out and moaned. Sansa screamed and ran. Bran burst into tears. Arya punched Jon in the arm. And yet, before long, everyone was laughing, including the ones who were scared. Ned Stark once dreamed of re-establishing lords and settlers in the old abandoned holdfast of the New Gift near the Wall. Jon sometimes wondered if, had winter passed quickly enough, his father might have chosen him to govern one of these outposts in his name. It was a small hope, but one that hinted at Jon's longing for purpose, belonging, and recognition, things he was often denied because of his status. Jon Snow carries a signature look of House Stark more than any of his siblings. With a long face, dark brown hair, and grey eyes so deep they almost appear black, he strongly resembles his father, Lord Eddard Stark. His features are so Stark-like, in fact, that Tyrion Lannister once remarked that Jon's mother must have left little of herself in him. Of all the Stark children, it's Arya who looks the most like Jon, while Robb, Sansa, Bran, and Rickon take more after their Tully mother, Catelyn. Physically, Jon has a lean build, moves with a natural grace, and is quick on his feet. He tends to carry himself with a solemn, guarded demeanor, often appearing brooding and serious. This impression, combined with his upbringing in a noble household and early combat training, initially causes some of the lower-born recruits at the Night's Watch to see him as arrogant. Over time, though, Jon becomes more self-aware and humbled by their experiences together, and he chooses to help, train, and mentor his brothers in black, using the knowledge he once took for granted. Jon is deeply observant, a trait that came from growing up as a bastard in a noble house, always aware of the fine line he walked. He's a skilled swordsman and horse rider, having trained from a young age alongside Robb. But despite his abilities, Jon has long struggled with his illegitimacy. He resents the social stigma of being a bastard and yearns to be seen as honorable and worthy, just like his half-brother. As a child, he dreamed of one day leading men into battle, or becoming a great conqueror. Yet, even then, he held a strong conviction. He would never father a bastard of his own. While Ned Stark always acknowledged Jon as his son and raised him at Winterfell with the rest of the family, Jon never truly felt like he belonged. He had close bonds with Robb and Arya, who, like him, felt a little out of place in their own ways. But Catelyn Stark made it clear, Jon was not welcome. Her coldness towards him was no secret, and she especially bristled whenever Jon outshone Robb in training or academics. Though Jon and Theon Greyjoy lived and trained side by side, they were never close. One of the deepest wounds in Jon's life has been not knowing his mother's identity. Lord Eddard never spoke of her, no matter how many times Jon asked. That mystery haunted Jon into his adolescence. In his dreams, he imagined her as a kind and noble woman, beautiful, gentle, and highborn. Being raised in the North, Jon follows the old gods of the First Men and feels no real connection to the faith of the Seven. His belief in the ancient ways is part of what grounds him, offering a quiet strength as he tries to find where he truly belongs in the world. This is all the background we have on Jon Snow before the events of A Game of Thrones, which took place in 298 AC, which currently makes Jon 14 years old. Now, to take a closer look at his character, we'll go through each of his chapters in the book, comparing them to how they were portrayed in the show. Along the way, we'll provide our own analysis discussing what was adapted well and what might have been handled differently. Let's begin. Before we get into Jon 1, let's quickly recap what's happened so far in A Game of Thrones. The book opens with a chilling prologue where 3 rangers of the Night's Watch track a group of wildlings beyond the wall, only to come face to face with the others, revealing that an ancient threat is stirring in the far north. In Bran 1, we shift to Winterfell, where Lord Eddard Stark carries out an execution for a Night's Watch deserter, teaching Bran an important lesson about duty. On the way home, Jon Snow and Robb Stark discover 6 orphan direwolf pups, 1 for each Stark child, including Jon. Meanwhile, in Catelyn 1, Lady Catelyn finds Ned in the Godswood and delivers some heavy news. Lord Jon Arryn, Ned's foster father and Hand of the King, has died. And if that weren't enough, King Robert Baratheon is on his way to Winterfell, bringing his entire family and half the royal court with him. Across the Narrow Sea, Daenerys I introduces us to the exiled princess Daenerys Targaryen, who is preparing to meet Khal Drogo. Her brother, Viserys, is eager to use their marriage as a way to gain a Dothraki army and reclaim the Iron Throne for himself. In Eddard I, King Robert Baratheon arrives at Winterfell with his entourage, bringing big news for Lord Eddard Stark. He asks Ned to become the new Hand of the King, and also suggests that their families unite through marriage, offering a betrothal between Ned's daughter, Sansa, and his own son, Prince Joffrey. With all that setting the stage, it's time to dive into the Jon Snow chapters. Jon 1. There were times, not many, but a few, when Jon Snow was glad he was a bastard. As he filled his wine cup once more from a passing flagon, it struck him that this might be one of them. He settled back in his place on the bench among the younger squires and drank. The sweet, fruity taste of summer wine filled his mouth and brought a smile to his lips. The great hall of Winterfell was hazy with smoke and heavy with the smell of roasted meat and fresh-baked bread. Its grey stone walls were draped with banners, white, gold, crimson, the direwolf of Stark, Baratheon's crowned stag, the Lion of Lannister. A singer was playing the high harp and reciting a ballad, but down at this end of the hall, his voice could scarcely be heard above the roar of the fire, the clangor of pewter plates and cups, and the low mutter of 100 drunken conversations. It was the 4th hour of the welcoming feast laid for the king. Jon's brothers and sisters had been seated with the royal children beneath the raised platform where Lord and Lady Stark hosted the king and queen. In honor of the occasion, his Lord Father would doubtless permit each child a glass of wine, but no more than that. Down here on the benches, there was no one to stop Jon drinking as much as he had a thirst for, and he was finding that he had a man's thirst, to the miraculous delight of the youths around him, who urged him on every time he drained a glass. They were fine company, and Jon relished the stories they were telling, tales of battle and betting and the hunt. He was certain that his companions were more entertaining than the king's offspring. He had sated his curiosity about the visitors when they made their entrance. The procession had passed not a foot from the place he had been given on the bench, and Jon had gotten a good look at them all. His Lord Father had come first, escorting the queen. She was as beautiful as men said. A jeweled tiara gleamed amidst her long golden hair, its emeralds a perfect match for the green of her eyes. His father helped her up the steps to the dais and led her to her seat, but the queen never so much as looked at him. Even at 14, Jon could see through her smile. Next had come King Robert himself, with Lady Stark on his arm. The king was a great disappointment to Jon. His father had talked of him often, the peerless Robert Baratheon, demon of the Trident, the fiercest warrior of the realm, a giant among princes. Jon saw only a fat man, red-faced under his beard, sweating through his silks. He walked like a man half in his cups. After them came the children, little Rickon first, managing the long walk with all the dignity a 3-year-old could muster. Jon had to urge him on when he stopped to visit. Close behind came Robb, in grey wool trimmed with white, the Stark colours. He had the Princess Marcella on his arm. She was a wisp of a girl, not quite 8. Her hair a cascade of golden curls under a jewelled net. Jon noticed the shy looks she gave Robb as they passed between the tables and the timid way she smiled at him. He decided she was insipid. Robb didn't have the sense to realize how stupid she was. He was grinning like a fool. His half-sisters escorted the royal princes. Arya was paired with plump young Tommen, whose white blonde hair was longer than hers. Sansa, 2 years older, drew the crown prince, Joffrey Baratheon. He was 12, younger than Jon or Robb, but taller than either, to Jon's vast dismay. Prince Joffrey had his sister's hair and his mother's deep green eyes. A thick tangle of blonde curls dripped down past his golden choker and high velvet collar. Sansa looked radiant as she walked beside him, but Jon did not like Joffrey's pouty lips, or the bored, disdainful way he looked at Winterfell's great hall. He was more interested in the pair that came behind him, the Queen's brothers, the Lannisters of Castle Rock, the Lion and the Imp. There was no mistaking which was which. Sir Jaime Lannister was twin to Queen Cersei, tall and golden, with flashing green eyes and a smile that cut like a knife. He wore crimson silk, high black boots, a black satin cloak. On the breast of his tunic, the lion of his house was embroidered in gold thread, roaring its defiance. They called him the Lion of Lannister to his face and whispered Kingslayer behind his back. Jon found it hard to look away from him. This is what a king should look like, he thought to himself as the man passed. Then he saw the other one, waddling along, half hidden by his brother's side, Tyrion Lannister, the youngest of Lord Tywin's brood, and by far the ugliest. All that the gods had given to Cersei and Jaime, they had denied Tyrion. He was a dwarf, half his brother's height, struggling to keep pace on his stunted legs. His head was too large for his body, with a brute squashed-in face beneath a swollen shelf of brow. One green eye and one black eye peered out from under a lank fall of hair, so blonde it seemed white. Jon watched him with fascination. The last of the High Lords to enter were his uncle, Benjen Stark of the Night's Watch, and his father's ward, young Theon Greyjoy. Benjen gave Jon a warm smile as he went by. Theon ignored him utterly, but there was nothing new in that. After all had been seated, toasts were made, thanks were given and returned, and then the feasting began. Jon had started drinking then, and he had not stopped. Something rubbed against his leg beneath the table. Jon saw red eyes staring up at him. "Hungry again?" he asked. There was still half a honey chicken in the center of the table. Jon reached out to tear off a leg, then had a better idea. He knifed the bird whole and let the carcass slide to the floor between his legs. Ghost ripped into it in savage silence. His brothers and sisters had not been permitted to bring their wolves to the banquet, but there were more curs than Jon could count at this end of the hall, and no one had said a word about his pup. He told himself he was fortunate in that too. His eyes stung. Jon rubbed at them savagely, cursing the smoke. He swallowed another gulp of wine and watched his direwolf devour the chicken. Dogs moved between the tables, trailing after the serving girls. One of them, a black mongrel with long yellow eyes, caught a scent of the chicken. She stopped and edged under the bench to get a share. Jon watched the confrontation. The bitch growled low in her throat and moved closer. Ghost looked up, silent, and fixed the dog with those hot red eyes. The bitch snapped an angry challenge. She was 3 times the size of the direwolf pup. Ghost did not move. He stood over his prize and opened his mouth, baring his fangs. The bitch tensed, barked again, then thought better of this fight. She turned and slunk away, with one last defiant snap to save her pride. Ghost went back to his meal. Jon grinned and reached under the table to ruffle the shaggy white fur. The direwolf looked up at him, nipped gently at his hand, then went back to eating. "Is this one of the direwolves I've heard so much of?" a familiar voice asked close at hand. Jon looked up happily as his Uncle Ben put a hand on his head and ruffled his hair much as Jon had ruffled his wolves. "Yes," he said. "His name is Ghost." One of the squires interrupted the bawdy story he'd been telling to make room at the table for their lord's brother. Benjen Stark straddled the bench with long legs and took the wine cup out of Jon's hand. "Summer wine," he said after a taste. "Nothing so sweet. How many cups have you had, Jon?" Jon smiled. Ben Stark laughed. "As I feared. Ah well, I believe I was younger than you the first time I got truly and sincerely drunk." He snagged a roasted onion, dripping brown with gravy, from a nearby trencher and bit into it. It crunched. His uncle was sharp-featured and gaunt as a mountain crag, but there was always a hint of laughter in his blue-grey eyes. He dressed in black, as befitted a man of the Night's Watch. Tonight it was rich black velvet, with high leather boots and a wide belt with a silver buckle. A heavy silver chain was looped around his neck. Benjen watched Ghost with amusement as he ate his onion. "A very quiet wolf," he observed. "He's not like the others," Jon said. "He never makes a sound. That's why I named him Ghost. That, and because he's white. The others are all dark, grey, or black. There are still direwolves beyond the wall. We hear them on our rangings." Benjen Stark gave Jon a long look. "Don't you usually eat at table with your brothers?" "Most times," Jon answered in a flat voice. But tonight Lady Stark thought it might give insult to the royal family to seat a bastard among them. "I see." His uncle glanced over his shoulder at the raised table at the far end of the hall. "My brother does not seem very festive tonight." Jon had noticed that too. A bastard had to learn to notice things, to read the truth that people hid behind their eyes. His father was observing all the courtesies, but there was tightness in him that Jon had seldom seen before. He said little, looking out over the hall with hooded eyes, seeing nothing. 2 seats away, the king had been drinking heavily all night. His broad face was flushed behind his great black beard. He made many a toast, laughed loudly at every jest, and attacked each dish like a starving man. But beside him, the queen seemed as cold as an ice sculpture. "The queen is angry too," Jon told his uncle in a low, quiet voice. Father took the king down to the crypts this afternoon. The queen didn't want him to go. Benjen gave Jon a careful measuring look. You don't miss much, do you, Jon? We could use a man like you on the wall. Jon swelled with pride. Robb is a stronger lance than I am, but I'm a better sword, and Hullen says I sit a horse as well as anyone in the castle. Notable achievements. Take me with you when you go back to the wall, Jon said in a sudden rush. Father will give me leave to go if you ask him. I know he will. Uncle Benjen studied his face carefully. The wall is a hard place for a boy, Jon. I am almost a man, grown, Jon protested. I will turn 15 on my next name day, and Maester Luwin says bastards grow up faster than other children. That's true enough, Benjen said with a downward twist of his mouth. He took Jon's cup from the table, filled it fresh from a nearby pitcher, and drank down a long swallow. Daeron Targaryen was only 14 when he conquered Dorne, Jon said. The young dragon was one of his heroes. A conquest that lasted a summer, his uncle pointed out. Your boy king lost 10,000 men taking the place, and another 50 trying to hold it. Someone should have told him that war isn't a game. He took another sip of wine. Also, he said, wiping his mouth, Daeron Targaryen was only 18 when he died. Or have you forgotten that part? I forget nothing, Jon boasted. The wine was making him bold. He tried to sit very straight to make himself seem taller. I want to serve in the Night's Watch, uncle. He had thought on it long and hard, lying abed at night while his brothers slept around him. Robb would someday inherit Winterfell, would command great armies as the Warden of the North. Bran and Rickon would be Robb's bannermen and rule Holdfast in his name. His sisters Arya and Sansa would marry the heirs of other great houses and go south as mistresses of castles of their own. But what place could a bastard hope to earn? You don't know what you're asking, Jon. The Night's Watch is a sworn brotherhood. We have no families. None of us will ever father sons. Our wife is duty. Our mistress is honor. A bastard can have honor too, Jon said. I am ready to swear your oath. You are a boy of 14, Benjen said. Not a man, not yet. Until you have known a woman, you cannot understand what you would be giving up. I don't care about that, Jon said hotly. You might if you knew what it meant, Benjen said. If you knew what the oath would cost you, you might be less eager to pay the price, son. Jon felt anger rise inside him. I am not your son. Benjen Stark stood up. More's the pity. He put a hand on Jon's shoulder. Come back to me after you fathered a few bastards of your own, and we'll see how you feel. Jon trembled. I will never father a bastard, he said carefully. Never. He spat it out like venom. Suddenly he realized that the table had fallen silent, and they were all looking at him. He felt the tears begin to well behind his eyes. He pushed himself to his feet. I must be excused, he said, with the last of his dignity. He whirled and bolted before they could see him cry. He must have drunk more wine than he had realized. His feet got tangled under him as he tried to leave, and he lurched sideways into a serving girl and sent a flagon of spiced wine crashing to the floor. Laughter boomed all around him, and Jon felt hot tears on his cheeks. Someone tried to steady him. He wrenched free of their grip and ran, half blind, for the door. Ghost followed close at his heels, out into the night. The yard was quiet and empty. A lone sentry stood high on the battlements of the inner wall, his cloak pulled tight around him against the cold. He looked bored and miserable as he huddled there alone, but Jon would have traded places with him in an instant. Otherwise, the castle was dark and deserted. Jon had seen an abandoned holdfast once, a drear place where nothing moved but the wind, and the stones kept silent about whatever people had lived there. Winterfell reminded him of that tonight. The sounds of music and song spilled through the open windows behind him. They were the last things Jon wanted to hear. He wiped away his tears on the sleeve of his shirt, furious that he had let them fall, and turned to go. Boy, a voice called out to him. Jon turned. Tyrion Lannister was sitting on the ledge above the door to the great hall, looking for all the world like a gargoyle. The dwarf grinned down at him. Is that animal a wolf? A direwolf, Jon said. His name is Ghost. He stared up at the little man, his disappointment suddenly forgotten. What are you doing up there? Why aren't you at the feast? Too hot, too noisy, and I drank too much wine, the dwarf told him. I learnt long ago that it's considered rude to vomit on your brother. Might I have a closer look at your wolf? Jon hesitated, then nodded slowly. Can you climb down, or shall I bring a ladder? Oh, bleed that, the little man said. He pushed himself off the ledge into empty air. Jon gasped, then watched with awe as Tyrion Lannister spun around in a tight bowl, landed lightly on his hands, then vaulted backwards onto his legs. Ghost backed away from him uncertainly. The dwarf dusted himself off and laughed. I believe I frightened your wolf. My apologies. He's not scared, Jon said. He knelt and called out, Ghost, come here. Come on, that's it. The wolf pup paddled closer and nuzzled at Jon's face, but he kept a wary eye on Tyrion Lannister. And when the dwarf reached out to pet him, he drew back and bared his fangs, in a silent snarl. Shy, isn't he? Lannister observed. Sit, Ghost, Jon commanded. That's it, keep still. He looked up at the dwarf. You can touch him now, he won't move until I tell him to. I've been training him. I see, Lannister said. He ruffled the snow-white fur between Ghost's ears and said, Nice wolf. If I wasn't here, he'd tear out your throat, Jon said. It wasn't actually true yet, but it would be. In that case, you had best stay close, the dwarf said. He cocked his oversized head to one side and looked Jon over with his mismatched eyes. I am Tyrion Lannister. I know, Jon said. He rose, standing. He was taller than the dwarf. It made him feel strange. You're Ned Stark's bastard, aren't you? Jon felt a coldness pass right through him. He pressed his lips together and said nothing. Did I offend you? Lannister said. Sorry, dwarfs don't have to be tactful. Generations of capering fools in motley have won me the right to dress badly and say any damn thing that comes into my head, he grinned. You are the bastard, though. Lord Eddard Stark is my father, Jon admitted stiffly. Lannister studied his face. Yes, he said. I can see it. You have more of the North in you than your brothers. Half-brothers, Jon corrected. He was pleased by the dwarf's comment, but he tried not to let it show. Let me give you some counsel, bastard, Lannister said. Never forget what you are, for surely the world will not. Make it your strength, then it can never be your weakness. Armor yourself in it, and it will never be used to hurt you. Jon was in no mood for anyone's counsel. What do you know about being a bastard? All dwarfs are bastards in their father's eyes. You are your mother's true-born son of Lannister. Am I? The dwarf replied, sardonic. Do tell my lord father. My mother died birthing me, and he's never been sure. I don't even know who my mother was, Jon said. Some woman, no doubt. Most of them are. He favored Jon with a rueful grin. Remember this, boy. All dwarfs may be bastards, yet not all bastards need be dwarfs. And with that, he turned and sauntered back into the feast, whistling a tune. When he opened the door, the light from within threw his shadow clear across the yard, and for just a moment, Tyrion Lannister stood tall as a king. So, in Jon's first chapter, the book gives us this really rich internal look at his place in Winterfell. He's at the royal feast, technically allowed to attend, but stuck at the end of the hall with the squires, watching the lords and ladies from a distance. He's drinking wine, soaking in the tension of the court, and feeling that mix of pride and pain that comes with being a bastard. It's also where he meets Tyrion, and they have the first really important conversation about owning your identity. Never forget what you are, Tyrion tells him. Now, in the show, this whole scene is restructured. Jon doesn't go to the feast at all. Instead, we find him out in the courtyard practicing his swordsmanship, literally watching the party through the windows. That's a big change. They've externalized his outsider status, making it visual. And instead of meeting Tyrion at the feast, they talk outside by the kennels. The dialogue's pretty close, but the context is different. We don't get Jon's observation of Robert or Jaime, and we don't get that internal narrative of how he's feeling in the moment. The show tells us he's isolated. The book makes us feel it. And that's it for Jon 1. Before we get into Jon 2, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Catelyn 2, a secret letter from her sister convinces Catelyn to push Ned to head to King's Landing and take up the post of the Hand of the King. Arya 1 sees Arya skipping out on her needlework to watch the boys spar with swords in the yard. Things take a dramatic turn in Bran 2, where Bran, while climbing the towers at Winterfell, catches Jaime and Cersei Lannister in a compromising position and overhears them plotting, which leads to Jaime pushing him out the window when he's spotted. Lastly, in Tyrion 1, Tyrion links up with his nephew Joffrey, making sure he shows some respect to the Starks before he joins his siblings at breakfast to relay that Bran might survive. Let's continue. Jon 2. Jon climbed the steps slowly, trying not to think that this might be the last time ever. Ghost padded silently beside him. Outside, snow swirled through the castle gates and the yard was all noise and chaos. But inside the thick stone walls, it was still warm and quiet. Too quiet for Jon's life. She had been there day and night for close on a fortnight. Not for a moment had she left Bran's side. She had her meals brought to her there, and chamber pots as well, and a small hard bed to sleep on, though it was said she had scarcely slept at all. She fed him herself, the honey and water and herb mixture that sustained life. Not once did she leave the room. So Jon had stayed away, but now there was no more time. He stood in the door for a moment, afraid to speak, afraid to come closer. The window was open. Below, a wolf howled. Ghost heard and lifted his head. Lady Stark looked over. For a moment, she did not seem to recognize him. Finally, she blinked. "What are you doing here?" she asked, in a voice strangely flat and emotionless. "I came to see Bran," Jon said. "To say goodbye." Her face did not change. Her long auburn hair was dull and tangled. She looked as though she had aged 20 years. "You've said it. Now go away." Part of him wanted only to flee, but he knew that if he did that, he might never see Bran again. He took a nervous step into the room. "Please," he said. Something cold moved in her eyes. "I told you to leave," she said. "We don't want you here." Once that would have sent him running. Once that might have even made him cry. Now it only made him angry. He would be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch soon, and face worse dangers than Catelyn Tully Stark. "He's my brother," he said. "Shall I call the guards?" "Call them," Jon said defiant. "You can't stop me from seeing him." He crossed the room, keeping the bed between them, and looked down on Bran where he lay. She was holding one of his hands. It looked like a claw. This was not the Bran he remembered. The flesh had all gone from him. His skin stretched tight over bones like sticks. Under the blanket, his legs bent in ways that made Jon sick. His eyes were sunken deep into black pits. Open, but they saw nothing. The fall had shrunken him somehow. He looked half a leaf, as if the first strong wind would carry him off to his grave. Yet under the frail cage of those shattered ribs, his chest rose and fell with each shallow breath. "Bran," he said, "I'm sorry I didn't come before. I was afraid." He could feel the tears rolling down his cheeks. Jon no longer cared. "Don't die, Bran, please. We're all waiting for you to wake up. Me and Robb and the girls. Everyone." Lady Stark was watching. She had not raised a cry. Jon took that for acceptance. Outside the window, the direwolf howled again. The wolf that Bran had not time to name. "I have to go now," Jon said. "Uncle Benjen is waiting. I'm to go north to the wall. We have to leave today, before the snows come." He remembered how excited Bran had been at the prospect of the journey. It was more than he could bear, the thought of leaving him behind like this. Jon brushed away his tears, leaned over, and kissed his brother lightly on the lips. "I wanted him to stay here with me," Lady Stark said softly. Jon watched her, wary. She was not even looking at him. She was talking to him, but for a part of her, it was as though he were not even in the room. "I prayed for it," she said dully. "He was my special boy. I went to the Sept and prayed 7 times to the 7 faces of God that Ned would change his mind and leave him here with me. Sometimes prayers are answered." Jon did not know what to say. "It wasn't your fault," he managed after an awkward silence. Her eyes found him. They were full of poison. "I need none of your absolution, bastard." Jon lowered his eyes. She was cradling one of Bran's hands. He took the other, squeezed it. Fingers like the bones of birds. "Goodbye," he said. He was at the door when she called out to him. "Jon," she said. He should have kept going. but she had never called him by his name before. He turned to find her looking at his face, as if she was seeing it for the first time. "Yes," he said. "It should have been you," she told him. Then she turned back to Bran and began to weep, her whole body shaking with the sobs. Jon had never seen her cry before. It was a long walk down to the yard. Outside, everything was noise and confusion. Wagons were being loaded, men were shouting, horses were being harnessed and saddled and led from the stables. A light snow had begun to fall, and everyone was in an uproar to be off. Robb was in the middle of it, shouting commands with the best of them. He seemed to have grown of late, as if Bran's fall and his mother's collapse had somehow made him stronger. Greywind was at his side. "Uncle Benjen is looking for you," he told Jon. "He wanted to be gone an hour ago." "I know," Jon said. "Soon." He looked around at all the noise and confusion. "Leaving is harder than I thought." "For me too," Robb said. He had snow in his hair, melting from the heat of his body. "Did you see him?" Jon nodded, not trusting himself to speak. "He's not going to die," Robb said. "I know it." "You Starks are hard to kill," Jon agreed. His voice was flat and tired. The blizzard had taken all the strength from him. Robb knew something was wrong. "My mother. She was very kind," Jon told him. Robb looked relieved. "Good," he smiled. "The next time I see you, you'll be all in black." Jon forced himself to smile back. "It was always my color. How long do you think it will be?" "Soon enough," Robb promised. He pulled Jon to him and embraced him fiercely. "Farewell, Snow." Jon hugged him back. "And you, Stark. Take care of Bran." "I will." They broke apart and looked at each other awkwardly. "Uncle Benjen said to send you to the stables if I saw you," Robb finally said. "I have one more farewell to make," Jon told him. "Then I haven't seen you," Robb replied. Jon left him standing there in the snow, surrounded by wagons and wolves and horses. It was a short walk to the armory. He picked up his package and took the covered bridge across to the keep. Arya was in her room, packing a polished ironwood chest that was bigger than she was. Nymeria was helping. Arya would only have to point and the wolf would bound across the room, snatch up some wisp of silk in her jaws and fetch it back. But when she smelled ghost, she sat down on her haunches and yelped at them. Arya glanced behind her, saw Jon, and jumped to her feet. She threw her skinny arms tight around his neck. "I was afraid you were gone," she said, her breath catching in her throat. "They wouldn't let me out to say goodbye." "What did you do now?" Jon was amused. Arya disentangled herself from him and made a face. "Nothing. I was all packed and everything." She gestured at the huge chest, no more than a third full, and at the clothes that were scattered all over the room. "Septim Ordain says I have to do it all over. My things weren't properly folded," she says. "A proper Southern lady doesn't just throw her clothes inside her chest like old rags," she says. "Is that what you did, little sister?" "Well, they're going to get all messed up anyway," she said. "Who cares how they're folded?" "Septim Ordain," Jon told her. I don't think she'd like Nymeria helping either. The she-wolf regarded him silently with dark golden eyes. "It's just as well. I have something for you to take with you, and it has to be packed very carefully." Her face lit up. "A present?" "You could call it that." "Close the door." Wary but excited, Arya checked the hole. "Nymeria, here, guard." She left the wolf out there to warn off intruders and closed the door. By then, Jon had pulled off the rags he'd wrapped it in. He held it out to her. Arya's eyes went wide. Dark eyes, like his. "A sword," she said in a small, hushed breath. The scabbard was soft, grey leather, supple as sin. Jon drew out the blade slowly, so she could see the deep blue sheen of the steel. "This is no toy," he told her. "Be careful you don't cut yourself. The edges are sharp enough to shave with." "Girls don't shave," Arya said. "Maybe they should. Have you ever seen the scepter's legs?" She giggled at him. "It's so skinny." "So are you," Jon told her. "I had Mikken make this special. The Bravos use swords like this in Pentos and Mia and the other free cities. It won't hack a man's head off, but it can poke him full of holes, if you're fast enough." "I can be fast," Arya said. "You'll have to work at it every day." He put the sword in her hands, showed her how to hold it, and stepped back. "How does it feel? Do you like the balance?" "I think so," Arya said. "First lesson," Jon said. Stick them with the pointy end. Arya gave him a whap on the arm with the flat of her blade. The blow stung, but Jon found himself grinning like an idiot. I know which end to use, Arya said. A doubtful look crossed her face. Septim Ordain will take it away from me. Not if she doesn't know you have it, Jon said. Who will I practice with? You'll find someone, Jon promised her. King's Landing is a true city, 1,000 times the size of Winterfell. Until you find a partner, watch how they fight in a yard. Run and ride, make yourself strong, and whatever you do, Arya knew what was coming next. They said it together. Don't tell Sansa. Jon messed up her hair. I will miss you, little sister. Suddenly, she looked like she was going to cry. I wish you were coming with us. Different roads sometimes lead to the same castle. Who knows? He was feeling better now. He was not going to let himself be sad. I better go. I'll spend my first year on the wall emptying chamber pots if I keep Uncle Ben waiting any longer. Arya ran to him for a last hug. Put down the sword first, Jon warned her, laughing. She set it aside almost shyly and showered him with kisses. When he turned back at the door, she was holding it again, trying it for balance. I almost forgot, he told her. All the best swords have names. Like ice, she said. She looked at her blade in her hand. Does this have a name? Oh, tell me. Can't you guess? Jon teased. Your very favorite thing. Arya seemed puzzled at first. Then it came to her. She was that quick. They said it together. Needle. The memory of her laughter warmed him on the long ride north. This chapter's heavy with emotion. Jon goes to say goodbye to Bran, who's still unconscious from the fall. And that's where Catelyn absolutely cuts him to pieces. In the book, she looks him dead in the eye and says it should have been you. It's one of the most brutal lines in the entire book, and it really drives home how hated and unwanted Jon feels in that household. The show keeps this moment, but they tone it down. Catelyn still tells him to leave, but that line, it should have been you, is gone. It's a softer version of a very harsh scene, probably to keep her a little more sympathetic on screen. But the biggest addition is Jon's farewell with Ned. In the book, there's no real goodbye. Ned just leaves. But on the show, they get this emotional moment where Ned tells Jon, the next time we see each other, I'll tell you about your mother. That line doesn't exist in the book at all. But wow, it adds a ton of weight, especially knowing they'll never meet again. Jon's goodbye with Arya, gifting her the sword needle, is very similar in both versions though. It's a sweet scene in both, but the TV adaptation plays it pretty much word for word from the book, complete with the stick them with the pointy end joke. So the show trades some of the book's cold realism for emotional payoff, and honestly, both versions work, but they hit very differently. That's it for Jon 2. Before we get into Jon 3, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Daenerys 2, the wedding of Drogo and Daenerys Targaryen in Pentos goes on all day, and at night, Drogo takes Daenerys for a long ride and they share an intimate moment. In Eddard 2, Ned and King Robert talk about the potential danger of Daenerys Targaryen's marriage and what it could mean for the realm. Their conversation also drifts to the past, revisiting the events of the sack of King's Landing and the choices that were made in the aftermath of Robert's Rebellion. In Tyrion 2, as they head north, Tyrion and Jon Snow have a heated debate about what life really is like on the wall. Then in Catelyn 3, Catelyn's distress over Bran's fall takes a sharp turn when an assassin tries to finish the job. She manages to delay the killer just long enough for Bran's direwolf to leap in and save the day. This convinces Catelyn that Bran didn't just fall, he was pushed. Over in Sansa 1, after a bit of exploring the camp, Sansa Stark goes riding with her fiancé, Prince Joffrey. Their ride takes a dark turn near the Ruby Ford when they encounter Arya and a butcher's boy play fighting. Joffrey starts harassing the boy, which leads to Arya striking back at him. In Eddard 3, Arya and Joffrey each give King Robert completely different versions of what happened during their fight near the Trident. When Sansa, caught in the middle, claims she doesn't remember, Queen Cersei seizes the moment to demand punishment. With Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, already gone, Lady is chosen as a replacement, and sadly, Ned is forced to carry out the sentence himself. In Bran 3, Bran is deep in a coma, dreaming about falling and a crow teaching him to fly, until he wakes up to find himself crippled, but ready to name his direwolf Summer. Moving on to Catelyn 4, Catelyn and Sir Roderick make it to King's Landing by ship, where they sneak into a secret meeting with Peter Baelish and Varys. There, Catelyn learns that the knife used in the attempt of Bran's life belonged to Tyrion Lannister. Let's continue. Jon 3. The courtyard rang to the Song of Swords. Under black wool, boiled leather, and mail, sweat trickled icily down Jon's chest as he pressed the attack. Grenn stumbled backwards, defending himself clumsily. When he raised his sword, Jon went underneath it with a sweeping blow that crunched against the back of the other boy's leg and sent him staggering. Grenn's downcut was answered by an overhead that dented his helm. When he tried a side swing, Jon swept aside his blade and slammed a mailed forearm into his chest. Grenn lost his footing and sat down hard in the snow. Jon knocked his sword from his fingers with a slash to his wrist that brought a cry of pain. Enough! Sir Alliser Thorne had a voice with an edge like Valyrian steel. Grenn cradled his hand. The bastard broke my wrist! The bastard hamstrung you, opened your empty skull, and cut off your hand. Or would have, if these blades had an edge. It's fortunate for you that the watch needs stable boys as well as rangers. Sir Alliser gestured at Jaren and Toad. Get the Arach on his feet. He has funeral arrangements to make. Jon took off his helm as the other boys were pulling Grenn to his feet. The frosty morning air felt good on his face. He leaned on his sword, drew a deep breath, and allowed himself a moment to savor the victory. That is a long sword, not an old man's cane, Sir Alliser said sharply. Are your legs hurting, Lord Snow? Jon hated that name, a mockery that Sir Alliser had hung on him the first day he came to practice. The boys had picked it up, and now he heard it everywhere. He slid the longsword back into its scabbard. No, he replied. Thorne strode toward him, crisp black letters whispering faintly as he moved. He was a compact man of 50 years, spare and hard, with grey in his black hair and eyes like chips of onyx. The truth now, he commanded. I'm tired, Jon admitted. His arms burned with the weight of the longsword, and he was starting to feel his bruises now that the fight was done. What you are is weak. I won! No, the Orchers lost. One of the other boys sniggered. Jon knew better than to reply. He had beaten everyone that Sir Alliser had sent against him, yet it gained him nothing. The Master-at-Arms served up only derision. Thorne hated him, Jon had decided. Of course, he hated the other boys even worse. That will be all, Thorne told them. I can only stomach so much ineptitude in any one day. If the others ever come for us, I pray they have archers, because you lot are nothing more than arrow fodder. Jon followed the rest back to the armory, walking alone. He often walked alone here. There were almost 20 in the group he trained with, yet not one he could call a friend. Most were 2 or 3 years his senior, yet not one was half the fighter Robb had been at 14. Darion was quick, but afraid of being hit. Pip used his sword like a dagger. Jaren was weak as a girl, Grenn slow and clumsy. Holder's blows were brutally hard, but he ran right into your attacks. The more time he spent with them, the more Jon despised them. Inside, Jon hung sword and scabbard from a hook in the stone wall, ignoring the others around him. Methodically, he began to strip off his mail, leather, and sweat-soaked woolens. Chunks of coal burned in iron braziers at either end of the long room. But Jon found himself shivering. The chill was always with him here. In a few years, he would forget what it felt like to be warm. The weariness came on him suddenly, as he donned the rough-spun blacks that were their everyday wear. He sat on a bench, his fingers fumbling with the fastenings of his cloak. So cold, he thought, remembering the warm halls of Winterfell, where the hot waters ran through the walls like blood through a man's body. There was scant warmth to be found in Castle Black. The walls were cold here, and the people colder. No one had told him the Night's Watch would be like this. No one except Tyrion Lannister. The dwarf had given him the truth on the road north, but by then it had been too late. Jon wondered if his father had known what the war would be like. He must have, he thought. That only made it hurt the worse. Even his uncle had abandoned him in this cold place at the end of the world. Up here, the genial Benjamin Stark he had known became a different person. He was First Ranger, and he spent his days and nights with Lord Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon and the other high officers, while Jon was given over to the less than tender charge of Sir Alliser Thorne. 3 days after their arrival, Jon had heard that Benjamin Stark was to lead a half-dozen men on a ranging into the haunted forest. That night, he sought out his uncle in the great timbered common hall and pleaded to go with him. Benjamin refused him curtly. "This is not Winterfell," he told him as he cut his meat with fork and dagger. "On the wall, a man gets only what he earns. You're no ranger, Jon, only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you." Stupidly, Jon argued. "I'll be 15 on my name day," he said, almost a man grown. Benjamin Stark frowned. "A boy you are, and a boy you remain until Sir Alliser says you are fit to be a man of the Night's Watch. If you thought your Stark blood would win you easy favors, you were wrong. We put aside our old families when we swear our vows. Your father will always have a place in my heart, but these are my brothers now." He gestured with his dagger at the men around them, all the hard, cold men in black. Jon rose at dawn the next day to watch his uncle leave. One of his rangers, a big, ugly man, sang a bawdy song as he saddled his garum, his breath steaming in the cold morning air. Ben Stark smiled at that, but he had no smile for his nephew. "How often must I tell you no, Jon? We'll speak when I return." As he watched his uncle lead his horse into the tunnel, Jon had remembered the things that Tyrion Lannister told him on the King's Road, and in his mind's eye, he saw Ben Stark lying dead, his blood red on the snow. The thought made him sick. What was he becoming? Afterward, he sought out Ghost in the loneliness of his cell and buried his face in his thick white fur. If he must be alone, he would make solitude his armor. Castle Black had no godswood, only a small sept and a drunken septon, but Jon could not find it in him to pray to any gods, old or new. If they were real, he thought, they were as cruel and implacable as winter. He missed his true brothers, little Rickon, bright eyes shining as he begged for a sweet; Robb, his rival and best friend and constant companion; Bran, stubborn and curious, always wanting to follow and join in whatever Jon and Robb were doing. He missed the girls too, even Sansa, who never called him anything but my half-brother, since she was old enough to understand what bastard meant. And Arya, he missed her even more than Robb. Skinny little thing that she was, all scraped knees and tangled hair and torn clothes, so fierce and willful. Arya never seemed to fit, no more than he had, yet she could always make Jon smile. He would give anything to be with her now, to muss up her hair once more and watch her make a face, to hear her finish a sentence with him. "You broke my wrist, bastard boy!" Jon lifted his eyes at the sullen voice. Gren loomed over him, thick of neck and red of face, with 3 of his friends behind him. He knew Todder, a short ugly boy with an unpleasant voice. The recruits all called him Toad. The other 2 were the ones Yoren had brought north with them, Jon remembered, rapers taken down in the fingers. He'd forgotten their names. He hardly ever spoke to them, if he could help it. They were brutes and bullies without a thimble of honor between them. Jon stood up. "I'll break the other one for you, if you ask nicely." Gren was 16 and a head taller than Jon. All 4 of them were bigger than he was, but they did not scare him. He'd beaten every one of them in the yard. "Maybe we'll break you," one of the rapers said. "Try." Jon reached back for his sword, but one of them grabbed his arm and twisted it behind his back. "You make us look bad," complained Toad. "You looked bad before I ever met you," Jon told him. The boy who had his arm jerked upward on him, hard. Pain lanced through him, but Jon would not cry out. Toad stepped closer. "The little lordling has a mouth on him," he said. He had pig eyes, small and shiny. "Is that your mummy's mouth, bastard? What was she, some whore? Tell us her name. Maybe I had her a time or two," he laughed. Jon twisted like an eel and slammed a heel down across the instep of the boy holding him. There was a sudden cry of pain, and he was free. He flew at Toad, knocked him backward over a bench, and landed on his chest with both hands on his throat, slamming his head against the packed earth. The 2 from the fingers pulled him off, throwing him roughly to the ground. Gren began to kick at him. Jon was rolling away from the blows when a booming voice cut through the gloom of the armory. "Stop this now!" Jon pulled himself to his feet. Daniil Yuminov stood, glowering at them. "The yard is for fighting," the armorer said. "Keep your quarrels out of my armory, or I'll make them my quarrels. You won't like that." Toad sat on the floor, gingerly feeling the back of his head. His fingers came away bloody. "He tried to kill me." "It's true. I saw it," one of the rapers put in. "He broke my wrist," Gren said again, holding it out to Noi for inspection. The armorer gave the offered wrist the briefest of glances. "A bruise, perhaps a sprain. Master Aemon will give you a salve. Go with him. Todda, that head wants looking after. The rest of you, return to your cells. Not you, Snow. You stay." Jon sat heavily on the long wooden bench as the others left, oblivious to the looks they gave him, the silent promises of future retribution. His arm was throbbing. "The Watch has need of every man it can get," Daniil Yuminov said when they were gone. "Even men like Toad. You won't win any honors killing him." Jon's angered flared. "He said my mother was a whore." "I heard him. What of it?" "Lord Eddard Stark was not a man to sleep with whores," Jon said icily. "His honor did not prevent him from fathering a bastard, did it?" Jon was cold with rage. "Can I go?" "You can go when I tell you to go." Jon stared sullenly at the smoke rising from the brazier until Noi took him under the chin, thick fingers twisting his head around. "Look at me when I'm talking to you, boy." Jon looked. The armorer had a chest like a keg of ale and a gut to match. His nose was flat and broad, and he always seemed in need of a shave. The left sleeve of his black wool tunic was fastened at the shoulder with a silver pin in the shape of a longsword. "Words won't make your mother a whore. She was what she was, and nothing Toad says can change that. You know we have men on the wall whose mothers were whores." "Not my mother," Jon thought stubbornly. He knew nothing of his mother. Eddard Stark would not talk of her. Yet he dreamed of her at times, so often that he could almost see her face. In his dreams, she was beautiful and highborn, and her eyes were kind. "You think you had it hard, being a High Lord's bastard," the armorer went on. "That boy, Jaren, is a Septon's get, and Cotter Pike is the base-born son of a tavern wench. Now he commands Eastwatch by the sea." "I don't care," Jon said. "I don't care about them, and I don't care about you, or Thorne, or Benjen Stark, or any of it. I hate it here. It's cold." "Yes, cold and hard and mean. That's the wall, and the men who walk it. Not like the stories your wet nurse told you. Well, piss on the stories and piss on your wet nurse. This is the way it is, and you're here for life, same as the rest of us." "Life," Jon repeated bitterly. The armorer could talk about life. He'd had one. He'd only taken the black after he lost an arm at the siege of Storm's End. Before that, he'd smithed for Stannis Baratheon, the king's brother. He'd seen the 7 kingdoms from one end to the other. He'd feasted and wenched and fought in 100 battles. They said it was Daniil Yuminov who forged King Robert's warhammer, the one that crushed the life from Rhaegar Targaryen on the Trident. He'd done all the things that Jon would never do. And then when he was old, well past 30, he'd taken a glancing blow from an axe, and the wound had festered until the whole arm had to come off. Only then, crippled, had Daniil Yuminov come to the wall, when his life was all but over. "Yes, life," Yuminov said. "A long life or a short one. It's up to you, Snow. The road you're walking, one of your brothers will slit your throat for you one night." "They're not my brothers," Jon snapped. "They hate me because I'm better than they are." "No, they hate you because you act like you're better than they are. They look at you and see a castle-bred bastard who thinks he's a lordling." The armorer leaned close. "You're no lordling. Remember that. You're a Snow, not a Stark. You're a bastard and a bully." "A bully?" Jon almost choked on the word. The accusation was so unjust it took his breath away. "They were the ones who came after me. 4 of them." "4 that you've humiliated in the yard. 4 who are probably afraid of you. I've watched you fight. It's not training with you. Put a good edge on your sword and they'd be dead meat. You know it. I know it. They know it. You leave them nothing. You shame them. Does that make you proud?" Jon hesitated. He did feel proud when he won. Why shouldn't he? But the armorer was taking that away too. making it sound as if he were doing something wrong. "They're all older than me," he said defensively. "Older and bigger and stronger. That's the truth. I'll wager your master-at-arms taught you how to fight bigger men at Winterfell, though." "Who was he? Some old knight?" "Sir Roderick Castle?" Jon said warily. There was a trap here. He felt it, closing around him. Donald Noy leaned forward into Jon's face. "Now think on this, boy. None of these others have ever had a master-at-arms until Sir Alliser. Their fathers were farmers and wagon men and poachers, smiths and miners, and oars on a trading galley. What they know of fighting they learnt between decks in the alleys of Old Town and Lannisport, in wayside brothels and taverns on the King's Road. They may have clacked a few sticks together before they came here, but I promise you, not 1 in 20 was ever rich enough to own a real sword." His look was grim. "So how do you like the taste of your victories now, Lord Snow?" "Don't call me that," Jon said sharply, but the force had gone out of his anger. Suddenly, he felt ashamed and guilty. I didn't think." "Best you start thinking," Noy warned him. "That, or you sleep with a dagger by your bed. Now go." By the time Jon left the armory, it was almost midday. The sun had broken through the clouds. He turned his back on it and lifted his eyes to the wall, blazing blue and crystalline in the sunlight. Even after all these weeks, the sight of it still gave him the shivers. Centuries of wind-blown dirt had poked and scored it, covering it like a film, and it often seemed a pale grey, the colour of an overcast sky. But when the sun caught it fair on a bright day, it shone, alive with light, a colossal blue-white cliff that filled up half the sky. The largest structure ever built by the hands of man, Benjen Stark had told Jon on the King's Road when they had first caught sight of the wall in the distance. "And beyond a doubt, the most useless," Tyrion Lannister had added with a grin. But even the imp grew silent as they rode closer. You could see it from miles off, a pale blue line across the northern horizon, stretching away to the east and west and vanishing in the far distance, immense and unbroken. This is the end of the world, it seemed to say. When they finally spied Castle Black, its timbered keeps and stone towers looked nothing more like a handful of toy blocks scattered on the snow beneath the vast wall of ice. The ancient stronghold of the Black Brothers was no Winterfell, no true castle at all. Lacking walls, it could not be defended, not from the south or east or west. But it was only the north that concerned the Night's Watch, and to the north loomed the wall. Almost 700 feet high it stood, 3 times the height of the tallest tower in the stronghold it sheltered. His uncle said the top was wide enough for a dozen armored knights to ride abreast. The gaunt outlines of huge catapults and monstrous wooden cranes stood sentry up there, like the skeletons of great birds, and among them walked men in black as small as ants. As he stood outside the armory looking up, Jon felt almost as overwhelmed as he had the day on the King's Road, when he'd seen it for the first time. The wall was like that. Sometimes he could almost forget that it was there, the way you forgot about the sky or the earth underfoot. But there were other times when it seemed as if there was nothing else in the world. It was older than the 7 kingdoms, and when he stood beneath it and looked up, it made Jon dizzy. He could feel the great weight of that ice pressing down on him, as if it were about to topple, and somehow Jon knew if it fell, the world fell with it. "Makes you wonder what lies beyond," a familiar voice said. Jon looked around. "Lannister, I didn't see. I thought I was alone." Tyrion Lannister was bundled in furs so thickly, he looked like a very small bear. "There's much to be said for taking people unawares. You never know what you might learn." "You won't learn anything from me," Jon told him. He had seen little of the dwarf since their journey ended. As the Queen's own brother, Tyrion Lannister had been an honoured guest of the Night's Watch. The Lord Commander had given him rooms in the King's Tower, so cold though no king had visited it for 100 years. And Lannister dined at Mormont's own table and spent his days riding the wall and his knights, dicing and drinking with Sir Alliser and Bowen Marsh and the other high officers. "Oh, I learn things everywhere I go." The little man gestured up at the wall with a gnarled black walking stick. As I was saying, why is it that when one man builds a wall, the next man immediately needs to know what's on the other side? He cocked his head and looked at Jon with curious, mismatched eyes. You do want to know what's on the other side, don't you? It's nothing special, Jon said. He wanted to ride with Benjen Stark on his rangings, deep into the mysteries of the haunted forest, wanted to fight Mance Rayder's wildlings and ward the realm against the others. But it was better not to speak of the things you wanted. The rangers say it's just woods and mountains and frozen lakes with lots of snow and ice. And the Grumpkins and the Snarks, Tyrion said. Let us not forget them, Lord Snow, or else what's that big thing for? Don't call me Lord Snow. The dwarf lifted an eyebrow. Would you rather be called the Imp? Let them see that their words can cut you, and you'll never be free of the mockery. If they want to give you a name, take it. Make it your own. Then they can't hurt you with it anymore. He gestured with his stick. Come with me. They'll be serving some vile stew in the common hall by now, and I could do with a bowl of something hot. Jon was hungry too, so he fell in beside Lannister and slowed his pace to match the dwarf's awkward waddling steps. The wind was rising, and they could hear the old wooden buildings creaking around them, and in the distance a heavy shutter banging, over and over, forgotten. Once there was a muffled thump as a blanket of snow slid from a roof and landed near them. I don't see your wolf, Lannister said as they walked. I chain him up in the old stables when they're training. They board all the horses in the east stables now, so no one bothers him. The rest of the time, he stays with me. My sleeping cell is in Hardin's tower. That's the one with the broken battlement, no? Shattered stone in the yard below, and a lean-to it like our noble King Robert after a long night's drinking? I thought all those buildings had been abandoned. Jon shrugged. No one cares where you sleep. Most of the old keeps are empty. You can pick any cell you want. Once Castle Black had housed 5,000 fighting men with all their horses and servants and weapons. Now it was home to a tenth that number, and parts of it were falling into ruin. Tyrion Lannister's laughter steamed in the cold air. I'll be sure to tell your father to arrest more stonemasons before your tower collapses. Jon could taste the mockery there, but there was no denying the truth. The Watch had built 19 great strongholds along the wall, but only 3 were still occupied. East Watch on its grey windswept shore, the Shadow Tower hard by the mountains where the wall ended, and Castle Black between them, at the end of the King's Road. The other keeps, long deserted, were lonely, haunted places where cold winds whistled through black windows and the spirits of the dead manned the parapets. It's better that I'm by myself, Jon said stubbornly. The rest of them are scared of Ghost. Wise boys, Lannister said. Then he changed the subject. The talk is, your uncle is too long away. Jon remembered the wish he'd wished in his anger, the vision of Benjen Stark dead in the snow, and he looked away quickly. The dwarf had a way of sensing things, and Jon did not want him to see the guilt in his eyes. He said he'd be back by my name day, he admitted. His name day had come and gone, unremarked, a fortnight past. They were looking for Sir Waymar Royce. His father is bannerman to Lord Arryn. Uncle Benjen said they might search as far as the Shadow Tower. That's all the way up in the mountains. I hear that a good many rangers have vanished of late, Lannister said as they mounted the steps to the common hall. He grinned and pulled open the door. Perhaps the Grumpkins are hungry this year. Inside, the hall was immense and draughty, even with a fire roaring in its great hearth. Crows nested in the timbers of its lofty ceiling. Jon heard their cries overhead as he accepted a bowl of stew and a heel of black bread from the day's cooks. Gren and Toad and some of the others were seated at the bench nearest the warmth, laughing and cursing each other in rough voices. Jon eyed them thoughtfully for a moment. Then he chose a spot at the far end of the hall, well away from the other diners. Tyrion Lannister sat across from him, sniffing at the stew suspiciously. Barley, onion, carrot, he muttered. Someone should tell the cooks that turnip isn't a meat. It's mutton stew. Jon pulled off his gloves and warmed his hands in the steam rising from the bowl. The smell made his mouth water. Snow. Jon knew Alliser Thorne's voice, but there was a curious note in it that he had not heard before. He turned. The Lord Commander wants to see you. Now. For a moment, Jon was too frightened to move. Why would the Lord Commander want to see him? They had heard something about Benjen, he thought wildly. He was dead. The vision had come true. "Is it my uncle?" he blurted. "Is he returned safe?" "The Lord Commander is not accustomed to waiting," was Sir Alistair's reply, "and I am not accustomed to having my commands questioned by bastards." Tyrion Lannister swung off the bench and rose. "Stop it, Thorne. You're frightening the boy." "Keep out of matters that don't concern you, Lannister. You have no place here." "I have a place at court, though," the dwarf said, smiling. "A word in the right ear, and you'll die a sour old man before you get another boy to train. Now, tell Snow why the old bear needs to see him. Is there news of his uncle?" "No," Sir Alistair said. "This is another matter entirely. A bird arrived this morning from Winterfell, with a message that concerns his brother." He corrected himself. His half-brother. "Bran," Jon breathed, scrambling to his feet. "Something's happened to Bran." Tyrion Lannister laid a hand on his arm. "Jon," he said, "I am truly sorry." Jon scarcely heard him. He brushed off Tyrion's hand and strode across the hall. He was running by the time he hit the doors. He raced to the commander's keep, dashing through drifts of old snow. When the guards passed him, he took the tower steps 2 at a time. By the time he burst into the presence of the Lord Commander, his boots were soaked, and Jon was wild-eyed and panting. "Bran," he said. "What does it say about Bran?" Jorah Mormont, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, was a gruff old man with an immense bald head and a shaggy grey beard. He had a raven on his arm, and he was feeding it kernels of corn. "I am told you can read." He shook the raven off, and it flapped its wings and flew to the window, where it sat, watching as Mormont drew a roll of paper from his belt and handed it to Jon. "Corn!" it muttered in a raucous voice. "Corn, corn!" Jon's finger traced the outline of the direwolf in the white wax of the broken seal. He recognized Robb's hand, but the letters seemed to blur and run as he tried to read them. He realized he was crying, and then, through the tears, he found the sense in the words and raised his head. "He woke up," he said. "The gods gave him back." "Crippled," Mormont said. "I'm sorry, boy. Read the rest of the letter." He looked at the words, but they didn't matter. Nothing mattered. Bran was going to live. "My brother is going to live," he told Mormont. The Lord Commander shook his head, gathered up a fistful of corn, and whistled. The raven flew to his shoulder, crying, "Live, live!" Jon ran down the stairs, a smile on his face and Robb's letter in his hand. "My brother is going to live," he told the guards. They exchanged a look. He ran back to the common hall where he found Tyrion Lannister just finishing his meal. He grabbed the little man under the arms, hoisted him up in the air, and spun him around in a circle. "Bran is going to live," he whooped. Lannister looked startled. Jon put him down and thrust the paper into his hands. "Here, read it," he said. Others were gathering around and looking at him curiously. Jon noticed Gren a few feet away. A thick woolen bandage was wrapped around one hand. He looked anxious and unforgettable, not menacing at all. Jon went to him. Gren edged backward and put up his hands. "Stay away from me now, you bastard." Jon smiled at him. "I'm sorry about your wrist. Robb used the same move on me once, only with a wooden blade. It hurt like 7 hells, but yours must be worse. Look, if you want, I can show you how to defend that." Alistair Thorne overheard him. "Lord Snow wants to take my place now," he sneered. "I'd have an easier time teaching a wolf to juggle than you will training this lot." "I'll take that wager, Sir Alistair," Jon said. "I'd love to see Ghost juggle." Jon heard Gren suck in his breath, shocked. Silence fell. Then Tyrion Lannister guffawed. 3 of the Black brothers joined in from a nearby table. The laughter spread up and down the benches until even the cooks joined in. The birds stirred in the rafters, and finally even Gren began to chuckle. Sir Alistair never took his eyes from Jon. As the laughter rolled around him, his face darkened, and his sword hand curled into a fist. "That was a grievous error, Lord Snow," he said at last in the acid tones of an enemy. So, when Jon gets to Castle Black, he's riding high. He's confident, maybe even a little cocky. He's been trained at Winterfell and starts showing off in the training yard, easily beating the other boys. In the book, this quickly becomes a problem. He's not making friends, he's making enemies. And it's Donal Noye, the one-armed blacksmith, who calls him out. Noye's the one who tells Jon he's acting like a bully, and that all the other boys came from totally different lives. It's a turning point for Jon's growth. But here's the thing. Donal Noye isn't in the show at all. Instead, Tyrion and Benjen are the ones who deliver that lesson. On TV, we still see Jon pummeling Grenn and the others in the training yard, and Sir Alliser Thorne cruelly nicknaming him Lord Snow. But it's Tyrion's words that help Jon understand the others' perspectives. Tyrion points out that most of the recruits are criminals and peasants who never held a sword before, prompting Jon to rethink how he's treating them. The tone in the book is more introspective here. Inside Jon's head, we feel his shame when he realizes he's been acting like a bully. The show externalizes this growth, a quick pep talk from Tyrion, and a few apologetic gestures from Jon later, and suddenly he's bonding with Grenn and Pip. Another small difference. In the book, Jon is overjoyed when he learns Bran has woken from his coma. He even hugs Tyrion in a rare outburst of happiness. Whereas the show delivers Bran's recovery news more subtly. The series has Alliser Thorne sourly mention Bran's survival, implying the boy will be a cripple to taunt Jon, which provokes Jon's anger. This adjustment highlights Thorne as an antagonist more and shows Jon's volatile mix of hope and fury. In essence, the adaptation streamlines Jon's early Wall experience. His rude awakening to the Night's Watch realities comes a bit quicker and from different mouths, but the effect is the same. Jon begins shedding his naivety and forming the friendships that will define him, and that's it for Jon 3. Before we get into Jon 4, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Eddard 4, as soon as Ned arrives in King's Landing, he's thrown straight into business. He's summoned to a small council meeting where they start planning a tournament in his honor. Afterward, Littlefinger pulls him aside and secretly leads him to Catelyn, who has been hiding in the city. There, they discuss their next steps and strategize how to seek justice for the attack on Bran. In Tyrion 3, Tyrion hangs out with the top brass of the Night's Watch and promises Lord Commander Mormont he'll chat with the king about their needs. Before he leaves, he bumps into Jon Snow, who asks him to look out for his brother, Bran. In Arya 2, Arya, not loving life in King's Landing, skips dinner and instead has a heart-to-heart with her dad, Eddard, who catches her with her sword, Needle. He decides to let her keep it, and soon after she starts lessons with her new dancing master, Syrio Forel. Over in Daenerys 3, Daenerys starts to really own her new life with Drogo's Khalasar, even standing up to Viserys. She takes charge with Drogo too, which leads to her pregnancy. Then, in Bran 4, Bran snaps out of his funk when Tyrion Lannister shows up at Winterfell. Despite Robb's chilly reception, Tyrion comes through with designs for a special saddle so Bran can ride horses again. In Eddard 5, Ned meets with Grand Maester Pycelle to learn more about Jon Arryn's final days, hoping to uncover the truth behind his sudden death. As he heads back, he comes across Arya practicing her water dancing technique on the steps of the Tower of the Hand, already embracing her training with Syrio Forel. Later, Littlefinger pays him a visit with some useful information. He has tracked down 4 of Lord Arryn's former household members who are still in King's Landing, offering Ned a potential lead in his investigation. Let's continue. Jon 4. Jon was showing Darion how best to deliver a side stroke when the new recruit entered the practice yard. "Your feet should be further apart," he urged. "You don't want to lose your balance." "That's good. Now pivot as you deliver the stroke. Get all your weight behind the blade." Darion broke off and lifted his visor. "7 gods," he murmured. "Would you look at this, Jon?" Jon turned. Through the eye slit of his helm, he beheld the fattest boy he had ever seen standing in the door of the armory. By the look of him, he must have weighed 20 stone. The fur collar of his embroidered surcoat was lost beneath his chins. Pale eyes moved nervously in a great round moon of a face, and plump sweaty fingers wiped themselves on the velvet of his doublet. They told me I was coming here for training," he said to no one in particular. "A lordling," Pip observed to Jon. "Southern, most like near Highgarden." Pip had travelled the 7 kingdoms with a Murmur's troop, and bragged that he could tell what you were and where you'd been born just from the sound of your voice. A striding huntsman had been worked in scarlet thread upon the breast of the fat boy's fur-trimmed surcoat. Jon did not recognize the sigil. Sir Alliser Thorne looked over the new charge and said, "It would seem they have run short of poachers and thieves down south. Now they send us pigs to man the wall." Is fur and velvet your notion of armor, my lord of Ham? It was soon revealed that the new recruit had brought his own armor with him. Padded doublet, boiled leather, mail and plate and helm. Even a great wood and leather shield blazoned with the same striding huntsman he wore on his surcoat. As none of it was black, however, Sir Alistair insisted that he re-equip himself from the armory. That took half the morning. His girth required Donal Noy to take apart a mail hauberk and refit it with leather panels at the sides. To get a helm over his head, the armourer had to detach the visor. His leathers bound so tightly around his legs and under his arms that he could scarcely move. Dressed for battle, the new boy looked like an overcooked sausage about to burst its skin. "Let us hope you are not as inept as you look," Sir Alistair said. "Holder, see what Sir Piggy can do." Jon Snow winced. Holder had been born in a quarry and apprenticed as a stonemason. He was 16, tall and muscular, and his blows were as hard as any Jon had ever felt. "This will be uglier than a whore's ass," Pip muttered. And it was. The fight lasted less than a minute before the fat boy was on the ground, his whole body shaking as blood leaked through his shattered helm and between his pudgy fingers. "I yield," he shrilled. "No more, I yield, don't hit me." Rast and some of the other boys were laughing. Even then, Sir Alistair would not call an end. "On your feet, Sir Piggy," he called. "Pick up your sword." When the boy continued to cling to the ground, Thorn gestured to Holder. Hit him with the flat of your blade until he finds his feet." Holder delivered a tentative smack to his foe's upraised cheeks. "You can hit harder than that," Thorn taunted. Holder took hold of his longsword with both hands and brought it down so hard the blow split leather, even on the flat. The new boy screeched in pain. Jon Snow took a step forward. Pip laid a mailed hand on his arm. "Jon, no," the small boy whispered with an anxious glance at Sir Alistair Thorn. "On your feet," Thorn repeated. The fat boy struggled to rise, slipped, and fell heavily again. "Sir Piggy is starting to grasp the notion," Sir Alistair observed. Again. Holder lifted the sword for another blow. "Cut us off a ham," Rast urged, laughing. Jon shook off Pip's hand. "Holder, enough." Holder looked to Sir Alistair. "The bastard speaks, and the peasants tremble," the Master-at-Arms said in that sharp, cold voice of his. "I remind you that I am Master-at-Arms here, Lord Snow." "Look at him, Holder," Jon urged, ignoring Thorn as best he could. "There's no honor in beating a fallen foe. He yielded." He knelt beside the boy. Holder lowered his sword. "He yielded," he echoed. Sir Alistair's onyx eyes were fixed on Jon Snow. "It would seem our bastard is in love," he said, as Jon helped the fat boy to his feet. "Show me your steel, Lord Snow." Jon drew his longsword. He dared defy Sir Alistair only to a point, and he feared he was well beyond it now. Thorn smiled. "The bastard wishes to defend his lady love, so we shall make an excuse of it. Rat, Pimple, help our stonehead here." Rast and Albert moved to join Holder. "3 of you ought to be sufficient to make Lady Piggy squeal. All you need to do is get past the bastard." "Stay behind me," Jon said to the fat boy. Sir Alistair had often sent 2 foes against him, but never 3. He knew he would likely go to sleep bruised and bloody tonight. He braced himself for the assault. Suddenly, Pip was beside him. 3 to 2 will make for better sport," the small boy said cheerfully. He dropped his visor and slid out his sword. Before Jon could even think to protest, Gren had stepped up to make a third. The yard had grown deathly quiet. Jon could feel Sir Alistair's eyes. "Why are you waiting?" he asked Rast and the others in a voice gone deceptively soft. But it was Jon who moved first. Holder barely got his sword up in time. Jon drove him backward, attacking with every blow, keeping the older boy on his heels. "Know your foe," Sir Roderick had taught him once. Jon knew Holder, brutally strong, but short of patience, with no taste for defense. Frustrate him, and he would leave himself open as certain as sunset. The clang of steel echoed through the yard as the others joined battle around him. Jon blocked a savage cut at his head, the shock of impact running off his arm as the swords crashed together. He slammed a side stroke into Holder's ribs and was rewarded with a muffled grunt of pain. The counterstroke caught Jon on the shoulder. Chainmail crunched and pain flared up his neck. but for an instant, Holder was unbalanced. Jon cut his left leg from under him, and he fell with a curse and a crash. Gren was standing his ground as Jon had taught him, giving Albert more than he cared for, but Pip was hard-pressed. Rast had 2 years and 40 pounds on him. Jon stepped up behind him and rang the Raper's helm like a bell. As Rast went reeling, Pip slid in under his guard, knocked him down and leveled a blade at his throat. By then, Jon had moved on. Facing 2 swords, Albert backed away. "I yield," he shouted. Sir Alistair Thorne surveyed the scene with disgust. "The Murmur's farce has gone on long enough for today." He walked away. The session was at an end. Dariod helped Holder to his feet. The quarryman's son wrenched off his helm and threw it across the yard. "For an instant, I thought I finally had you, Snow." "For an instant you did," Jon replied. Under his mail and leather, his shoulder was throbbing. He sheathed his sword and tried to remove his helm, but when he raised his arm, the pain made him grit his teeth. "Let me," a voice said. Thick-fingered hands unfastened helm from gorget and lifted it off gently. "Did he hurt you?" "I've been bruised before." He touched his shoulder and winced. The yard was emptying around them. Blood matted the fat boy's hair where Holder had split his helm asunder. "My name is Samuel Tully of Horn." He stopped and licked his lips. I was of Horn Hill until I left. I've come to take the Black. My father is Lord Randall, a bannerman of the Tyrells of Highgarden. I used to be his heir, only..." His voice trailed off. "I'm Jon Snow, Ned Stark's bastard of Winterfell." Samuel Tully nodded. If you want, you can call me Sam. My mother calls me Sam." "You can call him Lord Snow," Pip said as he came up to join them. "You don't want to know what his mother calls him." "These two are Gren and Piper," Jon said. "Gren's the ugly one," Pip said. Gren scowled. "You're uglier than me. At least I don't have ears like a bat." "My thanks to all of you," the fat boy said gravely. "Why didn't you get up and fight?" Gren demanded. "I wanted to, truly, I couldn't. I didn't want him to hit me anymore." He looked at the ground. I fear I'm a coward. My Lord Father always said so." Gren looked thunderstruck. Even Pip had no words to say to that, and Pip had words for everything. What sort of man would proclaim himself a coward? Samuel Tully must have read their thoughts on their faces. His eyes met Jon's and darted away, quick as frightened animals. I'm sorry," he said. "I don't mean to be like I am." He walked away heavily toward the armory. Jon called after him. "You were hurt," he said. "Tomorrow, you'll do better." Sam looked mournfully back over one shoulder. "No, I won't," he said, blinking back tears. "I never do better." When he was gone, Gren frowned. "Nobody likes cravens," he said uncomfortably. "I wish we hadn't helped him. What if they think we're craven too?" "You're too stupid to be craven," Pip told him. "I am not," Gren said. "Yes, you are. If a bear attacked you in the woods, you'd be too stupid to run away." "I would not," Gren insisted. "I'd run away faster than you." He stopped suddenly, scowling when he saw Pip's grin and realized what he just said. His thick neck flushed in a dark red. Jon left them there arguing as he returned to the armory, hung up his sword, and stripped off his battered armor. Life at Castle Black followed certain patterns. The mornings were for swordplay, the afternoons for work. The Black brothers set new recruits to many different tasks to learn where their skills lay. Jon cherished the rare afternoons when he was sent out with Ghost, ranging at his side to bring back game for the Lord Commander's table. But for every day spent hunting, he gave a dozen to Donald Noy in the armory, spinning the whetstone while the one-armed smith sharpened axes grown dull from use, or pumping the bellows as Noy hammered out a new sword. Other times he ran messages, stood at guard, mucked out stables, fletched arrows, assisted Maester Aemon with his birds, or Bowen Marsh with his counts and inventories. That afternoon, the watch commander sent him to the winch cage with 4 barrels of fresh crushed stone to scatter gravel over the icy footpaths atop the wall. It was lonely and boring work, even with Ghost along for company, but Jon found he did not mind. On a clear day, you could see half the world from the top of the wall, and the air was always cold and bracing. He could think here, and he found himself thinking of Samuel Tully, and oddly, of Tyrion Lannister. He wondered what Tyrion would have made of the fat boy. Most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it, the dwarf had told him, grinning. The world was so full of cravens who pretended to be heroes. It took a queer sort of courage to admit to be cowardice as Samuel Tali had. His sore shoulder made the work go slowly. It was late afternoon before Jon finished graveling the paths. He lingered on high to watch the sun go down, turning the western sky the color of blood. Finally, as dusk was settling over the north, Jon rolled the empty barrels back into the cage and signaled the winchmen to lower him. The evening meal was almost done by the time he and Ghost reached the common hall. A group of the Black brothers were dicing over mulled wine near the fire. His friends were at the bench nearest the west wall, laughing. Pip was in the middle of a story. The Murmur's boy with the big ears was a born liar with 100 different voices, and he did not tell his tales so much as live them, playing all the parts as needed, a king one moment and a swineherd the next. When he turned into an alehouse girl or a virgin princess, he used a high falsetto voice that reduced them all to tears of helpless laughter. And his eunuchs were always eerily similar of Sir Alistair. Jon took as much pleasure from Pip's antics as anyone, yet that night he turned away and went instead to the end of the bench, where Samuel Tali sat alone, as far from the others as he could get. He was finishing the last of the pork pie the cooks had served up for dinner when Jon sat down across from him. The fat boy's eyes widened at the sight of Ghost. "Is that a wolf?" "A dire wolf," Jon said. "His name is Ghost. The dire wolf is the sigil of my father's house." "Ours is a striding huntsman," Samuel Tali said. "Do you like to hunt?" The fat boy shuddered. "I hate it." He looked as though he was going to cry again. "What's wrong now?" Jon asked him. "Why are you always so frightened?" Sam stared at the last of his pork pie and gave a feeble shake of his head, too scared to even talk. A burst of laughter filled from the hall. Jon heard Pip squeaking in a high voice. He stood. "Let's go outside." The round fat face looked up at him, suspicious. "Why? What will we do outside?" "Talk," Jon said. "Have you seen the wall?" "I'm fat, not blind," Samuel Tali said. "Of course I saw it. It's 700 feet high." Yet he stood up all the same, wrapped a fur-lined cloak around his shoulders, and followed Jon from the common hall, still wary, as if he suspected some cruel trick was waiting for him in the night. Ghost padded along beside them. "I never thought it would be like this," Sam said as they walked, his words steaming in the cold air. Already he was huffing and puffing as he tried to keep up. "All the buildings are falling down, and it's so cold." A hard frost was settling over the castle, and Jon could hear the soft crunch of grey weeds beneath his boots. Sam nodded miserably. "I hate the cold," he said. "Last night I woke up in the dark and the fire had gone out and I was certain I was going to freeze to death by morning." "It must have been warmer where you come from." "I never saw snow until last month. We were crossing the Barrowlands, me and the men my father sent to see me north, and this white stuff began to fall, like a soft rain. At first I thought it was so beautiful, like feathers drifting from the sky, but it kept on, and on, until I was frozen at the bone. The men had crusts of snow in their beards and more on their shoulders, and still it kept coming. I was afraid it would never end." Jon smiled. The wall loomed before them, glimmering palely in the light of the half moon. In the sky above, the stars burned clear and sharp. "Are they going to make me go up there?" Sam asked. His face curdled like old milk as he looked at the great wooden stairs. "I'll die if I have to climb that." "There's a wench," Jon said, pointing. "They can draw you up in a cage." Samuel Tali sniffed. "I don't like high places." It was too much. Jon frowned, incredulous. "Are you afraid of everything?" he asked. "I don't understand. If you are truly so craven, why are you here? Why would a coward want to join the Night's Watch?" Samuel Tali looked at him for a long moment, and his round face seemed to carve in on itself. He sat down on the frost-covered ground and began to cry, huge choking sobs that made his whole body shake. Jon Snow could only stand and watch. Like the snowfall on the Barrowlands, it seemed the tears would never end. It was Ghost who knew what to do. Silent as shadow, the pale direwolf moved closer and began to lick the warm tears off Samuel Tali's face. The fat boy cried out, startled, and somehow, in a heartbeat, his sobs turned to laughter. Jon Snow laughed with him. Afterward, they sat on the frozen ground, huddled in their cloaks with Ghost between them. Jon told the story of how he and Robb had found the pups newborn in the late summer snows. It seemed 1,000 years ago now. Before long, he found himself talking of Winterfell. "Sometimes I dream about it," he said. "I'm walking down this long empty hole. My voice echoes all around, but no one answers. So I walk faster, opening doors, shouting names. I don't even know who I'm looking for. Most nights it's my father, but sometimes it's Rob instead, or my little sister Arya, or my uncle." The thought of Benjen Stark saddened him. His uncle was still missing. The old bear had sent out rangers in search of him. So Jaemery Rykar had led 2 sweeps, and Corrin Halfhand had gone forth from the Shadow Tower, but they found nothing aside from a few blazes in the trees that his uncle had left to mark his way. In the stony highlands to the northwest, the mark stopped abruptly, and all trace of Ben Stark vanished. "Do you ever find anyone in your dreams?" Sam asked. Jon shook his head. "No one. The castle is always empty." He had never told anyone of the dream, and he did not understand why he was telling Sam now. Yet, somehow, it felt good to talk of it. Even the ravens are gone from the rookery, and the stables are full of bones. That always scares me. I start to run then, throwing open doors, climbing the tower 3 steps at a time, screaming for someone, for anyone. And then I find myself in front of the door to the crypts. It's black inside, and I can see the steps spiraling down. Somehow, I know I have to go down there, but I don't want to. I'm afraid of what might be waiting for me. The old kings of winter are down there, sitting on their thrones with stone wolves at their feet and iron swords across their laps. But it's not them I'm afraid of. I scream that I'm not a Stark, that it isn't my place, but it's no good. I have to go anyway. So I start down, feeling the walls as I descend, with no torch to light the way. It gets darker and darker until I want to scream. He stopped, frowning, embarrassed. That's when I always wake. His skin cold and clammy, shivering on the darkness of his cell. Ghost would leap up beside him, his warmth as comforting as daybreak. He would go back to sleep with his face pressed into the direwolf's shaggy white fur. "Do you dream of Horn Hill?" Jon asked. "No." Sam's mouth grew tight and hard. "I hated it there." He scratched Ghost behind the ear, brooding, and Jon let the silence breathe. After a long while, Samwell Tarly began to talk, and Jon Snow listened quietly, and learned how it was that a self-confessed coward found himself on the wall. The Tarlys were a family old in honor, bannerman to Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden and Warden of the South. The eldest son of Lord Randall Tarly, Samwell was born heir to rich lands, a strong keep, and a storied 2-handed greatsword named Heartsbane, forged of Illyrian steel and passed down from father to son near 500 years. Whatever pride his lord father might have felt at Samwell's birth vanished as the boy grew up, plump, soft, and awkward. Sam loved to listen to music and make his own songs, to wear soft velvets, to play in the castle kitchen beside the cooks, drinking in the rich smells as he snitched lemon cakes and blueberry tarts. His passions were books and kittens and dancing, clumsy as he was. But he grew ill at the sight of blood and wept to see even a chicken slaughtered. A dozen master-at-arms came and went at Horn Hill, trying to turn Samwell into the knight his father wanted. The boy was cursed and caned, slapped and starved. One man had him sleep in his chainmail to make him more martial. Another dressed him in his mother's clothing and paraded him through the bailey to shame him into valor. He only grew fatter and more frightened until Lord Manderley's disappointment turned to anger and then to loathing. One time, Sam confided, his voice dropping from a whisper, 2 men came to the castle, warlocks from Karth, with white skin and blue lips. They slaughtered a bull aurochs and made me bathe in the hot blood, but it didn't make me brave as they promised. I got sick and wretched. Father had them scourged. Finally, after 3 girls in as many years, Lady Tarly gave her lord husband a second son. From that day, Lord Randall ignored Sam, devoted all his time to the younger boy, a fierce, robust child more to his liking. Samuel had known several years of sweet peace with his music and his books, until the dawn of his 15th name day, when he had been awakened to find his horse saddled and ready. 3 men-at-arms had escorted him into a wood near Horn Hill, where his father was skinning a deer. "You are almost a man grown now, and my heir," Lord Randall Tarly had told his eldest son, his long knife laying bare the carcass as he spoke. "You have given me no cause to disown you, but neither will I allow you to inherit the land and title that should be Dickon's. Heartsbane must go to a man strong enough to wield her, and you are not worthy to touch her hilt. So I've decided that you shall this day announce you wish to take the black. You will forsake all claim to your brother's inheritance and start north before evenfall. If you do not, then on the morrow we shall have a hunt, and somewhere in these woods your horse will stumble and you will be thrown from the saddle to die. Or so I will tell your mother. She has a woman's heart and finds it in her to cherish even you, and I have no wish to cause her pain. Please do not imagine that it will truly be that easy, should you think to defy me. Nothing would please me more than to hunt you down like the pig you are. His arms were red to the elbow as he laid the skinning knife aside. So there is your choice. The night's watch. He reached inside the deer, ripped out its heart and held it in his fist, red and dripping. Or this. Sam told the tale in a calm, dead voice, as if it was something that had happened to someone else, and not to him. And strangely, Jon thought, he did not weep, not even once. When he was done, they sat together and listened to the wind for a time. There was no other sound in the world. Finally, Jon said, "We should go back to the common hole." "Why?" Sam asked. Jon shrugged. "There's hot cider to drink, or mulled wine if you prefer. Some nights Darien sings for us, if the mood is on him. He was a singer before. Well, not truly, but almost, an apprentice singer." "How did he come here?" Sam asked. "Lord Rowan of Goldengrove found him in bed with his daughter. The girl was 2 years older, and Darien swears she helped him through her window. But under her father's eye, she named it rape. So here he is." When Maester Aemon heard him sing, he said his voice was honey poured over thunder. Jon smiled. "Toad sometimes sings too, if you call it singing. Drinking songs he learned in his father's wine sink. Pip says his voice is piss poured over a fart." They laughed at that together. "I should like to hear them both," Sam admitted, "but they would not want me there." His face was troubled. "He's going to make me fight again on the morrow, isn't he?" "He is," Jon was forced to say. Sam got awkwardly to his feet. "I had better try to sleep." He huddled down in his cloak and plodded off. The others were still in the common room when Jon returned, alone, but for Ghost. "Where have you been?" Pip asked. "Talking with Sam," he said. "He truly is craven," said Gren. "At supper, there were still places on the bench when he got his pie, but he was too scared to come sit with us." "The Lord of Ham thinks he's too good to eat with the likes of us," suggested Jaren. "I saw him eat a pork pie," Toad said, smirking. "Do you think it was his brother?" He began to make oinking noises. "Stop it," Jon snapped angrily. The other boys fell silent, taken aback by his sudden fury. "Listen to me," Jon said into the quiet, and he told them how it was going to be. Pip backed him, as he'd known he would, but when Holder spoke up, it was a pleasant surprise. Gren was anxious at the first, but Jon knew the words to move him. One by one, the rest fell in line. Jon persuaded some, cajoled some, shamed the others, made threats where threats were required. At the end, they had all agreed. All but Rast. "You girls do as you please," Rast said, "but if Thorn sends me against Lady Piggy, I'm gonna slice me off a rasher of bacon." He laughed in Jon's face and left them there. Hours later, as the castle slept, 3 of them paid a call on his cell. Gren held his arms while Pip sat on his legs. Jon could hear Rast's rapid breathing as Ghost leapt onto his chest. The direwolf's eyes burned red, as embers as his teeth nipped nightly at the soft skin of the boy's throat, just enough to draw blood. "Remember, we know where you sleep," Jon said softly. The next morning, Jon heard Rast tell Albert and Toad how his razor had slipped while he shaved. From that day forth, neither Rast nor any of the others would hurt Samwell Tarly. When Sir Alliser matched them against him, they would stand their ground and swat aside his slow, clumsy strokes. If the Master-at-Arms screamed for an attack, they would dance in and tap Sam lightly on his breastplate or helm or leg. Sir Alliser raged and threatened and called them all cravens and women and worse. Yet Sam remained unhurt. A few nights later, at Jon's urging, he joined them for the evening meal, taking a place on the bench beside Holder. It was another fortnight before he found the nerve to join their talk, but in time he was laughing at Pip's faces and teasing Gren with the best of them. Fat and awkward and frightened he might be, but Samwell Tarly was no fool. One night he visited Jon in his cell. "I don't know what you did," he said, "but I know you did it." He looked away shyly. "I've never had a friend before." "We're not friends," Jon said. He put a hand on Sam's broad shoulder. "We're brothers." And so they were, he thought to himself after Sam had taken his leave. Robb and Bran and Rickon were his father's sons, and he loved them still. Yet Jon knew he had never truly been one of them. Catelyn Stark had seen to that. The grey walls of Winterfell might still haunt his dreams, but Castle Black was his life now, and his brothers were Sam and Grenn and Holder and Pip, and the other outcasts who wore the black of the Night's Watch. "My uncle spoke truly," he whispered to Ghost. He wondered if he would ever see Benjen Stark again to tell him. So this chapter introduces Samwell Tarly and pushes Jon further toward maturity and leadership, a development both book and show handle similarly with a few tonal differences. In the novel, Sam's arrival is a poignant moment. He's overweight, clumsy, and an instant target for Sir Alice's cruelty. Book Jon steps in decisively to protect Sam during a brutal training ambush, backed by his friends Pip and Grenn, and they concoct a plan to spare Sam from further harm, essentially intimidating the other recruits into not hurting him. The show's rendition keeps the broad strokes intact. Sam is still lovable and cowardly. Alistair forces him into a fight he clearly can't handle, and Jon intervenes physically to stop the beating. One difference is in the details of the scuffle. The book has a recruit named Walder wailing on Sam, and multiple boys pile on when Jon defends him, whereas the show streamlines it to basically Jon versus Rast, one of the bullies, until Thorne calls it off. The outcome is the same. Jon earns Sam's trust and solidifies his own role as the protector of the weak. We also get Sam's backstory in both versions, his heartbreak of being disowned by his father. The show handles this through a nighttime heart-to-heart where Sam confesses that his father threatened to kill him if he didn't renounce his inheritance and join the Night's Watch. It's nearly verbatim from the text and reinforces why Sam is so timid. What's missing perhaps is some of Jon's internal anguish that the book provides. In the novel, he has nightmares about wandering Winterfell alone, which he shares with Sam as a sign of trust. The series omits these dreams, keeping the focus on present reality rather than Jon's subconscious fears. Finally, Jon's clever midnight gambit, using Ghost to scare Rast into leaving Sam alone, is shown on TV, but in a slightly lighter tone. A quick, almost humorous scene of Ghost bearing fangs, whereas in the book it feels a bit more calculated and grim. In both mediums though, the thematic impact is strong. Jon emerges as a natural leader who sticks up for his new brother, and this camaraderie starts to replace the family he left behind. The show hits these notes, just without dipping as much into Jon's personal anxieties or some of the minor characters involved in the book's version. That's it for Jon 4. Before we get into Jon 5, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Eddard 6, Ned and the small council handle the growing law enforcement issues caused by the upcoming tournament, which is already stirring up trouble in King's Landing. After the meeting, Jory Castle updates Ned on what he's learned from speaking with Jon Arryn's former household members. It turns out that both Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting a brothel and an armourer before Arryn's death. Suspicious, Ned orders Jory to track down the brothel while he personally visits the armourer. There, he meets a young apprentice named Gendry, who, to Ned's surprise, bears a striking resemblance to King Robert, suggesting he might be one of Robert's illegitimate sons. In Catelyn 5, Catelyn Stark and Sir Roderick Castle are trying to stay under the radar at the inn at the crossroads when Tyrion Lannister and his crew show up. Tyrion spots Catelyn blowing her cover, and she seizes the moment to rally the room's support to take Tyrion captive, planning to drag him to Winterfell to face justice. Over in Sansa 2, Sansa is totally swept up in the excitement of the tourney, watching knights like Sir Gregor Clegane, who dramatically kills Sir Hugh during a joust. Sir Loras Tyrell wins her over by gifting her a rose after his victory. At the feast, Prince Joffrey plays the charming prince, but later sends the Hound to walk her back to her chambers. The Hound confronts her about her discomfort with his scars, forcing her to look at his burnt face, and sharing the story behind his disfigurement. In Eddard 7, after examining the body of Sir Hugh, Ned and Sir Barristan Selmy try to persuade King Robert not to take part in the melee, knowing how dangerous it would be. Meanwhile, during the tournament, the Hound ends up winning after stepping in to save Sir Loras Tyrell from his own brother, the Mountain. Later, Ned receives an unexpected visit from Varys, who drops a chilling revelation. Someone had planned for Robert to die in the melee. In Tyrion 4, Tyrion Lannister realizes he's being taken to the Eyrie, not Winterfell, a move designed to outsmart any rescue attempts. While trying to prove his innocence to Lady Catelyn, their group is ambushed by the Vale Mountain clans. Tyrion turns hero, saving Catelyn during the skirmish. He also points out a flaw in Littlefinger's accusation, that he'd never bet against his family. Meanwhile, in Arya 3, Arya is roaming the castle chasing a cat and stumbles upon Marcilla and Tommen. She manages to slip away unnoticed and ends up in the dungeons, where she overhears a plot to kill her father. She tries to warn him, but Ned doesn't believe her story. In Eddard 8, Ned and King Robert have a heated argument over a plan to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen. Ned is strongly against it, refusing to support the murder of an innocent girl, but Robert sees her as a threat that must be eliminated. When the rest of the small council sides with the king, Ned, disgusted, resigns as Hand of the King in protest. He decides it's time to leave King's Landing and starts preparing to return to Winterfell. Just as he's making arrangements, Littlefinger shows up with some intriguing news. He has finally identified the brothel that Jon Arryn and Stannis Baratheon had been visiting before Arryn's death, giving Ned one last lead to investigate. In Catelyn 6, Catelyn and her group make it to the Bloody Gate, finally reaching a place of safety. At her sister Lysa's urging, she then takes on the risky nighttime climb up the Eyrie to meet with Lysa and her frail son, Robert. In Eddard 9, Littlefinger takes Ned to the brothel Jon Arryn had visited, where Ned speaks with a young woman who has a daughter bearing a striking resemblance to King Robert, another one of his illegitimate children. This discovery further confirms Jon Arryn's investigation into Robert's bastards. As Ned and his men head back to the Red Keep, they are ambushed by Jaime Lannister and about 20 Lannister guards. Furious over the abduction of his brother, Tyrion, Jaime demands answers. When Ned refuses to engage in politics with a sword to his throat, Jaime orders his men to slaughter Ned's escort. A fight breaks out, and while Ned holds his own, he ultimately gets his leg shattered in the chaos. As he collapses in agony, Jaime leaves him bleeding in the street, unconscious as a brutal warning. In Daenerys 4, as the Khalasar hits Vaes Dothrak, Daenerys chats with Ser Jorah Mormont about Dothraki fighting tactics while they travel up the God's Way. After settling in, Daenerys tries to make peace with her brother, Viserys, by offering him new clothes during dinner, but he loses his cool and attacks her. She fights back, hitting him with a belt and sending him packing. Meanwhile, in Bran 5, Bran takes his first ride outside Winterfell since his accident and hears about Jaime Lannister's attack on his dad. While riding, Bran gets jumped by outlaws, but Robb and the direwolves swoop in just in time, capturing one of the attackers, Osha. Over in Tyrion 5, Tyrion's stuck in a sky cell in the Eyrie, but manages to bribe his way into confessing, hoping for a way out. He cleverly opts for a trial by combat with the sellsword Bronn stepping up as his champion. In Eddard 10, while unconscious, Ned has a vivid dream about the battle at the Tower of Joy, reliving the intense and mysterious showdown from his past. When he finally wakes, he finds himself in bed with a badly injured leg, and an angry King Robert looming over him. Robert is furious about Tyrion Lannister's abduction and demands that Ned put an end to the brewing conflict by making peace with the Lannisters. Despite their past argument, Robert reinstates Ned as Hand of the King, insisting that he's the only one he'd trust to run things. With that settled, Robert announces that he's going on a hunting trip, leaving Ned in charge to sit the Iron Throne in his absence. In Catelyn 7, Catelyn hears from Riverrun that the Lannisters are rallying their forces at Castle Rock. As she and Sir Roderick show up for Tyrion's trial by combat, they run into Sir Brendan, who's resigned his post to help defend Riverrun. The trial ends with Bronn defeating Servadus Egan, leading Lysa to begrudgingly release both Bronn and Tyrion outside the Bloody Gate to fend off the Vale Mountain clans themselves. And that's the massive scoop we have before getting into the next chapter. Jon 5. "You are as hopeless as any boys I have ever trained," Sir Alliser Thorne announced when they had all assembled in the yard. "Your hands were made for manure shovels and not for swords. And if it were up to me, the lot of you would be set to herding swine. But last night, I was told Garren is marching 5 new boys up the King's Road. 1 or 2 may even be worth the price of piss. To make room for them, I have decided to pass 8 of you on to the Lord Commander to do with as he will." He called out the names one by one. Toad, Stonehead, Orchies, Lover, Pimple, Monkey, Sir Loon. Last, he looked at Jon. And the bastard. Pip let out a whoop and thrust his sword into the air. Sir Alliser fixed him with a reptile stare. "They will call you men of the Night's Watch now, but you are bigger fools than the Murmur's monkey here, if you believe that. You are boys still, green and stinking of summer, and when the winter comes, you will die like flies." And with that, Sir Alliser Thorne took his leave of them. The other boys gathered around the 8 who had been named, laughing and cursing and offering congratulations. Holder smacked Toad on the butt with the flat of his sword and shouted, "Toad of the Night's Watch!" Yelling that a black brother needed a horse, Pip leapt onto Gren's shoulders and they tumbled to the ground, rolling and punching and hooting. Darion dashed inside the armory and returned with a skin of sour red. As they passed the wine from hand to hand, grinning like fools, Jon noticed Samwell Tarly standing by himself beneath a bare dead tree in the corner of the yard. Jon offered him the skin. "A swallow of wine?" Sam shook his head. "No, thank you, Jon." "Are you well?" "Very well, truly," the fat boy lied. "I am so happy for you all." His round face quivered as he forced a smile. "You will be first ranger someday, just as your uncle was." "Is," Jon corrected. He would not accept that Benjen Stark was dead. Before he could say more, Holder cried, "Were you planning to drink that all yourself?" Pip snatched the skin from his hand and danced away laughing. While Gren seized his arm, Pip gave the skin a squeeze, and a thin stream of red squirted Jon in the face. Holder howled in protest at the waste of good wine. Jon sputtered and struggled. Matha and Jaren climbed the wall and began pelting them all with snowballs. By the time he wrenched free, with snow in his hair and wine stains on his surcoat, Samwell Tarly had gone. That night, Three Finger Hob cooked the boys a special meal to mark the occasion. When Jon arrived at the common hall, the Lord Steward himself led him to the bench near the fire. The older men clapped him on the arm in passing. The 8 soon-to-be brothers feasted on rack of lamb baked in a crust of garlic and herbs, garnished with sprigs of mint and surrounded by mashed yellow turnips swimming in butter. From the Lord Commander's own table, Bowen Marsh told them, there were salads of spinach and chickpeas and turnip greens, and afterwards bowls of iced blueberries and sweet cream. "Do you think they'll keep us together?" Pip wondered as they gorged themselves happily. Toad made a face. "I hope not. I'm sick of looking at those ears of yours." "Ho!" said Pip. "Listen to the crow call the raven black. You're certain to be a ranger, Toad. They'll want you as far from the castle as they can. If Man's raider attacks, lift your visor and show your face, and he'll run off screaming." Everyone laughed but Gren. "I hope I'm a ranger." "You and everyone else," said Matar. Every man who wore the black walked the wall, and every man was expected to take up steel in its defense. But the rangers were the true fighting heart of the Night's Watch. It was they who dared ride beyond the wall, sweeping through the haunted forest and the icy mountain heights west of the Shadow Tower, fighting wildlings and giants and monstrous snow bears. "Not everyone," said Hodor. "It's the builders for me. What use would rangers be if the wall fell down?" The Order of Builders provided the masons and carpenters to repair keeps and towers, the miners to dig tunnels and crush stone for roads and footpaths, the woodsmen to clear away new growth whenever the forest pressed too close to the wall. Once it was said they had quarried immense blocks of ice from frozen lakes deep in the haunted forest, dragging them south on sledges so the wall might be raised ever higher. Those days were centuries gone, however. Now it was all they could do to ride the wall from Eastwatch to the Shadow Tower, watching for cracks or signs of melt and making what repairs they could. "The old bear's no fool," Darien observed. "You're certain to be a builder, and Jon's certain to be a ranger. He's the best sword and the best rider among us, and his uncle was the first before he—" His voice trailed off awkwardly as he realized what he had almost said. "Benjen Stark is still first ranger," Jon Snow told him, toying with his bowl of blueberries. The rest might have given up all hope of his uncle's safe return, but not him. He pushed away the berries, scarcely touched, and rose from the bench. "Aren't you going to eat those?" Toad asked. "They're yours." Jon had hardly tasted Hobbs' great feast. "I could not eat another bite." He took his cloak from its hook near the door and shouldered his way out. Pip followed him. "Jon, what is it?" "Sam," he admitted. "He was not at the table tonight." "It's not like him to miss a meal," Pip said thoughtfully. "Do you suppose he's taken ill?" "He's frightened. We're leaving him." He remembered the day he had left Winterfell, all the bittersweet farewells, Bran lying broken, Robb with snow in his hair, Arya raining kisses on him after he'd given her needle. "Once we say our words, we'll all have duties to attend to. Some of us may be sent away to Eastwatch or the Shadow Tower. Sam will remain in training, and the likes of Rast and Kjuda and those new boys who are coming up the King's Road. Gods only know what they'll be like, but you can bet Sir Alliser will send them against him, first chance he gets." Pip made a grimace. "You did all you could." "All we could wasn't enough," Jon said. A deep restlessness was on him as he went back to Harden's tower for Ghost. The direwolf balked beside him to the stables. Some of the more skittish horses kicked at their stalls and laid back their ears as they entered. Jon saddled his mare, mounted, and rode out from Castle Black, south across the moonlight night. Ghost raced ahead of him, flying over the ground, gone in the blink of an eye. Jon let him go. A wolf needed to hunt. He had no destination in mind. He wanted only to ride. He followed the creek for a time, listening to the icy trickle of water over rock, then cut out across the fields to the King's Road. It stretched out before him, narrow and stony, and pocked with weeds, a road of no particular promise, yet the sight of it filled Jon Snow with a vast longing. Winterfell was down that road, and beyond it, River Run and King's Landing and the Eyrie, and so many other places. Castle Rock, the Isle of Faces, the Red Mountains of Dawn, the 100 Islands of Bravos in the sea, the smoking ruins of old Valyria, all the places that Jon would never see. The world was down that road, and he was here. Once he swore his vow, the wall shall be his home until he was old as Maester Aemon. "I have not sworn yet," he muttered. He was no outlaw, bound to take the black or pay the penalty for his crimes. He had come here freely, and he might leave freely until he said his words. He need only ride on, and he could leave it all behind. By the time the moon was full again, he would be back in Winterfell with his brothers. "Your half-brothers," a voice inside reminded him, "and Lady Stark, who will not welcome you." There was no place for him in Winterfell, no place in King's Landing either. Even his own mother had not had a place for him. The thought of her made him sad. He wondered who she had been, what she had looked like, why his father had left her. Because she was a whore or an adulterous fool, something dark and dishonorable, or else why was Lord Eddard too ashamed to speak of her? Jon Snow turned away from the King's Road to look behind him. The fires of Castle Black were hidden behind a hill, but the wall was there, pale beneath the moon, vast and cold, running from horizon to horizon. He wheeled his horse around and started for home. Ghost returned as he crested a rise and saw the distant glow of lamplight from the Lord Commander's tower. The direwolf's muzzle was red with blood as he trotted beside the horse. Jon found himself thinking of Samwell Tarly again on the ride back. By the time he reached the stables, he knew what he must do. Maester Aemon's apartments were in a stout wooden keep below the rookery. Aged and frail, the Maester shared his chambers with two of the younger stewards who tended to his needs and helped him in his duties. The brothers joked that he had been given the two ugliest men in the Night's Watch. Being blind, he was spared having to look at them. Clydas was short, bold, and chinless, with small pink eyes like a mole. Chet had a wen on his neck the size of a pigeon's egg, and a face red with boils and pimples. Perhaps that was why he always seemed so angry. It was Chet who answered Jon's knock. "I need to speak to Maester Aemon," Jon told him. "The Maester is abed, as you should be. Come back on the morrow and maybe he'll see you." He began to shut the door. Jon jammed it open with his boot. "I need to speak to him now. The morning will be too late." Chet scowled. "The Maester is not accustomed to being woken in the night. Do you know how old he is?" "Old enough to treat visitors with more courtesy than you," Jon said. "Give him my pardons. I will not disturb his rest if it were not important." "And if I refuse?" Jon had his boot wedged solidly in the door. "I can stand here all night if I must." The Black Brother made a disgusted noise and opened the door to admit him. "Wait in the library. There's wood. Start a fire. I won't have the Maester catching a chill on account of you." Jon had the logs cracking merrily by the time Chet led in Maester Aemon. The old man was clad in his bedrobe, but around his throat was the chain collar of his order. A Maester did not remove it even to sleep. "The chair beside the fire would be pleasant," he said when he felt the warmth on his face. When he was settled comfortably, Chet covered his legs with a fur and went to stand by the door. "I am sorry to have woken you, Maester," Jon said. "You did not wake me," Maester Aemon replied. "I find I need less sleep as I grow older, and I am grown very old. I often spend half the nights with ghosts, remembering times 50 years past as if they were yesterday. The mystery of a midnight visitor is a welcome diversion. So, tell me, Jon Snow, why have you come calling at this strange hour?" "To ask that Samwell Tarly be taken from training and accepted as a brother of the Night's Watch." "This is no concern of Maester Aemon," Chet complained. "Our Lord Commander has given the training of recruits into the hands of Sir Alliser Thorne," the Maester said gently. "Only he may say when a boy is ready to swear his vow, as you surely know. Why then come to me?" "The Lord Commander listens to you," Jon told him, "and the wounded and the sick of the Night's Watch are in your charge." "And is your friend Samwell wounded or sick?" "He will be," Jon promised, "unless you help." He told them all of it, even the part where he set Ghost on Rass's throat. Maester Aemon listened silently, blind eyes fixed on the fire, but Chet's face darkened with each word. "Without us to keep him safe, Sam will have no chance," Jon finished. "He's hopeless with a sword. My sister Arya could tear him apart, and she's not yet 10. If Sir Alliser makes him fight, it's only a matter of time before he's hurt or killed." Chet could stand no more. "I've seen this fat boy in the common room," he said. "He is a pig, and a hopeless craven as well, if what you say is true." "Maybe it is so," Maester Aemon said. "Tell me, Chet, what would you have us do with such a boy?" "Leave him where he is," Chet said. "The wall is no place for the weak. Let him train until he is ready, no matter how many years that takes. Sir Alliser shall make a man of him or kill him, as the gods will." "That's stupid," Jon said. He took a deep breath to gather his thoughts. "I remember once I asked Maester Luwin why he wore a chain around his throat." Maester Aemon touched his own collar lightly, his bony, wrinkled finger stroking the heavy metal links. "Go on." "He told me that a Maester's collar is made of chain to remind him that he is sworn to serve," Jon said, remembering. "I asked why each link was a different metal. A silver chain would look much finer with his grey robes," I said. Maester Luwin laughed. "A Maester forges his chain with study," he told me. "The different metals are each a different kind of learning. Gold for the study of money and accounts, silver for healing, iron for warcraft," and he said there were other meanings as well. The collar is supposed to remind a Maester of the realm he serves. Isn't that so? Lords are gold and knights steel, but two links can't make a chain. You also need silver and iron and lead, tin and copper and bronze, and all the rest. And those are the farmers and smiths and merchants and the like. A chain needs all sorts of metals, and a land needs all sorts of people. Maester Aemon smiled. "And so?" "The Night's Watch needs all sorts too. Why else have rangers and stewards and builders? Lord Randall couldn't make Sam a warrior, and Sir Alliser won't either. You can't hammer tin into iron, no matter how hard you beat it. But that doesn't mean tin is useless. Why shouldn't Sam be a steward?" Chet gave an angry scowl. "I'm a steward. You think it's easy work, fit for cowards? The Order of Stewards keeps the watch alive. We hunt and farm, tend the horses, milk the cows, gather firewood, cook the meals. Who do you think makes your clothing? Who brings up the supplies from the south? The stewards. Maester Aemon was gentler. Is your friend a hunter? He hates hunting, Jon had to admit. Can he plough a field? The Maester asked. Can he drive a wagon or sail a ship? Could he butcher a cow? No. Chet gave a nasty laugh. I've seen what happens to soft lordlings when they're put to work. Set them to churning butter and their hands blister and bleed. Give them an axe to split logs and they cut off their own foot. I know one thing Sam could do better than anyone. Yes? Maester Aemon prompted. Jon glanced warily at Chet, standing beside the door, his boils red and angry. He could help you, he said quickly. He can do sums, and he knows how to read and write. I know Chet can't read, and Clytus has weak eyes. Sam read every book in his father's library. He'd be good with the ravens too. Animals seemed to like him. Ghost took to him straight off. There's a lot he could do, besides fighting. The Night's Watch needs every man. Why kill one to no end? Make use of him instead. Maester Aemon closed his eyes, and for a brief moment Jon was afraid that he had gone to sleep. Finally he said, Maester Luwin taught you well, Jon Snow. Your mind is as deft as your blade, it would seem. Does that mean? It means I shall think on what you have said, the Maester told him firmly. And now I believe I am ready to sleep. Chet, show our young brother to the door. In this chapter, the book begins sowing seeds of Jon's rising conflict between duty and family, whereas the show has already accelerated to some of these points, or skipped ahead. In the novel, Jon is grappling with his uncle Benjen's prolonged absence ranging beyond the wall. There's a short scene where Jon sees Benjen off, actually in an earlier chapter, and later realizes his uncle hasn't returned, fueling his worry. The show, interestingly, adds an extra goodbye moment that the book only implies. When Benjen rides out from Castle Black, the series gives them a proper farewell on screen to underline their bond. Benjen even ruffles Jon's hair and promises to talk when he gets back. This makes Benjen's disappearance more personal for show Jon, whereas book Jon mostly hears of it secondhand. Essentially, the show compresses these interim moments. After Sam's arrival, we don't see much of Jon until he's ready to take his vows, but the book lingers to show Jon settling into life at Castle Black. He's growing respected among the other recruits and feeling a mixture of pride and homesickness. One thematic element here is how the book builds Jon's internal conflict when news from the south trickles in, like hearing about his father's troubles or Robb raising an army. In Season 1, the show holds off on Jon learning any big news until the dramatic reveal of Ned's fate, which comes a bit later. So, in the middle phase, the adaptation streamlines Jon's story. It skips over small character beats to keep the momentum. The impact is that TV Jon's journey feels a bit faster and more straightforward, focusing on the big turning points and omitting the slower build-up of unease that book Jon experiences as he senses dire changes in the wider world. That's it for Jon 5. Before we get into Jon 6, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Tyrion 6, Tyrion and Bronn are trying to lay low on the high road, debating whether to light a fire. Tyrion, feeling a bit reckless, decides they might as well, since avoiding the mountain clans seems pointless. Just as Bronn gives in, the Stone Crows show up and Tyrion manages to strike a deal with them. In Eddard 11, as Hand of the King, Ned holds court and listens to a petition from House Tully's bannermen, who report that Gregor Clegane has been raiding their lands and terrorizing their people. Outraged by these brutal attacks, Ned takes decisive action. He strips Gregor of his lands, titles, and sentences him to death for his crimes. To carry out the king's justice, he sends a force led by Lord Beric Dondarrion to track down Clegane and bring him to justice. In Sansa 3, Sansa spends some time pondering with Jean Poole why her dad didn't send the brave Sir Loras to take down the terrifying Sir Gregor. The next day, her father drops the news that he plans to send her and Arya back to Winterfell. Sansa protests, adamant she can't leave because she's destined to marry Prince Joffrey, who is nothing like his father and will give her children with golden hair. This declaration serves as an epiphany for her father, revealing a deeper layer of the political intrigue at play. In Eddard 12, Ned finally pieces together the secret that Jon Arryn died trying to uncover, the truth about Robert's children. He also receives troubling news from Pycelle and Littlefinger. Lord Tywin Lannister is already preparing for war, signaling that tensions are about to explode. Determined to do the right thing, Ned meets with Cersei in private and tells her that he knows the truth. Her children are not Robert's, but Jaime's. He warns her that once Robert returns from his hunting trip, he will reveal everything, but he gives her a chance to flee and take her children to safety. Rather than showing fear, Cersei remains calm and simply warns him that he's made a terrible mistake. In Daenerys 5, Daenerys takes on a key Dothraki pregnancy ritual by eating a stallion's heart. After completing the ritual, she bathes in the womb of the world and then attends the reception feast. Things take a dramatic turn when Viserys shows up, drunk and belligerent. He draws his sword, demanding the crown he believes he's owed. Khal Drogo responds by giving him a lethal crown of molten gold. In Eddard 13, Ned receives devastating news. King Robert has been mortally wounded by a boar during his hunting trip. As he lies dying, Robert drafts a will naming Ned as regent to rule in his place until Joffrey comes of age. Afterward, Renly Baratheon privately urges Ned to act fast, suggesting he seize control by taking custody of the royal children before Cersei can make her move. But Ned, bound by honor, refuses to take such drastic action. Instead, he writes a letter to Stannis Baratheon, declaring him the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Realizing he still needs men to back him, Ned turns to Littlefinger, revealing his plan and asking him to secure the loyalty of the City Watch to help maintain order when the inevitable power struggle begins. Let's continue. Jon 6. Jon was breaking his fast on apple cakes and blood sausage when Samwell Tarly plopped himself down on the bench. "I've been summoned to the Sept," Sam said in an excited whisper. "They're passing me out of training. I'm to be made a brother with the rest of you. Can you believe it?" "No, truly." "Truly. I am to assist Maester Aemon with the library and the birds. He needs someone who can read and write letters." "You'll do well at that," Jon said, smiling. Sam glanced about anxiously. "Is it time to go? I shouldn't be late. They might change their minds." He was fairly bouncing as they crossed the weed-strewn courtyard. The day was warm and sunny. Rivulets of water trickled down the sides of the wall, so the ice seemed to sparkle and shine. Inside the Sept, the great crystal caught the morning light as it streamed through the south-facing window and spread it in a rainbow on the altar. Pip's mouth dropped open when he caught sight of Sam, and Toad poked Gren in the ribs, but no one dared say a word. Septon Celadar was swinging a censer, filling the air with fragrant incense that reminded Jon of Lady Stark's little sept in Winterfell. For once, the Septon seemed sober. The high officers arrived in a body, Maester Aemon leaning on Clydas, Sir Alliser cold-eyed and grim. Lord Commander Mormont resplended in a black wool doublet with silvered bear claw fastenings. Behind them came the senior members of the three orders, red-faced Bowen Marsh, the Lord Steward, First Builder Orthwell Yorick, and Sir Jeremy Riker, who commanded the Rangers in the absence of Benjen Stark. Mormont stood before the altar, the rainbow shining on his broad, bald head. "You came to us as outlaws," he began. "Poachers, aras, debtors, killers, and thieves. You came to us as children. You came to us alone, in chains, with neither friends nor honor. You came to us rich, and you came to us poor. Some of you bear the names of proud houses. Others have only bastards' names, or no names at all. It makes no matter. All that is past now. On the wall, we are all one house. At evenfall, as the sun sets and we face the gathering night, you shall take your vows. From that moment, you will be a sworn brother of the Night's Watch. Your crimes will be washed away, your debts forgiven. So too, you must wash away your former loyalties. Put aside your grudges, forget old wrongs and old loves alike. Here, you begin anew. A man of the Night's Watch lives his life for the realm, not for a king, nor a lord, nor the honor of this house or that house, neither for gold, nor glory, nor a woman's love, but for the realm, and all the people in it. A man of the Night's Watch takes no wife and fathers no sons. Our wife is duty, Our mistress is honor, and you are the only sons we shall ever know. You have learned the words of the vow. Think carefully before you say them, for once you have taken the black, there is no turning back. The penalty for desertion is death." The old bear paused for a moment before he said, "Are there any among you who wish to leave our company? If so, go now, and no one shall think the less of you." No one moved. "Well and good," said Mormont. "You may take your vows here at evenfall, before Septon Celadar and the first of your order. Do any of you keep to the old gods?" Jon stood. "I do, my lord." "I expect you will want to say your words before a heart tree, as your uncle did," Mormont said. "Yes, my lord," Jon said. The gods of the Sept had nothing to do with him. The blood of the first men flowed in the veins of the Starks. He heard Gren whispering behind him, "There's no godswood here, is there? I never saw a godswood." "You wouldn't see a herd of orchards until they trampled you into the snow," Pip whispered back. "I would so," Gren insisted. "I'd see them a long way off." Mormont himself confirmed Gren's doubts. Castle Black has no need of a godswood. Beyond the wall, the haunted forest stands as it stood in the Dawn Age, long before the Andals brought the Seven across the narrow sea. You will find a grove of weirwood half a league from this spot, and mayhaps your gods as well. "My lord!" The voice made Jon glance back in surprise. Samuel Tarly was on his feet. The fat boy wiped his sweaty palms against his tunic. Might I go as well, to say my words at this heart tree?" "Does House Tarly keep the old gods too?" Mormont asked. "No, my lord," Sam replied in a thin, nervous voice. The high officers frightened him, Jon knew. The old bear most of all. "I was named in the light of the Seven at the Sept on Horn Hill, as my father was, as his father, and all the Tarlys for 1,000 years." "Why would you forsake the gods of your father and your house?" wondered Sir Jeremy Riker. "The Night's Watch is my house now," Sam said. "The Seven have never answered my prayers. Perhaps the old gods will." "As you wish, boy," Mormont said. Sam took his seat again, as did Jon. "We have placed each of you in an order as befits our needs and your own strength and skills." Bowen March stepped forward and handed him a paper. The Lord Commander unrolled it and began to read. "Hader to the builders," he began. Hader gave a stiff nod of approval. "Gren to the rangers. Albert to the builders. Piper to the rangers." Pip looked over to Jon and wriggled his ears. "Samuel to the stewards." Sam sagged with relief, mopping his brow with a scrap of silk. "Mathar to the rangers. Darion to the stewards. Todda to the rangers. Jon to the stewards." The stewards? For a moment Jon could not believe what he had heard. Mormont must have read it wrong. He started to rise, to open his mouth, to tell them there had been a mistake, and then he saw Sir Alliser studying him, eyes shiny as 2 flakes of obsidian, and he knew. The old bear rolled up the paper. "Your first will instruct you in your duties. May all the gods preserve you, brothers." The Lord Commander favored them with half a bow and took his leave. Sir Alliser went with him, a thin smile on his face. Jon had never seen the Master-at-Arms look quite so happy. "Rangers with me," Sir Jeremy Riker called when they were gone. Pip was staring at Jon as he slowly got to his feet. His ears were red. Gren, grinning broadly, did not seem to realize that anything was amiss. Matt and Toad fell in beside them, and they followed Sir Jeremy from the Sept. "Builders," announced lantern-jawed Othel Yorick. Hader and Albert trailed out after him. Jon looked around in sick disbelief. Maester Aemon's blind eyes were raised towards the light he could not see. The Septon was arranging crystals on the altar. Only Sam and Darkon remained on the benches, a fat boy, a singer, and him. Lord Steward Bowen Marsh rubbed his plump hands together. "Samuel, you will assist Maester Aemon in the rookery and library. Chet is going to the kennels to help with the hounds. You shall have his cell so as to be close to the Maester night and day. I trust you'll take good care of him. He is very old and very precious to us. Darion, I'm told that you sang at many a High Lord's table and shared their meat and mead. We are sending you to Eastwatch. It may be your palate will be some help to Cotter Pike when merchant galleys come trading. We are paying 2 dear for salt beef and pickled fish, and the quality of the olive oil we're getting has been frightful. Present yourself to Borkus when you arrive. He will keep you busy between ships." Marsh turned his smile on Jon. Lord Commander Mormont has requested you for his personal steward, Jon. You'll sleep in a cell beneath his chambers, in the Lord Commander's tower. And what will my duties be? Jon asked sharply. Will I serve the Lord Commander's meals, help him fasten his clothes, fetch hot water for his bath? Certainly, Marsh frowned at Jon's tone. And you'll run his messages, keep a fire burning in his chambers, change his sheets and blankets daily, and do all else that the Lord Commander might require of you. Do you take me for a servant? No, Maester Aemon said, from the back of his sept. Clydas helped him stand. We took you for a man of the Night's Watch. But perhaps we were wrong in that. It was all Jon could do to stop himself from walking out. Was he supposed to churn butter and so do blaze like a girl for the rest of his days? May I go? He asked stiffly. As you wish, Bowen Marsh responded. Darion and Sam left with him. They descended to the yard in silence. Outside, Jon looked up at the wall shining in the sun, the melting ice creeping down its sides in 100 thin fingers. Jon's rage was such that he would have smashed it all in an instant, and the world would be damned. Jon, Samwell Tarly said excitedly. Wait, don't you see what they're doing? Jon turned on him in a fury. I see Sir Alice's bloody hand, that's all I see. He wanted to shame me, and he has. Darion gave him a look. To watch and listen and learn from all he did. I'll wager that's why Lord Mormont requested you, Jon. What else could it be? He wants to groom you for command. Jon was taken aback. It was true. Lord Eddard had often made Robb part of his councils back at Winterfell. Could Sam be right? Even a bastard could rise high in the Night's Watch, they said. I never asked for this, he said stubbornly. None of us are here for asking, Sam reminded him. And suddenly, Jon Snow was ashamed. Craven or not, Samwell Tarly had found the courage to accept his fate like a man. On the wall, a man gets only what he earns, Benjen Stark had said the last night Jon had seen him alive. You're no ranger, Jon, only a green boy with the smell of summer still on you. He'd heard it said that bastards grow up faster than other children. On the wall, you grew up or you died. Jon let out a deep sigh. You have the right of it. I was acting the boy. Then you'll stay and say your words with me? The old gods will be expecting us. He made himself smile. They set out late that afternoon. The wall had no gates as such, neither here at Castle Black nor anywhere along its 300 miles. They led their horses down a narrow tunnel, cut through the ice, cold dark walls pressing in around them as the passage twisted and turned. 3 times their way was blocked by iron bars, and they had to stop while Bowen Marsh drew out his keys and unlocked the massive chains that secured them. Jon could sense the vast weight pressing down on him as he waited behind the Lord Steward. The air was colder than a tomb, and more still. He felt a strange relief when they re-emerged into the afternoon light on the north side of the wall. Sam blinked at the sudden glare and looked around apprehensively. The wildlings, they never dare come this close to the wall, would they? They never have. Jon climbed into his saddle. When Bowen Marsh and their ranger escort had mounted, Jon put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled. Ghost came loping out of the tunnel. The Lord Steward's Garron wickered and backed away from the direwolf. Do you mean to take that beast? Yes, my lord, Jon said. Ghost's head lifted. He seemed to taste the air. In the blink of an eye, he was off, racing across the broad, weed-choked field to vanish in the trees. Once they had entered the forest, they were in a different world. Jon had often hunted with his father and Jory and his brother Robb. He knew the wolfswood around Winterfell as well as any man. The haunted forest was much the same, and yet the feel of it was very different. Perhaps it was all in the knowing. They had ridden past the end of the world. Somehow, that changed everything. Every shadow seemed darker, every sound more ominous. The trees pressed close and shut out the light of the setting sun. A thin crust of snow cracked beneath the hooves of their horses, with a sound like breaking bones. When the wind set the leaves to rustling, it was like a chilly finger tracing a path up Jon's spine. The wall was at their backs, and only the gods knew what lay ahead. The sun was sinking below the trees when they reached their destination, a small clearing in the deep of the wood where 9 weirwoods grew in a rough circle. Jon drew in a breath, and he saw Sam Tarly staring. Even in the wolfswood, you never found more than 2 or 3 of the white trees growing together. A grove of 9 was unheard of. The forest floor was carpeted with fallen leaves, blood red on top, black rot beneath. The wide, smooth trunks were bone pale, and 9 faces stared inward. The dried sap that crusted in the eyes was red and hard as ruby. Bowen Marsh commanded them to leave their horses outside the circle. "This is a sacred place. We will not defile it." When they entered the grove, Samuel Tarly turned, slowly looking at each face in turn. No two were quite alike. "They're watching us," he whispered. "The old gods." "Yes." Jon knelt, and Sam knelt beside him. They said the words together, as the last light faded in the west and grey day became black night. "Hear my words and bear witness to my vow," they recited, their voices filling the twilight grove. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realm of men. I pledge my life and honor to the night's watch, for this night and all the nights to come." The woods fell silent. "You knelt as boys," Bowen Marsh intoned solemnly. "Rise now, as men of the night's watch." Jon held out a hand to pull Sam back to his feet. The rangers gathered around to offer smiles and congratulations, all but the gnarled old forester, Dwen. "Best we be starting back, my lord," he said to Bowen Marsh. "Dark's falling, and there's something in the smell of this night that I mislike." And suddenly, Ghost was back, stalking softly between 2 weirwoods. White fur and red eyes, Jon realized, disquieted, like the trees. The wolf had something in his jaws, something black. "What's he got there?" asked Bowen Marsh, frowning. "To me, Ghost." Jon knelt. "Bring it here." The direwolf trotted to him. Jon heard Samuel Tarly's sharp intake of breath. "Gods be good," Darwin muttered. "That's a hand." So, this chapter, Jon and Sam finally take the Night's Watch vows. Here, the show sticks fairly close to the source material with a few logistical changes. In both versions, Jon is initially upset to be named a steward rather than a ranger. He sees it as a slight, thinking he'll just be a glorified servant. In the book, this anger flares up, and it's Sam who cleverly points out that Lord Commander Mormont likely wants Jon as a steward to groom him for command someday. After all, Mormont personally requested Jon as his own steward. The show includes this conversation, and we see Jon's resentment turn to tentative understanding after Sam's pep talk. Notably, TV Jon doesn't rant as much as book Jon does. In print, he sarcastically lists off duties, like washing Mormont's small clothes before Sam talks sense into him, really showing his teenage petulance. The show softens that. Jon looks disappointed, but is less verbally bitter, which makes him appear a bit more mature, or at least quicker to listen to reason. The actual oath-taking is beautifully rendered in both media. In the novel, Jon insists on saying his vows before the old gods, so he and Sam go out beyond the wall to a godswood grove of weirwood trees, while their less religious counterparts use the sept in Castle Black. The series shows this very scene, Jon and Sam kneeling in the snow before an ancient heart tree, reciting the Night's Watch oath together in the eerie forest hush. It's virtually the same, capturing the solemnity of the moment. One small difference is what comes after the words are said. In the book, right as they finish swearing loyalty, Ghost appears with a grisly prize, a severed human hand, which foreshadows the dark discoveries to come. The show tweaks this for clarity. Instead of a loose hand, Ghost leads them directly to the dead bodies of 2 missing rangers, including Uncle Benjen's comrades. The visual of finding whole corpses probably reads easier on TV, but the implication is identical. Something evil is lurking. The tone between book and show at this juncture is remarkably consistent. Jon feels a deep sense of pride and belonging as he says the words of the oath, only to have that triumph immediately chilled by the reminder of the supernatural danger. One extra touch the show adds is a scene just before the vows. Benjen's horse trots back to the fort riderless, a moment of dread that isn't explicitly in the book. There, they just worry after months of no word. This addition makes the threat to Benjen very concrete for viewers and further tests Jon's resolve. He's barely sworn his duty when he's confronted with the likely loss of his uncle. In summary, the adaptation of Jon's oath stays true to the spirit of the book, a young man making an adult commitment, while using visual cues to hammer home the stakes in ways the written word only hinted at. And that's it for Jon 6. Before we get into Jon 7, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Eddard 14, after Robert's death, Ned gathers a small council to formally establish himself as protector of the realm, as Robert had declared in his will. However, before anything can be settled, a summons arrives. Joffrey has taken the throne and is demanding oaths of fealty from the lords of the realm. In the throne room, things escalate quickly. Cersei dismisses Robert's will entirely, tearing it up in front of everyone. Ned, standing by his honor, refuses to recognize Joffrey's claim and declares that he has no right to the throne. Confident that he has the upper hand, he orders the City Watch to seize Cersei and her children, expecting their support. But instead of backing him, the Goldcloaks turn on Ned's men, cutting them down. In that moment, Littlefinger steps in, holding a dagger to Ned's throat and smugly revealing his betrayal with a simple reminder, "I did warn you not to trust me." In Arya 4, Arya's training with Syrio Forel is abruptly cut short by Sir Meryn Trant and some Lannister guards. Syrio fends them off, allowing Arya to escape, and in her flight, she ends up killing a stable boy who tries to stop her, then dashes through the dungeons of the Red Keep. Meanwhile, in Sansa 4, 3 days after informing Queen Cersei of her father's plans, Sansa is taken from house arrest to the Queen and the small council, where she learns her father is branded a traitor and is coerced into writing letters to her family explaining the situation. Let's continue. Jon 7. "O Thor," announced Sir Jeremy Riker, "beyond a doubt, and this one was Jafer Flowers." He turned the corpse over with his foot, and the dead white face stared up at the overcast sky with blue, blue eyes. They were Ben Stark's men, both of them. My uncle's men, Jon thought numbly. He remembered how he pleaded to ride with them. Gods, I was such a green boy. If he had taken me, it might be me lying here. Jafer's right wrist ended in the ruin of torn flesh and splintered bone left by Ghost's jaws. His right hand was floating in a jar of vinegar back in Maester Aemon's tower. His left hand, still at the end of his arm, was as black as his cloak. "Gods have mercy," the old bear muttered. He swung down from his garron, handing his reins to Jon. The morning was unnaturally warm. Beads of sweat dotted the Lord Commander's broad forehead, like dew on a melon. His horse was nervous, rolling her eyes, backing away from the dead men as far as her lead would allow. Jon led her off a few paces, fighting to keep her from bolting. The horses did not like the feel of this place. For that matter, neither did Jon. The dogs liked it least of all. Ghost had led the party here. The pack of hounds had been useless. When Bass the Kennel Master had tried to get them to take the scent from the severed hand, they had gone wild, yowling and barking, fighting to get away. Even now, they were snarling and whimpering by turns, pulling at their leashes, while Chat cursed them for curs. It is only a wood, Jon told himself, and they're only dead men. He had seen dead men before. Last night, he had dreamed the Winterfell dream again. He was wandering the empty castle, searching for his father, descending into the crypts. Only this time, the dream had gone further than before. In the dark, he'd heard the scrape of stone on stone. When he turned, he saw that the vaults were opening, one after the other, as the dead kings came stumbling from their cold black graves. Jon had woken in pitch dark, his heart hammering. Even when Ghost leapt up on the bed to nuzzle at his face, he could not shake his deep sense of terror. He dared not go back to sleep. Instead, he had climbed the wall and walked restless, until he saw the light of the dawn off to the cast. It was only a dream. I am a brother of the Night's Watch now, not a frightened boy. Samwell Tarly huddled beneath the trees, half hidden behind the horses. His round, fat face was the color of curled milk. So far, he had not lurched off to the woods to retch, but he had not so much as glanced at the dead men either. I can't look, he whispered miserably. You have to look, Jon told him, keeping his voice low so the others would not hear. Maester Aemon sent you to be his eyes, didn't he? What good are eyes if they're shut? Yes, but I'm such a coward, Jon. Jon put a hand on Sam's shoulder. We have a dozen rangers with us, and the dogs, even Ghost. No one will hurt you, Sam. Go ahead and look. The first look is the hardest. Sam gave a tremulous nod, working up his courage with a visible effort. Slowly, he swiveled his head. His eyes widened, but Jon held his arm so he could not turn away. Sir Jeremy, the old bear asked gruffly. Ben Stark had 6 men with him when he rode from the wall. Where are the others? Sir Jeremy shook his head. Would that I knew. Plainly, Mormont was not pleased with that answer. 2 of our brothers butchered almost within sight of the wall, yet our rangers heard nothing, saw nothing. Is this what the Night's Watch has fallen to? Do we still sweep these woods? Yes, my lord, but do we still mount watches? We do, but this man wears a hunting horn. Mormont pointed at Othor. Must I suppose that he died without sounding it? Or have your rangers all gone deaf as well as blind? So Jeremy bristled, his face taunt with anger. No horn was blown, my lord, or my rangers would have heard it. I do not have sufficient men to mount as many patrols as I should like, and since Benjen was lost, we have stayed closer to the wall than we were wont to do before, by your own command. The old bear grunted. Yes, well, be that as it may. He made an impatient gesture. Tell me how they died. Squatting beside the dead man he had named Jaffrey Flowers, Sir Jeremy grasped his head by the scalp. The hair came out between his fingers, brittle as straw. The knight cursed and shoved at the face with the heel of his hand. A great gash in the side of his corpse's neck opened like a mouth, crusted with dried blood. Only a few ropes of pale tendon still attached the head to the neck. This was done with an axe. Aye, muttered Dwen, the old forester. Be like the axe that Othor carried, my lord. Jon could feel his breakfast churning in his belly, but he pressed his lips together and made himself look at the second body. Othor had been a big, ugly man, and he made a big, ugly corpse. No axe was in evidence. Jon remembered Othor. He had been the one bellowing the bawdy song as the rangers rode out. His singing days were done. His flesh was blanched white as milk, everywhere but his hands. His hands were black like Japheth's. Blossoms of hard-cracked blood decorated the mortal wounds that covered him like a rash, breast and groin and throat. Yet his eyes were still open. They stared up at the sky, blue as sapphires. So Jeremy stood. The wildlings have axes too. Mormont rounded on him. So you believe this is Mance Raydar's work? This close to the wall? Who else, my lord? Jon could have told him. He knew. They all knew. Yet no man of them would say the words. The others are only a story, a tale to make children shiver. If they ever lived at all, they are gone 8,000 years. Even the thought made him feel foolish. He was a man grown now, a black brother of the Night's Watch, not a boy who'd once sat at Old Nan's feet with Bran and Robb and Arya. Yet Lord Commander Mormont gave a snort. If Ben Stark had come under wildling attack, a half-day's ride from Castle Black, he would have returned for more men, chased the killers through all 7 hells, and brought me back their heads. Unless he was slain as well, Sir Jeremy insisted. The words hurt, even now. It had been so long, it seemed folly to cling to hope that Ben Stark was still alive. But Jon Snow was nothing if not stubborn. It has been close on half a year since Benjen left us, my lord, Sir Jeremy went on. The forest is vast. The wildlings might have fallen on him anywhere. I'd wagered these 2 were the last survivors of his party, on their way back to us, but the enemy caught them before they could reach the safety of the wall. The corpses are still fresh. These men cannot have been dead more than a day. No, Samwell Tarly squeaked. Jon was startled. Sam's nervous, high-pitched voice was the last he would have expected to hear. The fat boy was frightened of the officers, and so Jeremy was not known for his patience. I did not ask for your views, boy, Riker said coldly. Let him speak, sir, Jon blurted. Mormont's eyes flickered from Sam to Jon and back again. If the lad has something to say, I'll hear him out. Come closer, boy. We can't see you behind those horses. Sam edged past Jon and the Garrons, sweating profusely. My lord, it can't be a day, or, look, the blood. Yes, Mormont growled impatiently. Blood, what of it? He soils his small clothes at the sight of it, Chet shouted out, and the rangers laughed. Sam mopped at the sweat on his brow. You can see where Ghost, Jon's direwolf, you can see where he tore off that man's hand, and yet the stump hasn't bled. Look." He waved a hand. "My father, Lord Randall, he made me watch him dress animals sometimes, after... Sam shook his head from side to side, his chins quivering. Now that he had looked at the bodies, he could not seem to look away. "A fresh kill, the blood would still flow, my lords. Later it would be clotted like a jelly, thick and... He looked as though he was going to be sick. "This man, look at the wrist, it's all crusty, dry, like..." Jon saw at once what Sam meant. He could see the torn veins in the dead man's wrist, iron worms in the pale flesh. His blood was a black dust, yet Jeremy Riker was unconvinced. "If they'd been dead much longer than a day, they'd be right by now, boy. They don't even smell." Dwen, the gnarled old forester who liked to boast that he could smell snow coming on, sidled closer to the corpses and took a whiff. "Well, they're no pansy flowers, but my lord has the truth of it. There's no corpse stink. They aren't rotting," Sam pointed, his fat finger shaking only a little. "Look, there's no maggots or worms or anything. They've been lying here in the woods, but they haven't been chewed or eaten by animals. Only ghosts. Otherwise they're untouched," Jon said softly. "And Ghost is different. The dogs and the horses won't go near them." The rangers exchanged glances. They could see it was true. Every man of them. Mormont frowned, glancing from the corpses to the dogs. "Chet, bring the hounds closer." Chet tried, cursing, yanking on the leashes, giving one animal a lick of his boot. Most of the dogs just whimpered and planted their feet. He tried dragging one. The bitch resisted, growling and squirming as if to escape her collar. Finally, she lunged at him. Chet dropped the leash and stumbled backward. The dog leapt over him and bounded off into the trees. This is all wrong," Sam Tarly said earnestly. There's blood stains on their clothes and their flesh, dry and hard, but there's none on the ground or anywhere with those... Sam made himself swallow, took a deep breath. "With those wounds, terrible wounds. There should be blood all over, shouldn't there?" Dwen sucked at his wooden teeth. "Might be they didn't die here. Might be someone brought him and left him for us. A warning, as like." The old forester peered down suspiciously. "And might be I'm a fool, but I don't know that Othor never had no blue eyes afore." Sir Jeremy looked startled. "Neither did flowers," he blurted, turning to stare at the dead man. A silence fell over the wood. For a moment, all they heard was Sam's heavy breathing and the wet sound of Dwen suckling on his teeth. Jon squatted beside Ghost. "Burn them," someone whispered. One of the rangers. Jon could not have said who. "Yes, burn them," a second voice urged. The old bear gave a stubborn shake of his head. "Not yet. I want Maester Aemon to have a look at them. We'll bring them back to the wall." Some commands are more easily given than obeyed. They wrapped the dead man in cloaks, but when Hake and Dwen tried to tie one onto a horse, the animal went mad, screaming and rearing, lashing out with its hooves, even biting at Keta when he ran to help. The rangers had no better luck with the other Garrans. Not even the most placid wanted any part of these burdens. In the end, they were forced to hack off branches and fashion crude slings to carry the corpses back on foot. It was well past midday by the time they started back. "I will have these woods searched," Mormont commanded Sir Jeremy as they set out. "Every tree, every rock, every bush, and every foot of muddy ground within 10 leagues of here. Use all the men you have, and if you do not have enough, borrow hunters and foresters from the stewards. If Ben and the others are out here, dead or alive, I will have them found. And if there is anyone else in these woods, I will know of it. You are to track them and take them alive if possible. Is that understood?" "It is, my lord," Sir Jeremy said. "It will be done." After that, Mormont rode in silence, brooding. Jon followed close behind him. As the Lord Commander's steward, that was his place. The day was grey, damp, overcast, the sort of day that made you wish for rain. No wind stirred the wood, and the air hung humid and heavy, and Jon's clothes clung to his skin. It was warm, too warm. The wall was weeping copiously. had been weeping for days, and sometimes Jon even imagined it was shrinking. The old men called the weather spirit Summer and said it meant the season was giving up its ghosts at last. After this, the cold would come, they warned, and a long summer always meant a long winter. This summer had lasted 10 years. Jon had been a babe in arms when it began. Ghost ran with them for a time and then vanished among the trees. Without the direwolf, Jon felt almost naked. He found himself glancing at every shadow with unease. Unbidden, he thought back on the tales that old Nan used to tell them when he was a boy at Winterfell. He could almost hear her voice again and the click, click, click of her needles. In that darkness, the others came riding, she used to say, dropping her voice lower and lower. Cold and dead they were, and they hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun, and every living creature with hot blood in its veins. Holdfasts and cities and kingdoms of men all fell before them, as they moved south on pale dead horses, leading hosts of the slain. They fed their dead, servants on the flesh of human children. When he caught his first glimpse of the wall looming above the tops of an ancient gnarled oak, Jon was vastly relieved. Mormont reined up suddenly and turned in his saddle. "Tarly," he barked, "come here." Jon saw the start of fright on Sam's face as he lumbered up on his mare. Doubtless he thought he was in trouble. "You're fat, but you're not stupid, boy," the old bear said gruffly. "You did well back there. And you, Snow." Sam blushed a vivid crimson and tripled over his own tongue as he tried to stammer out a courtesy. Jon had to smile. When they emerged from under the trees, Mormont spurred his tough little Garen to a trot. Ghost came streaking out from the woods to meet them, licking his chops, his muzzle red from prey. High above, the men on the wall saw the column approaching. Jon heard the deep throaty call of the watchman's great horn, calling out across the miles, a single long blast that shuddered through the trees and echoed off the ice. "Yoo!" The sound faded slowly to silence. One blast meant rangers returning, and Jon thought, I was a ranger for one day at least. Whatever may come, they cannot take that away from me. Bowen March was waiting at the first gate as they led their Garrians through the icy tunnel. The Lord Steward was red-faced and agitated. "My lord," he blurted at Mormont as he swung open the iron bars. "There's been a bird. You must come at once." "What is it, man?" Mormont said gruffly. Curiously, March glanced at Jon before he answered. "Maester Aemon has the letter. He's waiting in your solar." "Very well. Jon, see to my horse, and tell Sir Jeremy to put the dead men in a storeroom until the maester is ready for them." Mormont strode away, grumbling. As they led their horses back to the stable, Jon was uncomfortably aware that people were watching him. Sir Alistair Thorne was drilling his boys in the yard, but he broke off to stare at Jon, a faint half smile on his lips. One-armed Donal Noy stood in the door of the armory. "The gods be with you, Snow," he called out. Something's wrong, Jon thought. Something's very wrong. The dead men were carried to one of the storerooms along the base of the wall, a dark cold cell chiseled from the ice and used to keep meat and grain and sometimes even beer. Jon saw that Mormont's horse was fed and watered and groomed before he took care of his own. Afterward, he sought out his friends. Gren and Toad were on watch, but he found Pip in the common hall. "What's happened?" he asked. Pip lowered his voice. "The king's dead." Jon was stunned. Robert Baratheon had looked old and fat when he visited Winterfell, yet he'd seemed hale enough, and there'd been no talk of illness. "How can you know?" One of the guards overheard Cletus reading the letter to Maester Aemon. Pip leaned close. "Jon, I'm sorry. He was your father's friend, wasn't he?" "They were as close as brothers once." Jon wondered if Joffrey would keep his father as the king's hand. It did not seem likely. That might mean Lord Eddard would return to Winterfell, and his sisters as well. He might even be allowed to visit them with Lord Mormont's permission. It would be good to see Arya's grin again, and to talk with his father. "I will ask him about my mother," he resolved. "I am a man now. It is past time he told me. Even if she was a whore, I don't care. I want to know." "I heard Hake say the dead men were your uncles," Pip said. "Yes," Jon replied. 2 of the 6 he took with him. They'd been dead a long time, only their bodies are queer." "Queer?" Pip was all curiosity. "How queer?" "Sam will tell you." Jon did not want to talk of it. "I should see if the old bear has need of me. He walked to the Lord Commander's tower alone, with a curious sense of apprehension. The brothers on guard eyed him solemnly as he approached. "The old bear's in his solar," one of them announced. "He was asking for you." Jon nodded. He should have come straight from the stable. He climbed the tower steps briskly. He wants wine or a fire in his hearth, that's all, he told himself. When he entered the solar, Mormont's raven screamed at him. "Corn!" the bird shrieked. "Corn, corn, corn!" "Don't you believe it. I just fed him," the old bear growled. He was seated by the window, reading a letter. "Bring me a cup of wine, and pour one for yourself." "For myself, my lord." Mormont lifted his eyes from the letter to stare at Jon. There was pity in that look. He could taste it. "You heard me." Jon poured with exaggerated care, vaguely aware that he was drawing out the act. When the cups were filled, he would have no choice but to face whatever was in that letter. Yet, all too soon, they were filled. "Sit, boy," Mormont commanded him. "Drink." Jon remained standing. "It's my father, isn't it?" The old bear tapped the letter with a finger. "Your father and the king," he rumbled. "I won't lie to you. It's grievous news. I never thought to see another king, not at my age, with Robert half my years and strong as a bull." He took a gulp of wine. "They say the king loved to hunt. The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember that. My son loved that young wife of his. Vain woman. If not for her, he never would have thought to sell those poachers." Jon could scarcely follow what he was saying. "My lord, I don't understand. What's happened to my father?" "I told you to sit," Mormont grumbled. "Sit!" the raven screamed. "And have a drink, damn you. That's a command, Snow." Jon sat and took a sip of his wine. "Lord Eddard has been imprisoned. He is charged with treason. It is said that he plotted with Robert's brothers to deny the throne to Prince Joffrey." "No," Jon said at once. "That couldn't be. My father would never betray the king." "Be that as it may," said Mormont, "it's not for me to say, nor for you." "But it's a lie," Jon insisted. How could they think his father was a traitor? Had they all gone mad? Lord Eddard Stark would never dishonor himself. Would he? He fathered a bastard, a small voice whispered inside him. Was there honor in that? And your mother, what of her? He will not even speak her name. "My lord, what will happen to him? Will they kill him?" "As to that, I cannot say, lad. I mean to send a letter. I knew some of the king's councillors in my youth. Old Pycelle, Lord Stennis, Sir Barristan. Whatever your father has done, or hasn't done, he is a great lord. He must be allowed to take the black and join us here. Gods knows we need men of Lord Eddard's ability." Jon knew that other men accused of treason had been allowed to redeem their honor on the wall in the past days. Why not Lord Eddard? His father here? That was a strange thought, and strangely uncomfortable. It would be a monstrous injustice to strip him of Winterfell and force him to take the black. And yet, if it meant his life, and would Joffrey allow it? He remembered the prince at Winterfell, the way he'd mocked Robb and Sir Roderick in the yard. Jon himself he had scarcely even noted. Bastards were beneath his content. "My lord, will the king listen to you?" The old bear shrugged. "A boy king. I imagine he'll listen to his mother. A pity the dwarf isn't with them. He's the lad's uncle, and he saw our need when he visited us. It was a bad thing, your lady mother taking him captive." "Lady Stark is not my mother," Jon reminded him sharply. Tyrion Lannister had been a friend to him. If Lord Eddard was killed, she would be as much to blame as the queen. "My lord, what of my sisters, Arya and Sansa? They were with my father, do you know?" "Pycelle makes no mention of them, but doubtless, they'll be treated gently. I will ask about them when I write." Mormont shook his head. This could not have happened at a worse time. If ever the realm needed a strong king. There are dark days and cold nights ahead. I feel it in my bones. He gave Jon a long, shrewd look. "I hope you are not thinking of doing anything stupid, boy." "He's my father," Jon wanted to say, but he knew that Mormont would not want to hear it. His throat was dry. He made himself take another sip of wine. "Your duty is here now," the Lord Commander reminded him. "Your old life ended when you took the black." His bird made a raucous echo. "Black!" Mormont took no notice. Whatever they do in King's Landing is none of our concern. When Jon did not answer, the old man finished his wine and said, "You're free to go. I'll have no further need of you today. On the morrow, you can help me write that letter." Jon did not remember standing or leaving the solar. The next thing he knew, he was descending the tower steps, thinking, This is my father, my sisters. How can it be none of my concern? Outside, one of the guards looked at him and said, "Be strong, boy. The gods are cruel." They know, Jon realized. My father is no traitor, he said hoarsely. Even the words stuck in his throat, as if to choke him. The wind was rising, and it seemed colder in the yard than it had when he'd gone in. Spirit summer was drawing to an end. The rest of the afternoon pressed as if in a dream. Jon could not have said where he walked, what he did, who he spoke with. Ghost was with him, he knew that much. The silent presence of the direwolf gave him comfort. The girls do not even have that much, he thought. Their wolves might have kept them safe, but Lady is dead and Ymira's lost. They're all alone. A north wind had begun to blow by the time the sun went down. Jon could hear it skirling against the wall and over the icy battlements as he went to the common hall for the evening meal. Hob had cooked up a venison stew, thick with barley, onions, and carrots. When he spooned an extra portion onto Jon's plate and gave him the crusty heel of the bread, he knew what it meant. He knows. He looked around the hall, saw heads turn quickly, eyes politely averted. They all know. His friends rallied to him. "We asked the Septon to light a candle for your father," Mattia told him. "It's a lie. We all know it's a lie. Even Gren knows it's a lie," Pip chimed in. Gren nodded, and Sam clasped Jon's hands. "You're my brother now, so he's my father too," the fat boy said. "If you want to go out to the werewoods and pray to the old gods, I'll go with you." The werewoods were beyond the wall, yet he knew Sam meant what he said. They are my brothers, he thought, as much as Rob and Bran and Rickon. And then he heard the laughter, sharp and cruel as a whip, and the voice of Sir Alistair Thorne. "Not only a bastard, but a traitor's bastard," he was telling the men around him. In the blink of an eye, Jon had vaulted onto the table, dagger in his hand. Pip made a grab for him, but he wrenched his leg away, and then he was sprinting down the table and kicking the bowl from Sir Alistair's hand. Stew went flying everywhere, splattering the brothers. Thorne recoiled. People were shouting, but Jon Snow did not hear them. He lunged at Sir Alistair's face with the dagger, slashing at those cold onyx eyes. But Sam threw himself between them, and before Jon could get around him, Pip was on his back, clinging like a monkey, and Gren was grabbing his arm while Toad wrenched the knife from his fingers. Later, much later, after they had marched him back to his sleeping cell, Mormont came down to see him, Raven on his shoulder. "I told you not to do anything stupid, boy," the old bear said. "Boy," the bird chorused. Mormont shook his head, disgusted, "And to think I had high hopes for you." They took his knife and his sword and told him he was not to leave his cell until the high officers met to decide what to be done with him. And then they placed a guard outside his door to make certain he obeyed. His friends were not allowed to see him, but the old bear did relent and permit him ghost, so he was not utterly alone. "My father is no traitor," he told the direwolf when the rest had gone. Ghost looked at him in silence. Jon slumped against the wall, hands around his knees, and stared at the candle on the table beside the narrow bed. The flame flickered and swayed. The shadows moved around him. The room seemed to grow darker and colder. "I will not sleep tonight," Jon thought. Yet he must have dozed. When he woke, his legs were stiff and cramped, and the candle had long since burned out. Ghost stood on his hind legs, scrabbling at the door. Jon was startled to see how tall he'd grown. "Ghost, what is it?" he called softly. The direwolf turned his head and looked down at him, baring his fangs in a silent snarl. Has he gone mad? Jon wondered. "It's me, Ghost," he murmured, trying not to sound afraid. Yet he was trembling, violently. When had it gotten so cold? Ghost backed away from the door. There were deep gouges where he'd raked the door. Jon watched him with mounting disquiet. "There's someone out there, isn't there?" he whispered. Crouching, the direwolf crept backward, white fur rising on the back of his neck. "The guard," he thought. "They left a man to guard my door. Ghost smells him through the door. That's all it is." Slowly, Jon pushed himself to his feet. He was shivering uncontrollably, wishing he still had a sword. 3 quick steps brought him to the door. He grabbed the handle and pulled it inward. The creak of the hinges almost made him jump. His guard was sprawled bonelessly across the narrow steps, looking up at him even though he was lying on his stomach. His head had been twisted completely around. "It can't be," Jon told himself. "This is the Lord Commander's tower. It's guarded day and night. This couldn't happen. It's a dream. I'm having a nightmare." Ghost slid past him. Out the door, the wolf started up the steps, stopping, looked back at Jon. That was when he heard it, the soft scrape of a boot on stone, the sound of a latch turning. The sounds came from above, from the Lord Commander's chambers. A nightmare this dream be, yet it was no dream. The guard's sword was in its sheath. Jon knelt and worked it free. The heft of steel in his fist made him bolder. He moved up the steps, Ghost paddling silently before him. Shadows lurked in every turn of the stair. Jon crept up warily, probing any suspicious darkness with the point of his sword. Suddenly, he heard the shriek of Mormont's raven. "Corn!" the bird was screaming. "Corn, corn, 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 corn!" Ghost bounded ahead, and Jon came scrambling after. The door to Mormont's solar was wide open. The direwolf plunged through. Jon stopped in the doorway, blade in hand, giving his eyes a moment to adjust. Heavy drapes had been pulled across the windows, and the darkness was black as ink. "Who's there?" he called out. Then he saw it, a shadow in the shadows, sliding toward the inner door that led to Mormont's sleeping cell. A man shape all in black, cloaked and hooded, but beneath the hood, its eyes shone with an icy blue radiance. Ghost leapt. Man and wolf went down together, with neither scream nor snarl, rolling, smashing into a chair, knocking over a table laden with papers. Mormont's raven was flapping overhead, screaming, "Corn, corn, corn, corn!" Jon felt as blind as Maester Aemon. Keeping the wall to his back, he slid toward the window and ripped down the curtain. Moonlight flooded the solar. He glimpsed black hands buried in white fur, swollen dark fingers tightening around his direwolf's throat. Ghost was twisting and snapping, legs flailing in the air, but he could not break free. Jon had no time to be afraid. He threw himself forward, shouting, bringing down the longsword with all his weight behind it. Steel sheared through sleeve and skin and bone, yet the sound was wrong somehow. The smell that engulfed him was so queer and cold he almost gagged. He saw arm and hand on the floor, black fingers wriggling in a pool of moonlight. Ghost wrenched free of the other hand and crept away, red tongue lolling from his mouth. The hooded man lifted his pale moon face, and Jon slashed at it without hesitation. The sword laid the intruder open to the bone, taking off half his nose and opening a gash cheek to cheek under those eyes. Eyes, like blue stars burning. Jon knew that face. Othor, he thought, reeling back. Gods, he's dead. He's dead. I saw him dead. He felt something scrabble at his ankle. Black fingers clawed at his calf. The arm was crawling up his leg, ripping out wool and flesh. Shouting with revulsion, Jon pried the fingers off his leg with the point of his sword and flipped the thing away. It lay writhing, fingers opening and closing. The corpse lurched forward. There was no blood. One-armed, face cut near in half, it seemed to feel nothing. Jon held the longsword before him. "Stay away," he commanded, his voice gone shrill. "Corn!" screamed the raven. "Corn, corn!" The severed arm was wriggling out of its torn sleeve, a pale snake with a black five-fingered head. Ghost pounced and got it between his teeth. Finger bones crunched. Jon hacked at the corpse's neck, felt the steel bite deep and hard. Dead Othor slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. Jon's breath went out of him as the fallen table caught him between his shoulder blades. The sword! Where was the sword? He'd lost the damn sword. When he opened his mouth to scream, the white jammed its black corpse fingers into Jon's mouth. Gagging, he tried to shove it off, but the dead man was too heavy. Its hand forced itself down his throat, icy cold, choking him. Its face was against his own, filling the world. Frost covered its eyes, sparkling blue. Jon raked cold flesh with his nails and kicked at the thing's legs. He tried to bite, tried to punch, tried to breathe. And suddenly, the corpse's weight was gone. Its fingers ripped from his throat. It was all Jon could do to roll over, retching and shaking. Ghost had it again. He watched as the direwolf buried his teeth in the white's gut and began to rip and tear. He watched, only half conscious for a long moment before he finally remembered to look for his sword, and saw Lord Mormont, naked and groggy from sleep, standing in the doorway with an oil lamp in hand. Gnawed and fingerless, the arm thrashed on the floor, wriggling toward him. Jon tried to shout, but his voice was gone. Staggering to his feet, he kicked the arm away and snatched the lamp from the old bear's fingers. The flame flickered and almost died. "Burn!" the raven cawed. "Burn, burn, burn!" Spinning, Jon saw the drapes he'd ripped from the window. He flung the lamp into the puddled cloth with both hands. Metal crunched, glass shattered, oil spewed, and the hangings went up in a great whoosh of flame. The heat of it on his face was sweeter than any kiss Jon had ever known. "Ghost!" he shouted. The direwolf wrenched free and came to him as the white struggled to rise, dark snakes spilling from the great wound in its belly. Jon plunged his hand into the flames, grabbed a fistful of the burning drapes and whipped them at the dead man. "Let it burn," he prayed, as the cloth smothered the corpse. "Gods, please, please let it burn." So, this chapter in the novel is pure horror and heroism combined, and the show turns it up a notch with cinematic flair. After Ghost's discovery, the Night's Watch brings the two frozen corpses back to Castle Black, and Jon senses something is very wrong, a feeling the book describes through Ghost's uneasy behavior and the ominous detail that the bodies have unnaturally blue hands. The TV series condenses the timeline slightly, but basically we get the same payoff. In the dead of night, the corpses reanimate as whites and attack. In the book, Jon is relaxing in his quarters when Ghost snarling alerts him. One of the undead rangers has come alive and tries to kill Lord Commander Mormont. Jon rushes in, seeing the white nearly strangling Mormont, and fights it off, ultimately grabbing a lantern and setting the creature ablaze. The show's version is very intense. A corpse opens its pale blue eyes and goes on a rampage. The staging is a bit different. On TV, one white invades Mormont's chambers and Jon, hearing the commotion, barges in. The fight is visceral. Jon throws a lamp to ignite the white, just as in the text, and flames engulf the undead foe. If anything, the show speeds through this action faster than the book, which took a little more time describing the white's resilience. In the novel, Jon has to stab it repeatedly and is shocked that severed limbs keep moving until burned. The major difference in adaptation here is minor. The book had two whites, whereas the show essentially focuses on one, probably to avoid confusion and budget strain. The thematic impact remains identical. This is Jon's first direct encounter with the otherworldly threat looming beyond the wall, and he proves himself bravely. After the fire, both versions have Lord Mormont reward Jon for saving his life. In the aftermath, the book details Jon's injured hand from grabbing the hot lantern, emphasizing that he paid a price for his heroism, though the show doesn't dwell much on any burn. Jon is bandaged in the next scene, but is not a huge plot point on TV. Ultimately, the white attack sequence and its fallout show the showrunner's fidelity to the source. All the major beats are present, just streamlined. The impact on story and character is the same. Jon Snow, once a self-pitying teenager, has now literally fought the undead, cementing his place among the Night's Watch in a way that pure words of an oath never could. And that's it for Jon 7. Before we get into Jon 8, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. Bran 6 sees the Karstarks arriving at Winterfell, and during a prayer in the Godswood, Osha educates Bran on the old gods and the others, urging that Robb should march north instead of south. Bran relays this to Maester Luwin even as Robb heads south with his army. In Daenerys 6, despite her efforts, Daenerys can't persuade Drogo to attack the Seven Kingdoms until an assassination attempt on her life at a market convinces Drogo to vow revenge. Catelyn 8 finds Catelyn and Sir Brendan Tully joining Robb's army at Moat Cailin. Catelyn assists Robb in refining his war plans, emphasizing the necessity of victory. Tyrion 7 has Tyrion reuniting with his father, Tywin's army, escorted by the Vale Mountain clans. Tywin coolly manages a disruption by the clansmen and then incentivizes them to fight for him as news of Robb Stark's advancing host arrives. In Sansa 5, Sansa attends Joffrey's first court session as king, following Sir Barristan Selmy's dramatic exit from the Kingsguard and the Hound's appointment in his stead. Sansa pleads for mercy for her father. The council agrees, provided Ned confesses and acknowledges Joffrey as the true king. In Eddard 15, locked away in the Black Cells, Ned receives a visit from Varys, who brings him grim news. He urges Ned to confess to treason, surrender any claim to power, and command Robb to stand down. He also pressures him to denounce both Stannis and Renly, ensuring that Joffrey's rule remains unchallenged. At first, Ned refuses, insisting that his honor is worth more than his life, but Varys reminds him that it's not just his life on the line. Cersei has Sansa, and if Ned refuses to cooperate, she could pay the price. With his daughter's safety at stake, Ned is left with an impossible choice: protect the truth or protect his family. In Catelyn 9, Robb and his troops make it to the Twins. Here, Catelyn steps up to haggle with Lord Walder Frey so they can cross the Green Fork. Let's continue. Jon 8. "Are you well, Snow?" Lord Mormont asked, scowling. "Well," his raven squawked. "Well." "I am, my lord," Jon lied, loudly, as if that could make it true. "And you?" Mormont frowned. "A dead man tried to kill me. How well could I be?" He scratched under his chin. His shaggy grey beard had been singed in the fire, and he'd hacked it off. The pale stubble of his new whiskers made him look old, disreputable, and grumpy. "You do not look well. How is your hand?" "Healing." Jon flexed his bandaged fingers to show him. He had burned himself more badly than he knew, throwing the flaming drapes, and his right hand was swathed in silk halfway to the elbow. At the time, he felt nothing. The agony had come after. His cracked red skin oozed fluid, and fearsome blood blisters rose between his fingers, big as roaches. "The maester says I'll have scars, but otherwise the hand should be as good as it was before." "A scarred hand is nothing. On the wall, you'll be wearing gloves often as not." "As you say, my lord." It was not the thought of scars that troubled Jon, it was the rest of it. Maester Aemon had given him milk of the poppy, yet even so, the pain had been hideous. At first, it had felt as if his hand was still aflame, burning day and night. Only plunging it into basins of snow and shaved ice gave any relief at all. Jon thanked the gods that no one but Ghost saw him writhing on his bed, whimpering from the pain. And when at last he did sleep, he dreamt, and that was even worse. In the dream, the corpse he fought had blue eyes, black hands, and his father's face, but he dared not tell Mormont that. "Tywin and Hake returned last night," the old bear said. "They found no sign of your uncle, no more than the others did." I know. Jon had dragged himself to the common hall to sup with his friends, and the failure of the ranging search had been all the men had been talking of. "You know," Mormont grumbled. "How is it that everyone knows everything around here?" He did not seem to expect an answer. It would seem there were only the two of those creatures, whatever they were. I will not call them men, and thank the gods for that. Any more and, well, that doesn't bear thinking of. There will be more enough though. I can feel it in these old bones of mine, and Maester Aemon agrees. The cold winds are rising, summer is at an end, and a winter is coming such as the world has never seen. Winter is coming. The stark words had never sounded so grim or ominous to Jon as they did now. "My lord," he asked hesitantly, "it's said there was a bird last night." "There was? What of it?" "I had hoped for some word of my father." "Father!" taunted the old raven, bobbing its head as it walked across Mormont's shoulders. "Father!" The Lord Commander reached up to pinch its beak shut, but the raven hopped up on his head, fluttered his wings, and flew across the chamber to light above a window. "Grief and noise," Mormont grumbled. "That's all they're good for, ravens. Why I put up with that pestilential bird. If there was news of Lord Eddard, don't you think I would have sent for you? Bastard or no, you're still his blood." The message concerned Sir Barristan Selmy. It seems he's been removed from the Kingsguard. They gave his place to that black dog Clegane, and now Selmy's wanted for treason. The fools sent some watchmen to seize him, but he slew 2 of them and escaped. Mormont snorted, leaving no doubt of his view of men who'd sent gold cloaks against a knight as renowned as Barristan the Bold. "We have white shadows in the woods, and unquiet dead stalking our halls, and a boy sits the Iron Throne," he said in disgust. The raven laughed shrilly. "Boy, boy, boy, boy." Sir Barristan had been the old bear's best hope, Jon remembered. If he had fallen, what chance was there that Mormont's letter would be heeded? He curled his hand into a fist. Pain shot through his burnt fingers. "What of my sisters?" The message made no mention of Lord Eddard or the girls. He gave an irritated shrug. Perhaps they never got my letter. Eamon sent 2 copies, with his best birds. But who can say? More like Pycelle did not deign to reply. It would not be the first time, nor the last. I fear we count for less than nothing in King's Landing. They tell us what they want us to know, and that's little enough. And you tell me what you want me to know, and that's less, Jon thought resentfully. His brother Robb had called the banners and ridden south to war, yet no word of that had been breathed to him, save by Samwell Tarly, who'd read the letter to Maester Aemon and whispered its contents to Jon that night in secret, all the time saying how he shouldn't. Doubtless they thought his brother's war was none of his concern. It troubled him more than he could say. Robb was marching and he was not. No matter how often Jon told himself that his place was here now, with his new brothers on the wall, he still felt craven. "Corn!" the raven was crying. "Corn, corn!" "I'll be quiet," the old bear told it. "Snow, how soon does Maester Aemon say you'll have use of that hand back?" "Soon," Jon replied. "Good." On the table between them, Lord Commander laid a large sword in a black metal scabbard bandaged with silver. "Here, you'll be ready for this then." The raven flipped down and landed on the table, strutting toward the sword, head cocked curiously. Jon hesitated. He had no inkling what this meant. "My lord?" The fire melted the silver off the pommel and burnt the crossguard and grip. Well, dry leather and old wood, what would you expect? The blade now. You need a fire 100 times as hot to harm the blade. Mormont shoved the scabbard across the rough oak planks. "I had the rest made anew. Take it." "Take it," echoed his raven, peening. "Take it, take it." Awkwardly, Jon took the sword in hand, his left hand. His bandaged right was still too raw and clumsy. Carefully, he pulled it from its scabbard and raised it level with his eyes. The pommel was a hunk of pale stone weighted with lead to balance the long blade. It had been carved into the likeness of a snarling wolf's head, with chips of garnet set into the eyes. The grip was virgin leather, soft and black, as yet unstained by sweat or blood. The blade itself was a good half-foot longer than those Jon was used to, tapered to thrust as well as slashed, with 3 fullers deeply incised in the metal. Where ice was a true 2-handed greatsword, this was a hand and a halfer, sometimes named a bastard sword. Yet the wolf's sword actually seemed lighter than the blades he had wielded before. When Jon turned it sideways, he could see the ripples in the dark steel where the metal had been folded back on itself again and again. "This is Valyrian steel, my lord," he said wonderingly. His father had let him handle ice often enough. He knew the look, the feel. "It is," the old bear told him. "It was my father's sword, and his father's before him. The Mormonts have carried it for 5 centuries. I wielded it in my day and passed it on to my son when I took the black." He is giving me his son's sword. Jon could scarcely believe it. The blade was exquisitely balanced. The edges glimmered faintly as they kissed the light. "Your son? My son brought dishonor to House Mormont, but at least he had the grace to leave the sword behind when he fled. My sister returned it to my keeping, but the very sight of it reminded me of Jorah's shame, so I put it aside and thought no more of it until we found it in the ashes of my bedchamber." The original pommel was a bear's head, silver, yet so worn its features were all but indistinguishable. For you, I thought a white wolf more apt. One of our builders is a fair stone carver. When Jon had been Bran's age, he had dreamed of doing great deeds, as boys always did. The details of his feats changed with every dreaming, but quite often he imagined saving his father's life. Afterward, Lord Eddard would declare that Jon had proved himself a true Stark and place ice in his hand. Even then, he had known it was only a child's folly. No bastard could ever hope to wield a father's sword. Even the memory shamed him. What kind of man stole his own brother's birthright? "I have no right to this," he thought, no more than to ice. He twitched his burnt fingers, feeling a throb of pain under the skin. "My lord, you honor me, but spare me your butts, boy," Lord Mormont interrupted. "I would not be sitting here were it not for you and that beast of yours. You fought bravely, and more to the point, you thought quickly." Fire. Yes, damn it. We ought to have known. We ought to have remembered. The long night has come before. Oh, 8,000 years is a good while to be sure. Yet, if the Night's Watch does not remember, who will? Who will? Claimed the talkative raven. Who will? Truly, the gods had heard Jon's prayers that night. The fire had caught in the dead man's clothing and consumed him as his flesh were candle wax and his bones all dry wood. Jon had only to close his eyes to see the thing staggering across the solar, crashing against the furniture and flailing at the flames. It was the face that haunted him most, surrounded by a nimbus of fire, hair blazing like straw, the dead flesh melting away and sloughing off its skull to reveal the gleam of bone beneath. Whatever demonic force moved Othor had been driven out by the flames. The twisted thing they found in the ashes had been no more than cooked meat and charred bone. Yet, in his nightmare, he faced it again, and this time the burning corpse wore Lord Eddard's features. It was his father's skin that burnt and blackened, his father's eyes that ran liquid down his cheeks like jellied tears. Jon did not understand why that should be or what it might mean, but it frightened him more than he could say. A sword's small payment for a life, Mormont concluded. Take it, I'll hear no more of it. Is that understood? Yes, my lord. The soft leather gave beneath Jon's fingers, as if the sword were molding itself to his grip already. He knew he should be honored, and he was, and yet he is not my father. The thought leapt unbidden to Jon's mind. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. I will not forget him, no matter how many swords they give me. Yet he could scarcely tell Lord Mormont that it was another man's sword he dreamt of. I want no courtesies either, Mormont said. So thank me no thanks. Honor the steel with deeds, not words. Jon nodded. Does it have a name, my lord? It did once. Longclaw, it was called. Claw, the raven cried. Claw. Longclaw is an apt name. Jon tried a practice cut. He was clumsy and uncomfortable with his left hand. Yet, even so, the steel seemed to flow through the air as if it had a will of its own. Wolves have claws as much as bears. The old bear seemed pleased by that. I suppose they do. You'll want to wear that over the shoulder, I imagine. It's too long for the hip, at least until you've got a few inches, and you'll need to work at your two-handed strikes as well, so Endrew can show you some moves when your burns have healed. Sir Endrew? Jon did not know the name. Sir Endrew Tarth, a good man. He's on his way from the Shadow Tower to assume the duties of Master-at-Arms. Sir Alistair Thorne left yesterday morning for Eastwatch by the Sea. Jon lowered the sword. Why? He said stupidly. Mormont snorted. Because I sent him. Why do you think? He's bringing the hand your ghost tore off the end of Jafer Flower's wrist. I have commanded him to take ship to King's Landing and lay it before this boy king. That should get young Joffrey's attention, I'd think. And Sir Alice is a knight highborn, anointed, with old friends at court. Altogether harder to ignore than a glorified crow. Crow! Jon thought the raven sounded faintly indignant. As well, the Lord Commander continued, ignoring the bird's protest. It puts 1,000 leagues between him and you without it seeming a rebuke. He jabbed a finger up at Jon's face. And don't think this means I approve of that nonsense in the common hall. Valor makes up for a fair amount of folly, but you're not a boy anymore, however many years you've seen. That's a man's sword you have there, and it will take a man to wield her. I'll expect you to act the part henceforth. Yes, my lord. Jon slid the sword back into the silver-banded scabbard. If not the blade he would have chosen, it was nonetheless a noble gift, and freeing him from Alistair Thorne's malevolence was nobler still. The old bear scratched at his chin. I had forgotten how much a new beard itches, he said. Well, no help for that. Is that hand of yours healed enough to resume your duties? Yes, my lord. Good. The night will be cold. I'll want hot spice wine. Find me a flagon of red, not too sour, and don't skimp on the spices. And tell Hob that if he sends me boiled mutton again, I'm like to boil him. That last haunch was grey. Even the bird wouldn't touch it. He stroked the raven's head with his thumb, and the bird made a contented quaking sound. Away with you. I've work to do. The guards smiled at him from their niches as he wound his way down the turret stair, carrying the sword in his good hand. Sweet steel, one man said. You weren't that Snow, another told him. Jon made himself smile back at them. but his heart was not in it. He knew he should be pleased, yet he did not feel it. His hand ached and the taste of anger was in his mouth, though he could not have said who he was angry with or why. A half dozen of his friends were lurking outside when he left the King's Tower, where Lord Commander Mormont now made his residence. They'd hung a target on the granary doors, so they could seem to be honing their skills as archers, but he knew lurchers when he saw them. No sooner did he emerge than Pip called out, "Well, come about, let's have a look." "At what?" Jon said. Toad sidled close. "Your rosy butt cheeks, what else?" "The sword," Gren stated. "We want to see the sword." Jon raked them with an accusing look. "You knew." Pip grinned. "We're not all as dumb as Gren." "You are so," insisted Gren. "You're dumber." Holder gave an apologetic shrug. "I helped Pate carve the stone for the pommel," the builder said, "and your friend Sam brought the garnets in Molestown." "We knew even before that though," Gren said. "Rudge has been helping Donal Noy in the forge. He was there when the old bear brought him the burnt blade." "The sword," Matt insisted. The others took up the chant, "The sword, the sword, the sword." Jon unsheathed Longclaw and showed it to them, turning it this way and that so they could admire it. The bastard blade glittered in the pale sunlight, dark and deadly. "Valyrian steel," he declared solemnly, trying to sound as pleased and proud as he ought to have felt. "I heard a man who had a razor made of Valyrian steel," declared Toad. "He cut his head off trying to shave." Pip grinned. "The Night's Watch is thousands of years old," he said, "but I'll wager Lord Snow's the first brother ever honored for burning down the Lord Commander's tower." The others laughed, and even Jon had to smile. The fire he started had not, in truth, burnt down the formidable stone tower, but it had done a fair job of gutting the interior of the two top floors, where the old bear had his chambers. No one seemed to mind that very much, since it had also destroyed Otho's murderous corpse. The other wight, the one-handed thing that had once been a ranger named Jafer Flowers, had also been destroyed, cut near to pieces by a dozen swords, but not before it had slain Sir Jeremy Riker and 4 other men. Sir Jeremy had finished the job of hacking its head off, yet had died all the same when the headless corpse pulled his own dagger from its sheath and buried it in his bowels. Strength and courage did not avail much against foemen who would not fall because they were already dead. Even arms and armor offered small protection. That grim thought soured Jon's fragile mood. "I need to see Hob about the old bear's supper," he announced brusquely, sliding Longclaw back into its scabbard. His friends meant well, but they did not understand. It was not their fault, truly. They had not had to face Othor. They had not seen the pale glow of those dead blue eyes, had not felt the cold of those dead black fingers, nor did they know of the fighting in the Riverlands. How could they hope to comprehend? He turned away from them abruptly and strode off, sullen. Pip called after him, but Jon paid him no mind. They had moved him back to his old cell in Tumbletown Harden's Tower after the fire, and it was there he returned. Ghost was curled up asleep beside the door, but he lifted his head at the sound of Jon's boots. The direwolf's red eyes were darker than garnets and wiser than men. Jon knelt, scratched his ear, and showed him the pommel of the sword. "Look, it's you." Ghost sniffed at the carved stone likeness and tried a lick. Jon smiled. "You're the one deserves an honor," he told the wolf, and suddenly he found himself remembering how he'd found him. That day in the late summer snow, they had been riding off with the other pups, but Jon had heard a noise and turned back, and there he was, white fur almost invisible against the drifts. He was all alone, he thought, apart from the others in the litter. He was different, so they drove him out. "Jon?" He looked up. Samuel Tarly stood, rocking nervously on his heels. His cheeks were red, and he was wrapped in a heavy fur cloak that made him look ready for hibernation. "Sam," Jon stood. "What is it? Do you want to see the sword?" If the others had known, no doubt Sam did too. The fat boy shook his head. "I was heir to my father's blade once," he said mournfully. "Heartsbane. Lord Randall let me hold it a few times, but it always scared me. It was Valyrian steel, beautiful, but so sharp I was afraid I'd hurt one of my sisters. Dickon will have it now." He wiped sweaty hands on his cloak. Maester Aemon wants to see you." It was not time for his bandages to be changed. Jon frowned suspiciously. "Why?" he demanded. Sam looked miserable. That was answer enough. "You told him, didn't you?" Jon said angrily. "You told him that you told me." Jon, I didn't want to. He asked. I think he knew. He sees things no one else sees. He's blind," Jon pointed out forcefully, disgusted. "I can find the way myself." He left Sam standing there, open-mouthed and quivering. He found Maester Aemon up in the rookery feeding the ravens. Clydas was with him, carrying a bucket of chopped meat as they shuffled from cage to cage. "Sam said you wanted me?" The maester nodded. "I did indeed. Clydas, give Jon the bucket. Perhaps he'll be kind enough to assist me." The hunched pink-eyed brother handed Jon the bucket and scurried down the ladder. "Toss the meat into the cages," Aemon instructed him. "The birds will do the rest." Jon shifted the bucket to his right hand and thrust his left down into bloody bits. The ravens began to scream, noisily, and fly at the bars, beating at the metal with night-black wings. The meat had been chopped into pieces no larger than a finger joint. He filled his fist and tossed the raw red morsels into the cage, and the squawking and squabbling grew hotter. Feathers flew as two of the larger birds fought over a choice piece. Quickly, Jon grabbed a second handful and threw it in after the first. "Lord Mormont's raven likes fruit and corn." "He is a rare bird," the maester said. "Most ravens will eat grain, but they prefer flesh. It makes them strong, and I fear they relish the taste of blood, in that they are like men, and, like men, not all ravens are alike." Jon had nothing to say to that. He threw meat, wondering why he'd been summoned. No doubt the old man would tell him, in his own good time. Maester Aemon was not a man to be hurried. "Doves and pigeons can also be trained to carry messages," the maester went on, "though the raven is a stronger flyer, larger, bolder, far more clever, better able to defend itself against hawks. Yet ravens are black, and they eat the dead, so some godly men abhor them. Baelor the Blessed tried to replace all the ravens with doves, did you know?" The maester turned his white eyes on Jon, smiling. "The Night's Watch prefers ravens." Jon's fingers were in the bucket, blood up to the wrist. "Dwen says the wildlings call us crows," he said, uncertainly. "The crow is the raven's poor cousin. They are both beggars in black, hated and misunderstood." Jon wished he understood what they were talking about, and why. Why did he care about ravens and doves? If the old man had something to say to him, why couldn't he just say it? "Jon, did you ever wonder why the men of the Night's Watch take no wives and father no children?" Maester Aemon asked. Jon shrugged. "No." He scattered more meat. The fingers of his left hand were slimy with blood, and his right throbbed from the weight of the bucket. "So they will not love," the old man answered. "For love is the bane of honor, the death of duty." That did not sound right to Jon, yet he said nothing. The maester was 100 years old, and a high officer of the Night's Watch. It was not his place to contradict him. The old man seemed to sense his doubts. "Tell me, Jon, if the day should ever come when your Lord Father must needs choose between honor on the one hand and those he loves on the other, what would he do?" Jon hesitated. He wanted to say that Lord Eddard would never dishonor himself, not even for love. Yet, inside, a small sly voice whispered, "He fathered a bastard. What was the honor in that? And your mother, what of his duty to her? He will not even say her name." "He would do whatever was right," he said, ringingly, to make up for his hesitation, no matter what. "Then Lord Eddard is a man in 10,000. Most of us are not so strong. What is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms, or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words, wind and words. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory and our great tragedy." The men who formed the Night's Watch knew that only their courage shielded the realm from the darkness to the north. They knew they must have no divided loyalties to weaken their resolve, so they vowed they would have no wives nor children. Yet brothers they had, and sisters, mothers who gave them birth, fathers who gave them names. They came from 100 quarrelsome kingdoms, and they knew times may change, but men do not. So they pledged as well that the Night's Watch would take no part in the battles of the realms it guarded. They kept their pledge when Aegon slew Black Harren and claimed his kingdom. Harren's brother was Lord Commander of the Wall, with 10,000 swords to hand. He did not march. In the days when the 7 kingdoms were 7 kingdoms, not a generation passed that 3 or 4 of them were not at war. The Watch took no part. When the Andals crossed the narrow sea and swept away the kingdoms of the first men, the sons of the fallen kings held true to their vows and remained at their posts. So it has always been, for years beyond counting. Such is the price of honor. A craven can be as brave as any man when there is nothing to fear, and we all do our duty when there is no cost to it. How easy it seems then to walk the path of honor, yet soon or late in every man's life comes a day when it is not easy, a day when he must choose. Some of the ravens were still eating, long stringy bits of meat dangling from their beaks. The rest seemed to be watching him. Jon could feel the weight of all those tiny black eyes. "And this is my day, is that what you're saying?" Maester Aemon turned his head and looked at him with those dead white eyes. It was as if he was seeing right into his heart. Jon felt naked and exposed. He took the bucket in both hands and flung the rest of the slops through the bars. Strings of meat and blood flew everywhere, scattering the ravens. They took to the air, shrieking wildly. The quicker birds snatched morsels on the wing and gulped them down greedily. Jon let the empty bucket clang to the floor. The old man laid a withered, spotted hand on his shoulder. "It hurts, boy," he said softly. "Oh yes, choosing. It has always hurt, and always will, I know." "You don't know," Jon said bitterly. "No one knows. Even if I am his bastard, he's still my father." Maester Aemon sighed. "Have you heard nothing I've told you, Jon? Do you think you are the first?" He shook his ancient head, a gesture wary beyond words. 3 times the god saw fit to test my vows. Once when I was a boy, once in the fullness of my manhood, and once when I had grown old. By then my strength was fled, my eyes grown dim, yet that last choice was as cruel as the first. My ravens would bring the news from the south, words darker than their wings, the ruin of my house, the death of my kin, disgrace and dissolution. What could I have done? Old, blind, frail. I was helpless as a suckling babe, yet still it grieved me to sit, forgotten as they cut down my brother's poor grandson and his son, and even the little children. Jon was shocked to see the shine of tears in the old man's eyes. "Who are you?" he asked quietly, almost in dread. A toothless smile quivered on the ancient lips. "Only a maester of the Citadel, bound in service to Castle Black and the Night's Watch. In my order, we put aside our house names when we take vows and don the collar." The old man touched the maester's chain that hung loosely around his thin, fleshless neck. "My father was Maekar, the first of his name, and my brother, Aegon, reigned after him in my stead. My grandfather named me for Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, who was his uncle or his father depending on which tale you believe. Aemon, he called me." "Aemon Targaryen?" Jon could scarcely believe it. "Once," the old man said. "Once. So you see, Jon, I do know, and knowing, I will not tell you stay or go. You must make that choice yourself and live with it all the rest of your days, as I have." His voice fell to a whisper. "As I have." So, in the aftermath of the fire, both versions have Lord Mormont reward Jon for saving his life. The book details Jon's injured hand from grabbing the hot lantern, emphasizing that he paid a price for his heroism, though the show doesn't dwell much on any burn. Jon is bandaged in the next scene, but it's not a huge plot point on TV. The gift of Longclaw, however, is a big moment in both. In the book, Jorah Mormont summons Jon the next morning, thanks him, and gives him the Mormont family sword, a Valyrian steel blade, with a new wolf's head pummel, explicitly stating that his own son brought dishonor to the house, but at least left the sword, and that Jon has earned it. The show includes this touching exchange. We see Jon almost at a loss for words as Mormont presents the sword, and Jaw cracks a rare smile, saying the ancestral blade now belongs to you, Jon Snow. It's a huge moment for Jon's character. The bastard boy from Winterfell is handed a symbolic heirloom as if he were a favored son. There's no real change in meaning between book and show here. If anything, the TV portrayal, complete with Jon's astonished expression, drives home his mix of pride and humility. One subtle tweak on TV, Maester Aemon and Lord Mormont discuss sending Alliser Thorne away to King's Landing with the White Hand as proof of the threat, a plot point in the book where Alliser leaves for a time. The show doesn't follow up on it much within Season 1, but mentioning it nods to the book's storyline. And that's it for Jon 8, as we head into the final chapter of Jon Snow in A Game of Thrones. Before we get into Jon 9, let's quickly run through what's happened in the other chapters. In Daenerys 7, Khal Drogo has defeated another Khalasar and taken over a town, grabbing a bunch of captives along the way. But things take a turn when Daenerys sees some of the Dothraki men assaulting the women they've captured. She steps in and stops it, clearly shaken by what she's seeing. Later, when she finds Drogo, she notices that he's been wounded in the fight and immediately gets worried. She calls for someone to help him, and that's when one of the women she rescued, Mirri Maz Duur, steps forward. She says she's a healer, and after a moment, Drogo agrees to let her treat him in her temple. In Tyrion 13, Tyrion and his wild clansmen end up in the vanguard, under the fearsome Sir Gregor Clegane. When Tyrion gets back to his tent, he finds Shae, a prostitute Bronn has brought him. Before he knows it, it's almost dawn and the call to arms wakes him. In the battle on the Green Fork, Tyrion and his men actually hold their own and manage to send the enemy packing. But the victory is bittersweet as Lord Tywin Lannister finds out that Robb Stark has outsmarted him. Then, in Catelyn 10, Robb Stark skillfully leads his troops to Riverrun without being spotted. Catelyn is on edge, waiting with her guards, while Robb sets up an ambush for Sir Jaime Lannister. After the battle, Robb comes back with Jaime as a prisoner. Despite their success, the victory is tinged with sadness as they've lost several of their own in the fight. In Daenerys 8, Khal Drogo falls from his horse, a devastating sign of weakness among the Dothraki. Alarmed, Daenerys commands the Khalasar to stop and immediately calls for Mirri Maz Duur. Mirri tells her that Drogo's only chance now lies in blood magic. As the ritual begins, Drogo's blood riders grow suspicious and try to interfere, refusing to let their Khal be subjected to sorcery. A brutal fight breaks out, so Jorah steps in to protect Daenerys and is wounded, and by the end of it, all of Drogo's blood riders are dead. Amid the chaos, Daenerys suddenly begins to hemorrhage. Without hesitation, Jorah scoops her up and carries her into the tent where the blood magic is still underway. In Arya 5, Arya has been scraping by in the streets of King's Landing, catching pigeons for food. When the city bells ring out, calling everyone to the square, she faces execution. Her sorrow is interrupted when Joffrey shows up, insisting she accompany him to court. After the court session, Joffrey cruelly takes her to the ramparts to show her the mounted heads of her father and their household. Standing there, Sansa briefly sees a chance to push Joffrey off the wall, but the moment passes too quickly for her to act on it. In Daenerys 9, Daenerys spends a long time recovering, haunted by awful dreams the whole way through. When she finally wakes up, she's hit with heartbreaking news. Her baby didn't make it, and worse, it was born twisted and unnatural. She goes to see Drogo, hoping for some comfort, but he's basically gone. He's breathing, sure, but he's not really there. Mirri Maz Duur insists that he's still alive. The blood magic clearly came at a terrible cost. That night she tries to reach him, hoping there's still something left of the man she loved. But by morning she knows the truth. He's not coming back. So she quietly ends his suffering, smothering him with a pillow. Finally, in Tyrion 9, the news of Robb Stark's victory at Riverrun sets off a heated debate among the Lannister officers. After the meeting, Lord Tywin clears the room to discuss their tricky situation privately with Tyrion. He then sends Tyrion to King's Landing to act as Hand of the King, hoping he can keep Joffrey from making disastrous decisions. Despite his father's explicit orders, Tyrion plans to bring Shae along with him to the capital. With all the other chapters recapped, let's get into the final chapter of Jon Snow. Jon 9. The mare whinnied softly as Jon Snow tightened the cinch. "Easy, sweet lady," he said in a soft voice, quieting her with a touch. Wind whispered through the stable, a cold dead breath on his face, but Jon paid it no mind. He strapped his roll to the saddle, his scarred fingers stiff and clumsy. "Ghost," he called softly, "to me." And the wolf was there, eyes like embers. "Jon, please, you must not do this." He mounted, the reins in his hand, and wheeled the horse around to face the night. Samuel Tarly stood in the stable door, a full moon peering over his shoulder. He threw a giant shadow, immense and black. "Get out of my way, Sam." "Jon, you can't," Sam said. "I won't let you." "I would sooner not hurt you," Jon told him. "Move aside, Sam, or I'll ride you down." "You won't. You have to listen to me, please." Jon put his spurs to horseflesh, and the mare bolted for the door. For an instant, Sam stood his ground, his face as round and pale as the moon behind him, his mouth a widening O of surprise. At the last moment, when they were almost on him, he jumped aside, as Jon had known he would, stumbled and fell. The mare leapt over him out into the night. Jon raised the hood of his heavy cloak and gave the horse her head. Castle Black was silent and still as he rode out, with Ghost racing at his side. Men watched from the wall behind him, he knew, but their eyes were turned north, not south, so no one would see him go. No one but Sam Tarly, struggling back to his feet in the dust of the old stables. He hoped Sam hadn't hurt himself, falling like that. He was so heavy and so ungainly it would be just like him to break a wrist or twist his ankle getting out of the way. "I warned him," Jon said aloud. "It was nothing to do with him anyway." He flexed his burnt hand as he rode, opening and closing the scarred fingers. They still pained him, but it felt good to have the wrappings off. Moonlight silvered the hills as he followed the twisting ribbon of the King's Road. He needed to get as far from the wall as he could before they realized he was gone. On the morrow, he would leave the road and strike out overland through field and bush and stream to throw off the pursuit. But for the moment, speed was more important than deception. It was not as though they would not guess where he was going. The old bear was accustomed to rise at first light, so Jon had until dawn to put as many leagues as he could between him and the wall, if Sam Tarly did not betray him. The fat boy was dutiful and easily frightened, but he loved Jon like a brother. If questioned, Sam would doubtless tell them the truth, but Jon could not imagine him braving the guards in front of the king's tower to wake Mormont from sleep. When Jon did not appear to fetch the old bear's breakfast from the kitchen, they'd look in his cell and find Longclaw on the bed. It had not been hard to abandon it, but Jon was not so lost to honor as to take it with him. Even Jorah Mormont had not done that when he fled in disgrace. Doubtless Lord Mormont would find someone more worthy of the blade. Jon felt bad when he thought of the old man. He knew his desertion would be salt in the still raw wound of his son's disgrace. That seemed a poor way to repay him for his trust, but it couldn't be helped. No matter what he did, Jon felt as though he were betraying someone. Even now, he did not know if he was doing the honorable thing. The Southern had it easier. They had their Septons to talk to, someone to tell them the gods' will and help sort out right from wrong. But the Starks worshipped the old gods, the nameless gods, and if the heart trees heard, they did not speak. When the last lights of Castle Black vanished behind him, Jon slowed his mare to a walk. He had a long journey ahead, and only the one horse to see him through. There were holdfasts and farming villages along the road south where he might be able to trade the mare for a fresh mount when he needed one, but not if she were injured or blown. He would need to find new clothes soon, most like. He'd need to steal them. He was clad in black from head to heel. High leather riding boots, rough spun breeches and tunic, sleeveless leather jerkin and heavy wool cloak. His long sword and dagger were sheathed in black moleskin, and the hauberk and coif in his saddlebag were black ringmail. Any bit of it could mean his death if he were taken. A stranger wearing black was viewed with cold suspicion in every village and holdfast north of the Neck, and men would soon be watching for him. Once Maester Aemon's ravens took flight, Jon knew he would find no safe haven. But even at Winterfell, Bran might want to let him in, but Maester Luwin had better sense. He would bar the gates and send Jon away as he should. Better not to call there at all. Yet he saw the castle clear in his mind's eye, as if he had left it only yesterday. The towering granite walls, the great hall with its smell of smoke and dog and roasting meat, his father's solar, the turret room where he had slept. Part of him wanted nothing so much as to hear Bran laugh again, to sup on one of Gage's beef and bacon pies, to listen to old Nan tell her tales of the children of the forest and Florian the Fool. But he had not left the wall for that. He had left because he was after all his father's son, and Robb's brother. The gift of a sword, even a sword as fine as Longclaw, did not make him a Mormont. Nor was he Aemon Targaryen. 3 times the old man had chosen, and 3 times he had chosen honor. But that was him. Even now, Jon could not decide whether the maester had stayed because he was weak and craven, or because he was strong and true. Yet he understood what the old man had meant about the pain of choosing. He understood that all too well. Tyrion Lannister had claimed that most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it, but Jon was done with denials. He was who he was, Jon Snow, bastard and oathbreaker, motherless, friendless, and damned. For the rest of his life, however long that might be, he would be condemned to be an outsider. The silent man standing in the shadows who dares not speak his true name. Wherever he might go throughout the 7 kingdoms, he would need to live a lie, lest every man's hand be raised against him. But it made no matter, so long as he lived long enough to take his place by his brother's side and help avenge his father. He remembered Robb as he had last seen him, standing in the yard with snow melting in his auburn hair. Jon would have to come to him in secret, disguised. He tried to imagine the look on Robb's face when he revealed himself. His brother would shake his head and smile, and he'd say... He could not see the smile, hard as he tried. He could not see it. He found himself thinking of the deserter his father had beheaded, the day they found the direwolves. "You said the words," Lord Eddard had told him. "You took a vow, before your brothers, before the old gods and the new." Desmond and Fat Tom had dragged the man to the stump. Bran's eyes had been wide as saucers, and Jon had to remind him to keep his pony in hand. He remembered the look on father's face when Theon Greyjoy brought forth ice, the spray of blood on the snow, the way Theon had kicked the head when it came rolling at his feet. He wondered what Lord Eddard might have done if the deserter had been his brother, Benjen, instead of the ragged stranger. Would it have been any different? It must, surely. Surely, and Robb would welcome him for a certainty. He had to, or else... It did not bear thinking about. Pain throbbed deep in his fingers as he clutched the reins. Jon put his heels into his horse and broke into a gallop, racing down the King's Road, as if to outrun his doubts. Jon was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die like that, trussed and bound and beheaded like a common brigand. If he must perish, let it be with a sword in his hand, fighting his father's killers. He was no true Stark, had never been one, but he could die like one. Let them say that Eddard Stark had fathered 4 sons, not 3. Ghost kept pace with them for almost half a mile, red tongue lolling from his mouth. Man and horse alike lowered their heads as he asked the mare for more speed. The wolf slowed, stopped, watching, his eyes glowing red in the moonlight. He vanished behind, but Jon knew he would follow, at his own pace. Scattered lights flickered through the trees ahead of him, on both sides of the road. Molestown. A dog barked as he rode through, and he heard a mule's rockerous haw from the stable, but otherwise the village was still. Here and there, the glow of hearth fires shone through shuttered windows, leaking between wooden slats, but only a few. Molestown was bigger than it seemed, but 3/4 of it was under the ground, in deep warm cellars connected by a maze of tunnels. Even the whorehouse was down there, nothing on the surface but a wooden shack no bigger than a privy, with a red lantern hanging over the door. On the wall, he'd heard men call the whores buried treasures. He wondered whether any of his brothers in blacks were down there tonight, mining. That was oath-breaking too, yet no one seemed to care. Not until he was beyond the village did Jon slow again. By then, both he and the mare went damp with sweat. He dismounted shivering, his burnt hand aching. A bank of melting snow lay under the trees, bright in the moonlight, water trickling off to form small shallow pools. Jon squatted and brought his hands together, cupping the runoff between his fingers. The snowmelt was icy cold. He drank and splashed some on his face, until his cheeks tingled. His fingers were throbbing worse than they had in days, and his head was pounding too. "I am doing the right thing," he told himself. "So why do I feel so bad?" The horse was well lathered, so Jon took the lead and walked her for a while. The road was scarcely wide enough for two riders to pass abreast, its surface cut by tiny streams and littered with stone. That run had been truly stupid, an invitation to a broken neck. Jon wondered what had gotten into him. Was he in such a great rush to die? Off in the trees, the distant scream of some frightened animals made him look up. His mare whined nervously. Had his wolf found some prey? He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Ghost," he shouted. "Ghost to me." The only answer was a rush of wings behind him as an owl took flight. Frowning, Jon continued on his way. He led the mare for half an hour until she was dry. Ghost did not appear. Jon wanted to mount up and ride again, but he was concerned about his missing wolf. "Ghost," he called again. "Where are you? To me! Ghost!" Nothing in these woods could trouble a direwolf, even a half-grown direwolf. Unless... No. Ghost was too smart to attack a bear, and if there was a wolf pack anywhere close, Jon would have surely heard them howling. He should eat, he decided. Food would settle his stomach and give Ghost a chance to catch up. There was no danger yet. Castle Black still slept. In his saddlebag, he found a biscuit, a piece of cheese, and a small withered brown apple. He brought salt beef as well, and a rasher of bacon he filched from the kitchens. But he would save the meat for the morrow. After it was gone, he'd need to hunt, and that would slow him. Jon sat under the trees and ate his biscuit and cheese while his mare grazed along the King's Road. He kept the apple for last. It had gone a little soft, but the flesh was still tart and juicy. He was down to the core when he heard the sounds. Horses, and from the north. Quickly, Jon leapt up and strode to his mare. Could he outrun them? No, they were too close. They'd hear him for a certainty, and if they were from Castle Black, he led the mare off the road behind a thick stand of grey-green sentinels. "Quiet now," he said in a hushed voice, crouching down to peer through the branches. If the gods were kind, the riders would pass by. Likely as not, they were only small folk from Mole's Town, farmers on their way to their fields. Although what they were doing out in the middle of the night, he listened to the sound of hooves growing steadily louder as they trotted briskly down the King's Road. From the sound, there were 5 or 6 of them at least. Their voices drifted through the trees. "Certain he came this way?" "We can't be certain. He could have ridden east for all you know, or left the road to cut through the woods. That's what I'd do." "In the dark? Stupid. If you didn't fall off your horse and break your neck, you'd get lost and wind up back at the wall when the sun came up." "I would not." Gren sounded peeved. "I just ride south. You can tell south by the stars." "What if the sky was cloudy?" Pip asked. "Then I wouldn't go," another voice broke in. "You know where I'd be if it was me? I'd be in Mole's Town, digging for buried treasure." Toad's shrill laughter boomed through the trees. Jon's mare snorted. "Keep quiet, all of you," Haydar said. "I thought I heard something." "Where? I didn't hear anything." The horses stopped. "You can't hear yourself fart." "I can too," Gren insisted. "Quiet." They all fell silent, listening. Jon found himself holding his breath. Sam, he thought. He hadn't gone to the old bear, but he hadn't gone to bed either. He'd woken the other boys. Damn them all. Come dawn, if they were not in their beds, they'd be named deserters too. What did they think they were doing? The hushed silence seemed to stretch on and on. From where Jon crouched, he could see the legs of their horses through the branches. Finally, Pip spoke up. "What did you hear?" "I don't know," Haydar admitted. "A sound. I thought it might have been a horse, but there's nothing here." Out of the corner of his eye, Jon glimpsed a pale shape moving through the trees. Leaves rustled and ghosts came bounding out of the shadows, so suddenly that Jon's mare startled and gave a whinny. "There," Haydar shouted. "I heard it too." "Traitor, traitor," Jon told the direwolf as he swung up into the saddle. He turned the mare's head to slide off through the trees, but they were on him before he had gone 10 feet. "Jon!" Pip shouted after him. "Pull up," Gren said. "You can't outrun us all." Jon wheeled around to face them, drawing his sword. "Get back. I don't wish to hurt you, but I will if I have to." 1 against 7. Haydar gave a signal. The boys spread out, surrounding him. "What do you want from me?" Jon demanded. "We want to take you back where you belong," Pip said. "I belong with my brother." "We're your brothers now," Gran said. "They'll cut off your head if they catch you, you know," Toad put in with a nervous laugh. "This is so stupid. It's like something the orcas would do." "I would not," Gran said. "I'm no oathbreaker. I said the words and I meant them." "So did I," Jon told them. "Don't you understand? They murdered my father. It's war. My brother Rob is fighting in the Riverlands." "We know," said Pip solemnly. "Sam told us everything." "We're sorry about your father," Gren said, "but it doesn't matter. Once you say the words, you can't leave, no matter what." "I have to," Jon said fervently. "You said the words," Pip reminded him. "Now my watch begins. You said it. It shall not end until my death." "I shall live and die at my post," Gren added, nodding. "You don't have to tell me the words. I know them as well as you do." He was angry now. Why couldn't they let him go in peace? They were only making it harder. "I am the sword in the darkness," Hodor intoned. "The watcher on the walls," piped Toad. Jon cursed them all to their faces. They took no notice. Pip spurred his horse closer. "I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men." "Stay back," Jon warned him, brandishing his sword. "I mean it, Pip." They weren't even wearing armor. He could cut them to pieces if he had to. Mathiar had circled behind him. He joined the chorus. "I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch." Jon kicked his mare, spinning her in a circle. The boys were all around him now, closing from every side. "For this night," Hodor trotted in from the left. "And all the nights to come," finished Pip. He reached over for Jon's reins. "So here are your choices. Kill me or come back with me." Jon lifted his sword and lowered it, helpless. "Damn you," he said. "Damn you all." "Do we have to bind your hands, or will you give us your word you'll ride back peacefully?" asked Hodor. "I won't run, if that's what you mean." Ghost moved out from under the trees, and Jon glared at him. "Small help you were," he said. The deep red eyes looked at him knowingly. "We had best hurry," Pip said. "If we're not back before first light, the old bear will have our heads." Of the ride back, Jon Snow remembered little. It seemed shorter than the journey south, perhaps because his mind was elsewhere. Pip set the pace, galloping, walking, trotting, and then breaking into another gallop. Molestown came and went, the red lantern over the brothel long extinguished. They made good time. Dawn was still an hour off when Jon glimpsed the towers of Castle Black ahead of them, dark against the pale immensity of the wall. It did not seem like home this time. They could take him back, Jon told himself, but they could not make him stay. The war would not end on the morrow, or the day after, and his friends could not watch him day and night. He would bide his time, make them think he was content to remain here, and then, when they had grown lax, he would be off again. Next time, he would avoid the King's Road. He could follow the wall east, perhaps all the way to the sea, a longer route, but a safer one, or even west to the mountains and then south over the high passes. That was the wildling's way, hard and perilous, but at least no one would follow him. He wouldn't stray within 100 leagues of Winterfell or the King's Road. Samwell Tarly awaited them in the old stables, slumped on the ground against a bale of hay, too anxious to sleep. He rose and brushed himself off. I'm glad they found you, Jon." "I'm not," Jon said, dismounting. Pip hopped off his horse and looked at the lighting sky with disgust. "Give us a hand bedding down the horses, Sam," the small boy said. "We have a long day before us, and no sleep to face it on, thanks to Lord Snow." When day broke, Jon walked to the kitchens as he did every dawn. Three-fingered Hob said nothing as he gave him the old bear's breakfast. Today, it was 3 brown eggs, boiled hard with fried bread and ham steak, and a bowl of wrinkled plums. Jon carried the foods back to the king's tower. He found Mormont at the window seat, writing. His raven was walking back and forth across his shoulders, muttering, "Corn, corn, corn." The Burn shrieked when Jon entered. "Put the food on the table," the old bear said, glancing up. "I'll have some beer." Jon opened a shuttered window, took the flagon of beer off the outside ledge, and filled a horn. Hob had given him a lemon, still cold from the wall. Jon crushed it in his fists. The juice trickled through his fingers. Mormont drank lemon in his beer every day, and claimed that was why he still had his own teeth. "Doubtless you loved your father," Mormont said when Jon brought him his horn. "The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember when I told you that?" "I remember," Jon said sullenly. He did not care to talk of his father's death, not even to Mormont. "See that you never forget it. The hard truths are the ones to hold tight. Fetch me my plate. Is it ham again? So be it. You look weary. Was your moonlight ride so tiring?" Jon's throat was dry. "You know?" "No," the raven echoed from Mormont's shoulder. "No." The old bear snorted. "Do you think they chose me Lord Commander of the Night's Watch because I'm dumb as a stump, Snow? Aemon told me you'd go. I told him you'd be back. I know my men, and my boys too. Honor set you on the King's Road, and honor brought you back. My friends brought me back, Jon said. Did I say it was your honor? Mormont inspected his plate. They killed my father. Do you expect me to do nothing? If truth be told, we expected you to do just as you did. Mormont tried a plum, spit out the pit. I ordered a watch kept over you. You were seen leaving. If your brothers had not fetched you back, you would have been taken along the way, and not by friends. Unless you have a horse with wings like a raven. Do you? No. Jon felt like a fool. Pity, we could use a horse like that. Jon stood tall. He told himself that he would die well. That much he could do at the least. I know the penalty for desertion, my lord. I'm not afraid to die. Die! The raven cried. Nor live, I hope, Mormont said, cutting his hand with a dagger and feeding a bite to the bird. You have not deserted yet. Here you stand. If we beheaded every boy who rode to Molestown in the night, only ghosts would guard the wall. Yet maybe you mean to flee again on the morrow, or a fortnight from now. Is that it? Is that your hope, boy? Jon kept silent. I thought so. Mormont peeled the shell off a boiled egg. Your father is dead, lad. Do you think you can bring him back? No, he answered sullen. Good, Mormont said. We've seen the dead come back, you and me, and it's not something I care to see again. He ate the egg in 2 bites and flicked a bit of shell out from beneath his teeth. Your brother is in the field with all the power of the north behind him. Any one of his lord's bannermen commands more swords than you'll find in all the Night's Watch. Why do you imagine that they need your help? Are you such a mighty warrior? Or do you carry a grumpkin in your pocket to magic up your sword? Jon had no answer for him. The raven was pecking at an egg, breaking the shell. Pushing his beak through the hole, he pulled out morsels of white and yolk. The old bear sighed. You are not the only one touched by this war. Like as not, my sister is marching in your brother's host, her and those daughters of hers, dressed in men's mail. Mage is a hoary old snark, stubborn, short-tempered, and willful. Truth be told, I can hardly stand to be around the wretched woman, but that does not mean my love for her is any less than the love you bear for your half-sisters. Frowning, Mormont took his last egg and squeezed it in his fist until the shell crunched. Or perhaps it does. Be that as it may, I'd still grieve if she were slain. Yet you do not see me running off. I said the words just as you did. My place is here. Where is yours, boy? I have no place, Jon wanted to say. I'm a bastard. I have no rights, no name, no mother, and now not even a father. The words would not come. I don't know. I do, said Lord Commander Mormont. The cold winds are rising, Snow. Beyond the wall, the shadows lengthen. Cotter Pike rides of vast herds of elk, streaming south and east toward the sea, and mammoths as well. He says one of his men discovered huge, misshapen footprints not 3 leagues from Eastwatch. Rangers from the Shadow Tower have found whole villages abandoned, and at night, Sir Dennis says they see fires in the mountains, huge blazes that burn from dusk till dawn. Corran Halfhand took a captive in the depths of the gorge, and the man swears that Mance Rayder is massing all his people in some new, secret stronghold he's found. To what end, the gods only know. Do you think your Uncle Benjen was the only ranger we've lost this past year? Benjen! The raven squawked, bobbing its head, bits of egg dribbling from its beak. Benjen! Benjen! No, Jon said. There had been others. Too many. Do you think your brother's war is more important than ours? The old man barked. Jon chewed his lip. The raven flapped its wings at him. War, 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 it sang. It's not, Mormont told him. God save us, boy. You're not blind and you're not stupid. When dead men come hunting in the night, do you think it matters who sits the Iron Throne? No, Jon had not thought of it that way. Your Lord Father sent you to us, Jon. Why? Who can say? Why? The raven called. All I know is that the blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks. The first men built the wall, and it's said they remember things otherwise forgotten. And that beast of yours, he led us to the Whites, warned you on the dead men on the steps. Sir Jeremy would doubtless call that happenstance, yet Sir Jeremy is dead and I'm not. Lord Mormont stabbed a chunk of ham with the point of his dagger. I think you were meant to be here, and I want you and that wolf of yours with us when we go beyond the wall. His words sent a chill of excitement down Jon's back. Beyond the wall? You heard me. I mean to find Ben Stark, alive or dead. He chewed and swallowed. I will not sit here meekly and wait for the snows and the ice winds. We must know what is happening. This time, the Night's Watch will ride in force against the king beyond the wall. the others, and anything else that may be out there. I mean to command them myself." He pointed his dagger at Jon's chest. "By custom, the Lord Commander's steward is his squire as well, but I do not care to wake every dawn wondering if you've run off again. So I will have an answer from you, Lord Snow, and I will have it now. Are you a brother of the Night's Watch, or only a bastard boy who wants to play at war?" Jon Snow straightened himself and took a long, deep breath. "Forgive me, Father. Robb, Arya, Bran, forgive me. I cannot help you. He has the truth of it. This is my place. I am yours, my lord. Your man. I swear it. I will not run again." The old bear snorted. "Good. Now go put on your sword." In this chapter, the emotional weight really kicks in. This is the moment Jon learns that Ned Stark has been executed, and the impact is huge. On the show, Sam tries to shield Jon from the news at first, but it can't be kept secret for long. When Jon finds out, you can see the grief and fury on his face. Kit Harington plays it with a quiet devastation that slowly boils over. Jon is consumed with guilt and helplessness, and he's tempted to abandon the Watch to fight for Robb in the South. The book dives deep into the internal monologue here. He feels lost, betrayed by the world, and questions whether staying true to his oath is worth it when his family is being torn apart. The show skips the long brooding and instead externalizes his conflict through action. Jon saddles a horse and rides out into the night, intending to desert. His friends Sam, Pip, and Gren chase him down and block his path. What's different here is tone. In the book, it's a harsh confrontation where his friends guilt him into returning. But in the show, it's much more emotional and brotherly. They recite the Night's Watch oath together, standing in the snow, reminding Jon that he already has a family at the Wall. That moment doesn't exist in the book, but it's powerful on screen and shows how far Jon's bonds have come. After Jon returns to Castle Black, the show and the book both use this moment to complete Jon's emotional arc. In the book, Lord Commander Mormont doesn't punish Jon for riding off. He understands the emotional storm Jon was caught in and instead challenges him with a greater purpose. He asks Jon if he's still a boy playing at war or if he's ready to be a man of the Night's Watch. In the show, this is portrayed through a quiet but powerful conversation where Mormont tells Jon that the real war is coming from beyond the Wall, not from the king squabbling in the South, and that he needs Jon with him. Both versions deliver the same message. Jon's personal feelings and his Stark identity must take a backseat to the greater responsibility he's accepted. In both book and show, this is the moment Jon truly becomes a man of the Night's Watch, not just by oath, but by choice. That is the final chapter we have of Jon Snow in A Game of Thrones. Thank you for watching this video, and if you enjoyed this type of content and want to see more, then comment below which character you would like to see next. Subscribe for more. And when you get the chance, check out our Game of Thrones inspired Choose Your Own Adventure game here on YouTube by clicking the video link on the screen right now.